Chapter 1. From now on, you are my Yan Ruoxi's man. It's September. The summer is coming to an end, and it's the start of the school year again. Phew.
Yi Xian, who was pushing his suitcase, arrived in front of Jiangnan University and looked at the school gate in front of him with some emotion. Through the cruel college entrance examination, this moment ushered in a new beginning. Looking around, are wearing short skirts of the schoolmates is very eye-catching. Naturally, Yi Xian is not exempt from the vulgar.
Sure enough, the university is the land of countless boys' gospel. Looking at the groups of new students entering the campus in good order under the guidance of the older sisters, Yi Xian knew that a part of his life had begun. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about, he said. Yes, sister plus you green bubble chant.
Super high face value support, Yi Xian quickly became the meat and potatoes, ultra short skirt dress. Cool sister enthusiasm around Yi Xian, have taken out the cell phone, want to add the white paper in general pure handsome brother contact information.
The young do not know the good of the younger brother, wrongly regarded the senior as a treasure.
They have missed 1 or 2 years, this year absolutely cannot miss. With this kind of handsome school brother to talk about a relationship, think about our good memories.
The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the people who have been in the same boat for a long time.
Right at this moment, a party convoy came from far and near. The roaring sound of supercars immediately attracted everyone's attention.
That was the Ferrari LaFerrari. The top of the global limited edition is $30 million. Can't be, the super second generation freshman came to our school.
There was a lot of talk on the scene, but at that moment, the fleet of supercars stopped.
Immediately after,
20 suited and booted men stopped on both sides of the car. The scene was unprecedentedly large, a silhouette from the supercars down. It was an absolutely gorgeous face. The girl's green silk was like a waterfall, and her face was exquisite, as if she was a fairy who descended from the sky and did not eat earthly fire.
Voodoo.
A present is to attract the attention of all the boys in the field. Even the girls cannot stop envy. Like super high face value is enough to do men and women kill. With confident steps, Yan Ruoxi's beautiful eyes surveyed the scene, and finally her gaze fell on Yi Xian, revealing a sly and intriguing arc.
Little guy, sister finally found you. This time, my sister will not let you escape. You can only belong to this lady.
Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yan Ruoxi came straight in front of Yi Xian, who was also being watched by hundreds of gazes, suddenly feeling a great deal of pressure. A month ago, the two of them had an encounter.
However,
afterwards Yan Ruoxi found out that he was actually pregnant, and since then has had an almost twisted possessive desire for Yi Xian. Plus, now that her father is in a coma, her brother is young, and the board of directors of her company is even more aggressive in getting her married, it's worthwhile for her darker side to become even more serious under such an important situation. Her twisted possessiveness is the most direct way for her to vent her pressure. So, this time, she was planning to establish a relationship with Yi Xian to block the board of directors' old man's mouth.
Ding. Suitable host detected, invincible mission system activated successfully.
At this moment, a message sounded in Yi Xian's ears which caused him to freeze.
What the hell? What the heck, did you hear something? And yet,
before Yi Xian could think about it, the system's voice sounded again.
Ding. Detected the host's physique is too weak, the strengthening program is activated.
Immediately after, Yi Xian felt that his muscles and bones were writhing, and that feeling could only be imagined and could not be described in words at all.
Soon,
Yi Xian subconsciously touched his abdomen and found that the original chunk of abs had now turned into an angular 8-pack, as well as a male dog's waist and a bat's back.
What day? This is real, not dreaming. The real feeling of change made Yi Xian realize that this is all true. He actually has a system? Yi Xian.
Nearly man-eating eyes fell on Yi Xian, which made it feel like he was a helpless lamb.
Long time no see.
I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yi Xian felt that the eyes of this stunning girl in front of him always gave off a chilling fervor. Hearing this, Yi Xian viciously swallowed his saliva. This absolutely beautiful girl god was actually rushing at himself.
Cough cough, I'm not sure if I know you, but I know you.
Dry cough, Yi Xian so said. After all, so many people attention under the ghost knows how many murderous eyes.
In fact, they envy fried, stepping horse. Why?
Why didn't this kind of good thing fall on their heads?
Yan
Ruoxi's morbidly aggressive eyes fell on Yi Xian as if to see through all his secrets. It seems that you don't remember.
But that's okay.
In response, Yan Ruoxi smiled evilly. From now on, you are my Yan Ruoxi's man.
Boom. The moment these words came out, the whole room exploded. Really, this sentence had too much information. Blanche. What it's the goddess man. What's going on here? Could it be that something happened between these two that they didn't understand? Of course. You can either agree or disagree. After saying that, 20 men with extraordinary breaths all looked over, and it was obvious that if they didn't agree, they would rob them. You, too overbearing. Well. Not far away from the sister had not finished speaking, is Yan Ruoxi as sharp as if you can penetrate all the eyes came, making the sister almost suffocated. Ahem, that what beauty. Coughing dryly, Yi Xian was really a bit confused. Is he so popular? I agree is all. Just this way makes him feel strange, so beautiful still worry about finding a man, openly robbing himself? Now the girls are so crazy. Count you obedient. Yan Ruoxi looked down at this boy who made her very possessive and was also the father of her unborn child. Yi Xian wanted to retort, but when he saw the 20 burly men, he lost his temper. You guys? Yan Ruoxi then gaze fell to a group of schoolmates. Just now it is you guys want to add this Miss Man contact information? Wait. I don't dare. Numerous schoolmates for a time the momentum is all gone, joking, facing this strong goddess standing has been the last stubbornness. It is best. Yan Ruoxi swept the full field, domineering release, warning all of you, we're coveting this Miss Man, this miss will make it difficult to move in Jiangnan inch by inch. Of course. Yan Ruoxi said here, Yan Ruoxi mouth hooked up the corner of a playful smile, do not believe, you can try. I'm a good boy. Yi Xian heard here, really was in front of the goddess of the domineering submissive, this is to cut off all his thoughts of the rhythm, this woman is afraid not a madman it. Just, why feel this woman some familiar it, as if in where to see. Can. One should not have seen this kind of beautiful beauty is right, so strange? Chapter 2 What this lady has enjoyed can only be this lady's. In front of the school gate, there is a silence. More than 20 burly henchmen, this kind of lineup they do not dare to say much. Come with me. Yan Ruoxi's undoubtedly rejecting voice came out, which made the surrounding crowd shaken, this domineering goddess wants to take that kid away. This is too strong. Yi Xian spat out, at least nowadays he was a man with a system. Right in the middle of Yi Xian's thoughts, the system's voice then sounded. Ding. Host triggers a randomized mission, agrees to leave with Yan Ruoxi, rewarded with 30% shares of Yan Group. Yan's Group? Listening to the system voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian frowned slightly, can't it be that it's this goddess family shares? In that case. The system won't be letting himself conquer this sickly crazy woman, putting aside the other not to mention that this body and face value is not to say. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Seeing Yi Xian hesitation, Yan Ruoxi mouth corner hooked up playful arc, school side this lady has already greeted. Then, I'll look to the side of the henchman. Yan Ruoxi. Willing henchman step forward towards Yi Xian, which makes the corner of his mouth twitch, not the slightest doubt that he does not agree immediately will be kidnapped. Ahem, that. Okay. Dry cough Yi Xian agreed to come down, spread such a strong woman he has what to do. Very good. Yan Ruoxi nodded with satisfaction, in the shocked eyes of all the people and the white delicate finger hooked up with Yi Xian handsome chin, in the future to listen to a little, this lady will not be able to reduce your benefits. Worry. Yi Xian perceived Yan Ruoxi's morbid behavior, the whole person exploded, what the hell is this? Feeling. There is a strong chilling attack this crazy woman will not have any special quirks. For a while, Yi Xian's mind conjured up all sorts of images. However, this scene is envious of the surrounding crowd. Especially the school sisters were full of intolerance, it is true that the handsome school brother lost to reality. Let's go. Under the attention of the crowd, Yan Ruoxi turned around and left, and the moment she turned around, her bewitching scarlet eyes flickered away. This. Yi Xian dryly coughed, this woman really gave him a feeling of uneasiness, and even made it fearful. Being in the way of the strong, Yi Xian could only follow Yan Ruoxi to the car. Come. Yan Ruoxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, almost obsessively close, sister to help you fasten your seatbelt. Under its gaze, it couldn't help but be under pressure, feeling the sickness that surged under its eyes that was hard to suppress, Yi Xian realized that this trip was afraid to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Beautiful sister, so what can I regret now? Oh. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Yan Ruoxi did not get angry but smiled and said, what do you think? Cough cough, well count me out. Countering those strong and domineering gloomy eyes, Yi Xian dryly coughed. little guy. Yan Ruoxi drove the supercar away from the school gate, the tail of her eyes flooded with a touch of seductive sultriness. You don't really think that being handsome will let you be this young lady's man? The flat voice is heard in Yi Xian's ears as if it were a thunderbolt, to which he is also puzzled. LOL. It seems that you have really forgotten. Yan Ruoxi morbidly, obsessively looked at the man near at hand. That sister remind you, a month ago Jiangnan suburb Maplewood Manor. That night, the little guy performed well. Boom. When these words came out, Yi Xian's mind roared. A month ago he and his classmates to come to Jiangnan to play drunk in the bar. After that it is disconnected, and then have a memory is that he appeared in the Maplewood Manor room, and there is a touch of plum blossom mark on the bedding. In addition, there are a few encounters with a stunning girl. Maplewood Manor, you are that girl? At this moment, Yi Xian was enlightened. No wonder this woman knew her name and performed such a perverse act. No wonder, the smell was somewhat familiar. The smell of Yan Ruoxi's body, as a month ago, and even the memory of that night is clearer, the beautiful girl's face with Yan Ruoxi into one. Not waiting for its fine thought, Yan Ruoxi delicate hand stroked its handsome face. Little guy, is not too stupid. LOL. But the figure seems to be a lot better than a month ago. Yi Xian instinctively a shiver, this woman will not be a pervert. After that time, I became pregnant. Yan Ruoxi's playful eyes downplayed the situation, and that calmness sent chills down Yi Xian's spine. Is this the reaction of a normal girl who knows she's pregnant? You are so sure that that child is mine? Well. Before the voice finished, Yi Xian's chin was strangled by Yan Ruoxi's slender hand, and her sharp eyes turned on Yi Xian. Little guy, are you doubting this young lady? Cough, do not dare. Yi Xian coughed dryly. Damn, this woman nerves right. This young lady will give birth to this child, of course, has nothing to do with you. Said here, then Yan Ruoxi evil smile, this lady has enjoyed the things, can only be this lady. If you don't listen, this young lady doesn't mind destroying it. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Crap, this woman won't want to kill him. Too overbearing, this morbid possessiveness is a madman. Too ruthless. System, what the hell? This is the rhythm of playing with the death of the little master. For a moment, Yi Xian greeted the system's 18 generations of ancestors, and at this moment he really wanted to cry without tears. Yi Xian looked at the direction of travel and wondered where he was going. Yi Xian looked at the direction of travel suspicious. This crazy woman let himself with her to go is definitely something, just he cannot believe that the other actually pregnant. As for the authenticity, obviously with its conditions completely unnecessary. Civil Affairs Bureau, registered marriage. Undoubtedly voice rang, really heard Yi Xian 5 thunderbolts. What? The actual Yi Xian was frozen to Civil Affairs Bureau, get married. Otherwise think this lady let you come what? Yan Ruoxi then the demonic eyes flashed stern, Yan's group has something, the company's board of directors of the old man wants to this mismarried as a reason to let me know difficult to retreat. If you really think you can get away with it, then you're underestimating me. Said here, Yan Ruoxi bizarre smile which makes Yi Xian cannot help but scalp numb, just so to sacrifice themselves really good. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to sacrifice yourself like this. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of leaving with Yan Ruoxi, rewarding him with 30% of the shares of Yan Group. Looking at Yan Ruoxi's evil smile that hooked up at the corner of his mouth, Yi Xian's ears rang with the sound of the system. Then, the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, incompetent. Ability, none at the moment. Item, 30% shares of Yan's Group. Wealth, 1,500. Looking at the attribute panel his brows knit slightly, what the hell is a realm? Back to the host, you are in a world where the realm division from low to high is, no entry, yellow level, Xian level, heaven level. Listening to the system introduction Yi Xian froze, this world seems to be more interesting than he thought. As for the Yan Group shares if Yan Ruoxi know, then its expression will be very wonderful. Chapter 3 Rest assured, to the Maplewood Manor sister properly entertained you. Civil Affairs Bureau, License Room. Ms. Yan. The staff bowed and handed Yan Ruoxi the marriage certificate with both hands, trembling. This is the marriage certificate between you and Mr. Yi. Ms. Yan. Yan Ruoxi took it and gave one of them to Yi Xian. Little guy, in the future, you're this lady's man. Of course, you can also find other women. Said here, Yan Ruoxi control full narrowed up demonic eyes, just do not let me find, once found I will let the woman evaporate. And you. Said here, Yan Ruoxi gaze up and down measured Yixian, will also receive not light chastisement. Oh, giggle. Cough. Yixian took a deep breath and coughed dryly. Grandmother drops, but where there is resistance will not give in. Ding. The host triggered a random task, the Maple Forest Manor to live on a night, reward Emperor Abyss 1 manor set. Not waiting for Yixian to think carefully, the system voice once again sounded. Imperial Abyss 1 manor? Knowing the system reward, Yixian really some hemp, to know that is the most expensive manor in Jiangnan City, and is still one net rumor value of at least 1 billion is still priceless. Just. Maple Forest Manor to live one night, this is to let oneself sheep into the tiger's mouth? Guliolu. At this time, Yixian's small abdomen protest called up, a morning are not eating not hungry strange. The little guy, hungry ah? Yan Ruoxi eyes fell on the possessive man, sister to take you to eat a big meal. Looking at the hands of the red book Yixian mixed feelings, motherfucker, himself this is married? Soon, came to the Rose restaurant. Ms. Yan, please come in. Rose restaurant lobby manager fawning waist to welcome, but in its to enter the box was stopped by 2 bodyguards, full of indifference, idle people shall not enter. Ahem. Ms. Yan enjoy your meal. The lobby manager took a deep breath, his heart set off a huge wave of horror. Yan family miss actually with a handsome man alone box dining, this information if spread out will definitely stir the entire Jiangnan. That kid, really good fortune. Deep breath, lobby manager eyes are full of envy, in Jiangnan Yan Ruoxi pursuers since Yan family can row to the suburbs. Looking at the table Australian dragon, sea cucumber, steak. This table, at least 100,000 bottom. Yixian, not to mention. In the candlelight reflection, Yixian face value extraordinarily handsome, not worthy of this lady's man, quite handsome. Yixian heard it and was filled with speechlessness, this overbearing, sick, crazy woman should not be so narcissistic. Snap. Yan Ruoxi then placed a black card on the table, the card was inlaid with diamonds as well as gold. It was not ordinary at first glance. Look. Yan Ruoxi pushed the card to Yixian, this is my credit card, feel free to swipe the top. Ahem, this is not good. Yixian dry cough, more sure that this card is not simple. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to do with this card. Yan Ruoxi listened to this sharp eyes fell to Yixian, which makes it like a man in the back, small man, give you take. This lady gave, you are not allowed to refuse. Said here, Yan Ruoxi eyes flashing demonic, otherwise, you will have punishment. I don't know, little guy you wanna try. Between the words, Yan Ruoxi near at hand looking at the front of their own private artwork obsessed. I wouldn't dare. Yixian cannot help but hit a jolt, take that black card, I accept is. This is a good boy. Yan Ruoxi hooked up Yixian's chin, the demonic scarlet in his eyes faded, and then Boo kissed on his lips, this will be a reward. Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene in front of him. That crazy woman, too much guts. Remember, you can only belong to this lady. Yan Ruoxi nodded her head in satisfaction, then took a bite of steak with her knife and fork. Come, little one. Sister feeds you steak to eat, open your mouth. Good. Eating the imported steak, the flavor wasn't bad, it's just that this felt more and more awkward. Right. After eating Western food for a while, I thought of the system mission, then hardened my heart, so what, beautiful sister? Yan Ruoxi heard, evil eyes wry smile, call me Ruoxi in the future. Ahem, so what? If, Daryl. Say it. The controlling Yan Ruoxi, hearing this name nodded with satisfaction, she likes this feeling of sick control the most. Tonight, can I go to Maplewood Manor to sleep? After finishing, Yixian felt that his body's energy was used up, if not for the system mission to kill him will not say so, to know that he is very likely to go to a trip to the bones are not left. Oh. The words, Yan Ruoxi eyes are narrowed a point, the corners of the mouth intriguing up, little guy, the courage. Quite big. Of course. As long as you dare to come, Maplewood Manor is always welcome. Between words, Yan Ruoxi's gaze was wild, morbid, and excited making Yixian's heart go cold. Granny. If this keeps up, I'll be killed by the system. Good. Taking a deep breath, Yixian nodded his head stiffly for the sake of the Emperor Abyss 1 Manor is also spellbound. Where to go next? After eating, back to the car Yixian peacefully enjoy the calm before the storm. Of course it is to buy clothes. Yan Ruoxi looked at Yixian's body, change the garbage on you. Worry. Hearing this Yixian was not happy, what do you mean the garbage on his body, this clothes several tens of it. The first time I heard this, I was not happy about it, but it was a good idea. Yan Ruoxi heard Yi Xian's words, eyes narrowed to measure Yi Xian. Little guy, what you just said, now can't wait. I'm not sure, but I'm sure I'll be able to entertain you when I get to Maplewood Manor. I heard here, Yi Xian want to cry without tears. Meow, there own nothing to do ghost let you good hospitality A quarter of an hour later. Jiangnan Shopping Center, luxury brand flagship store. Click. Fitting room opened, then a handsome figure appeared in the field, in the high-grade private customized handmade suits under the reflection. Yi Xian handsome more added a few points. Wow, so handsome. Well, then our brand spokesman has temperament. The shopping guide girls in the store are all looking at Yi Xian in a daze, chattering with excitement. Not bad. Yan Ruoxi saw Yi Xian, the eyes of the demon more dense. 1 point, not worthy of being the ladies' man. This series, all the clothes all want. Surrounding Yi Xian, Yan Ruoxi was satisfied and confused. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her. This statement, the shopping guide sister immediately froze in place. Miss, you sure? To know. This series of clothes, worth almost more than $500,000, this beauty is too bold. Ruoxi, there's no need to be like this, right? Yi Xian is a little embarrassed. This one is more than 20,000, this crazy woman came up to buy 20 pieces. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Yan Ruoxi heard here, the eyes of the rise of the demonic scarlet hand choked its chin. This lady said, to give you something is not allowed to refuse. It seems that you are not long memory. Chapter 4 again next time, this lady personally killed you. Yi Xian listened to this brain a black line, this crazy bitch sooner or later small master let you serve. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. The lady at the cash register handed over the warranty card to Yan Ruoxi, who smiled and said, no. If it's broken, just throw it away. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. After saying that, holding Yi Xian's arm, she walked towards the outside of the store. Looking at Yan Ruoxi and other people left, the store shopper for a moment did not get back to God, good guy so capricious. The shop assistant was not able to get back to her senses for a moment, but the guy was so capricious. The first time I saw this was when I was a student at the University of California at Berkeley. Yi Xian looked at a line of clothes, from inside to outside alone this a store consumption of more than $1 million. You are this lady's man. Yan Ruoxi tiptoe kissed Yi Xian lips. To you spend money is not normal? I don't want to be a little white boy. Yi Xian finally set his heart, met this crazy woman before he most despised as the little white man. Little white face? Yan Ruoxi heard here, beautiful eyes flooded with evil cold aura. You are the father of this lady's child, who dares to say that you are a little white man? Let this young lady know, we'll let him not have a good death. Listening to Yan Ruoxi's words, Yi Xian was in pain and happy. Is he sure he's not a white boy now? At least he doesn't have to kneel and lick. In this way, Yan Ruoxi was holding Yi Xian's arm intimately, like a couple in love, but Yi Xian knew that underneath this woman's harmless appearance, she had a sick, crazy, obsessive possessiveness. Behind the two of them were Yan Ruoxi's men who were carrying large bags. Miss is being too nice to this kid. One of the new henchmen muttered in a low voice, while his companions around him had a jolt of surprise before they could be reminded. Splat! Yan Ruoxi, who was walking in front of her, backhandedly slapped that henchman in the face, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Immediately after, Yan Ruoxi's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the temperature around her plummeted by 10 degrees. Icy cold voice came out, next time, this lady will kill you with her own hands. I'm sorry, miss. That henchman bowed and apologized, almost didn't piss himself, and his companion didn't dare to let out one more fart. Humph. Seeing this, Yan Ruoxi swept her gaze over the other men. In the future, show some respect to this lady's men. Also, in the future, Yi Xian will be your uncle. If this young lady hears anyone speak out of turn, she will throw you into the river and feed you to the fishes. Yes, miss. At these words, the men accompanying him bowed and responded. This woman. Looking at Yan Ruoxi's behavior, although Yi Xian was a bit displeased, but at least it was nothing to him, the little white man did not have this treatment. As for the relationship with this crazy woman, take a step and see what happens. Yell. Just at this time, an anachronistic voice came out, only to see the opposite side came two people out of the voice as a dressed demonic girl. Beside her there is a middle-aged man. The girl's name was Chen Mayer. She was the Chen Jean of the Chen family, a first-class family in Jiangnan, and there were quite a lot of suitors. She had always been jealous of Yan Ruoxi, and that woman had what made her cousin and her favorite people all swoon over her. It could be said that it wasn't a day or two since she had looked at this woman unfavorably, not to mention that now that that bitch's father was in a coma, it was time to make a fool of him. Wasn't this Yan de beauty? Before, she naturally didn't dare to be like this, but now that the Yan family was nearly half abandoned, she naturally didn't have to worry about that much. Then, the gaze fell on Yi Xian. How, Yan big miss broke this little white boy handsome enough. I did not expect Yan Ruoxi, you like this mouth. Snap. Chen Mayer had not finished, directly Yan Ruoxi a slap in the past, the body exudes coldness icy cold said, pipe your mouth. If not for the fact that the Chen family is a first-class family, now you are a dead man. You dare to touch me. Chen Mayer looked at Yan Ruoxi in disbelief, but before she could finish her sentence, a dagger appeared in Yan Ruoxi's hand at an unknown time, and under the snorting sound, Chen Mayer's wrist was cut, and crimson blood seeped out. This crazy woman. Yi Xian was startled, seeing blood at the drop of a hat. She won't kill that girl. Ah. Greenhouse flower Chen Mayer has never seen this kind of scene. Miserable screams spread instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Onlookers are all have to force back for fear that the fish in the pond. Mayor. Yan Ruoxi, how dare you? Chen Tian's face was furious, his figure flashed towards Yan Ruoxi. After all, he is also a peak yellow level expert. Want to take down Yan Ruoxi to send to the Lin family's great young man, then it will be a great achievement. Boom. However, before he got close, he was blown away by a punch, and the blood surged upward and was swallowed down, and the whole person looked incredulously at the bodyguard not far away. Xian level expert. Chen Tianha face heavy, obviously did not expect that Yan Ruoxi actually with Xian level experts in the side. Cough. Yan Ruoxi, you shouldn't go too far. Chen Tianha coughed violently, just now a move directly hit him hard, angrily looking at Yan Ruoxi. I go too far? Yan Ruoxi's demonic scarlet eyes looked at Chen Mayer, disrespecting this young lady's man, not killing her has already given the Chen family enough face. Now, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise. Speaking of which, Yan Ruoxi's slender fingers hooked up Yi Xian's chin to play with the flavor. Today you have to leave half of your life behind. This woman? Yi Xian's eyes jumped, too violent, so ferocious. You. Chen Mayer felt the killing intent under Yan Ruoxi's eyes, and her heart was cold. Bitch, give my mother to wait. Putting. Knees on the ground, clenched fists hate to tear the Yan Ruoxi in front of her. The only remaining sanity told her that today if she does not serve the soft very likely to die in this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Get lost. Yan Ruoxi backhand slap will fly a meter away staggered by Chen Tianha's support. Remember, even if the Yan family is weak is not your Chen family cannot provoke. Although Yan Ruoxi cannot see the Chen family, but behind it after all, there are the same three big families of the Lin family, that is not weaker than the existence of the Yan family. Chen Mayer is the Lin family's youngest pro-cousin. Now the Yan family is in a weak position, all the forces eyeing this time cannot be a side issue. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Then Yan Ruoxi holding Yi Xian toward the shopping center outside to go, behind the henchman vigilant look at the Yan family uncle and nephew too, once intended to move them will not hesitate to kill the two. Damn it! Until Yan Ruoxi and his party left the field of vision, Chen Mayer was full of grimace. But. Cough. However, at this time, Chen Tianha's mouthful of blood finally sprayed out without being able to hold back. Second uncle, all right. Chen Mayer's face changed dramatically, hurriedly supported with concern. Phew. Chen Tianha took a deep breath, and then smiled bitterly. Sure enough, even if the three great families are not in decline, it is not our Chen family can resist. This hatred, old lady remembered. Mayor, don't do anything stupid. Chen Tianha asked worriedly. Although the Chen family has Shen-level experts, it is far from being a rival to the Yan family. I don't know what to do, but I don't know what to do. Chen Mayer's eyes are cloudy, and she looks into the distance with resentment, although she can't move Yan Ruoxi, but that kid must die. Chapter 5 Completion of the mission, rewarded 1 billion Heavenly Manor Emperor Abyss 1. Half an hour later, Maplewood Manor. Miss. Just before arriving at the manor, the two henchmen guarding it greeted respectfully, while Yan Ruoxi nodded her head in a habitual manner, while at this moment it was already approaching nightfall. How do you feel? How much do you remember? Yan Ruoxi playfully snickering hooked up the arc, looking at the man who only belongs to her. Ahem. No. Gudu swallowed saliva, if said a little did not remember that is a lie, looking around the familiar scene, when he seemed to be this crazy woman captured. Just, the memory is a little fuzzy. Is it?
Sharp eyes of Yan Ruoxi eyes flashed with demonic scarlet, which makes Yi Xian secretly swallow saliva. This crazy woman is a demon.
Obviously, Yan Ruoxi already knew the answer. Go in.
Yan Ruoxi looked at Yi Xian and smiled. In the future, this is where this young lady will have a private meeting with you.
Good day, Mr. Yan.
Just arrived at the villa, a competent girl bowed and saluted. Even the surrounding maids did the same. It can be seen that Yan Ruoxi is very well prepared.
Ahem, you guys.
Good. Dry cough, Yi Xian greeted. Mother of this treatment even without the system also makes not bad, except
to endure that crazy woman destruction. Miss, you and the Ant Master collateral so big thing is not to tell Mrs.?
Oh. Yan Ruoxi with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth heard this. The smile suddenly converged and then fell to Xiaoying.
I'm sorry, miss.
Xiaoying noticed the suffocating gaze and realized that she had said the wrong thing.
Wrong?
Yan Ruoxi is still not angry, quietly looking at Xiaoying. You where there is a mistake, after all, you tell the lady is not the first time.
Punt.
Xiaoying knelt on the ground on the spot. Miss, I'm wrong.
Oh, is it?
Yan Ruoxi chilly eyes narrowed slightly. Cloudy, in that case, there will be a next time where to roll where to go.
Thank you, miss.
Xiaoying is like an amnesty. Wait until Yan Ruoxi promises before daring to get up.
Right.
Yan Ruoxi looked at Yi Xian who entered the villa. Make some tonic stuff for your uncle.
After all, tonight is a big effort.
Deep intentional eyes smiled and said, then took a step into the villa. If let Yi Xian here I do not know whether it will spit blood 3 liters.
How, delicious.
Quietly looked at Yi Xian eating 5-star chef made delicious, of course, which added a lot of tonic.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that. Not bad at all.
Yi Xian nodded his head, naturally unaware of the trickery.
Slowly.
Yan Ruoxi's delicate hand wiped away the rice grains at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth, and looked at the man in front of her. Little guy, is there any interest in living here all the time?
PFF.
Hearing the sudden words, Yi Xian, who was drying his rice, sprayed it all out in one mouthful. That what? I still have to go to school.
I have to go to school. I have to go to school.
At the moment, he was on pins and needles and stressed out for a day. If he lived here all the time, he wouldn't be depressed to death.
After dinner. Wow.
Room, Yi Xian from the bathroom came out wrapped in a half-body bath towel. Coincidentally at this time Yan Ruoxi walked in, when saw the angular 8-pack abs, the demonic eyes more than 1 point.
I'm sure it's the same as I guessed.
Seeing Yan Ruoxi looking at himself, his mind could not help but recall the picture of a month ago, and he could not help but have a slight shift in his eyes.
Ruoxi, time is not early to sleep, do you want to go out?
Out? Yan Ruoxi not only did not back off but stepped forward. The two were close at hand. This is the Miss Villa, why should I go out? And there are some places where you didn't perform well enough today.
Next, this lady is going to punish you. The next day, early morning.
The golden sunrise poured into the room through the window, and then reflected on a stunningly beautiful face, and at this moment the pouring girl was looking quietly at a certain sleeping boy with sickly, infatuated, crazy eyes at the corners of her mouth. Yi Xian, you are this young lady's.
No one can snatch it away.
Looking at the handsome boy in front of her, Yan Ruoxi bowed and kissed him on the lips, then was satisfied, reminiscing about all the things that happened yesterday.
Well.
Yi Xian, who had sensed something, opened his drowsy eyes to see Yan Ruoxi admiring the artwork in her collection.
Yi Xian opened his eyes and saw Yan Ruoxi admiring the artwork.
Yi Xian looked as if he had eaten his own obsessive eyes. Someone subconsciously swallowed saliva. This crazy woman is too violent. He had lost half of his life, but people acted as if nothing had happened.
Performance is good, reward you back to school for a day.
A delicate hand brushed over his face, which made the corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitch. However, you must return to the manor before tomorrow night.
Otherwise, I will send someone to arrest you from school. Cough cough, good.
Dryly coughing, Yi Xian was speechless but didn't say anything. After all, this was something that crazy woman could do.
That's good behavior.
Yan Ruoxi nodded slightly. Yi Xian then found an excuse to leave. The small man, you are destined to be this young lady. Looked at Yi Xian small wretched away. Yan Ruoxi eyes frenzied point Su hooked up the arc of a wry smile.
Jingling.
The cell phone ringing interrupted Yan Ruoxi's thoughts, and then connected.
What did you say? What did you say? Hearing the news from the other side, Yan Ruoxi's face turned ice cold. 30% of the shares of Yan Group were bought by a mysterious person? Good, I know. After hanging up the phone, Yan Ruoxi's expression was gloomy. In addition to the 70% shares occupied by the board of directors, the remaining 30% was in the hands of the shareholders. Now that all the shares have been bought, it can be far from being done by anyone. Yan's group market value of $200 billion, a percent of the listed shares that is 60 billion huge, this kind of handwriting is not ordinary people can do. The entire city of Jiangnan, in addition to the three big families, the other two families, no one has the ability to do this. Could it be those two big families take advantage of the situation? Thinking about this, Yan Ruoxi's body exudes coldness. Whoever covets the Yan group will have to die. On the other hand, the living room of Maplewood Villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host Maple Forest Manor Sleep One Night, Reward Emperor Abyss One Manor Set. Yi Xian, who was visiting the villa, suddenly heard a system sound in his ears. Oh! Yi Xian's eyes could not help but narrow. Emperor Abyss One Manor, that is to say, $1 billion of real estate to hand. The mood was suddenly good. After breakfast, came outside the villa. Boom! Beast roars came out, then Yan Ruoxi drove out in the red Ferrari with a foot of gas in the end. Auntie! At this moment, Xiaoying came to Yi Xian's side and then handed over the keys to the supercar with both hands. Miss said, "This supercar is for you to walk around for a while." I'm sorry. Looking at the hands of the supercar keys, Yi Xian pressed the switch to the side of the cool supercar. Lights up lights. Aston Martin Victor. At a glance, Yi Xian recognized the supercar. After all, this is in the millions of supercars are the top of the existence of that crazy woman, although not close to the heart, but also quite interesting. Both so on the smile, as yesterday's hard work reward. Chapter 6. Dare to my brother-in-law hands, live tired of it. The first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you, Accompanied by the roar of the beast, Yi Xian drove the supercar and sped away. The super pushback feeling makes Yi Xian very comfortable. TSK, already able to experience the feeling of being at the peak of life. Driving away from the manor, Yi Xian opened the navigation and sped towards Jiangnan University. Ding! Host triggers a mission to make Zhou Kaiyan learn to bark, rewarding 10 years of cultivation. Yi Xian, who was driving, suddenly heard a system voice in his ears. 10 years of cultivation? Here it comes. The most important has finally come, and this is the most important part of conquering Yan Ruoxi's bitch. Just at this time, a call called in. See his mom, a burst of heart. Hello, Mom. Taking a deep breath and connecting the phone, Yi Xian greeted. The oldest and most important of all, the oldest and most important of all, the oldest. To the school also do not know to send a message to my mother, call also do not answer the wings hard right. The opposite side of the face is a flurry of output. Yi Xian will connect the phone to the supercar to open the speakerphone. Ahem, that what? Yi Xian embarrassed to smile, originally thought after the bath to mom to report peace, who had thought halfway out of a crazy woman tired half-dead confused sleepover. Mom, listen to my defense. Oh no, explain yesterday I drank too much with my roommate. A number of sophistry Yi Xian waded through, originally thought to tell her mom have grandchildren, but now is obviously not the time. I'm not going to tell her about the grandchildren. How you and your friends I do not ask, within half a year must find me a daughter-in-law back. Ye mother directly under the dead order, if you cannot find back, the new year also do not have to go home. Beep beep beep. After saying that, Ye mother arrogantly hung up the phone. However, what she doesn't know is that her precious grandchildren are pregnant for a month, and if she knows that, she doesn't know if she will immediately kill her at Maplewood Manor. Not long after, Yi Xian drove his supercar and parked sharply under the dormitory building. The first time the supercar appeared, it attracted the attention of the surrounding students. This is the latest model of this year's Aston Martin Victor. It's said to be worth at least $15 million. Humph, that's priceless. Quick look, must be a super rich second generation. The surrounding boys and girls have hot discussion. Just like this, push the door off the car. Yi Xian handsome figure appeared in the field. A casual name brand, will Yi Xian temperament set off than earlier several grades higher. Put, crouch. Upon seeing the person getting out of the car, a freshman in the crowd hurriedly took out his cell phone and tapped on the school forum. Ah! Let out a scream under the excitement. It's him. It's him, that freshman who was taken away by the high and cold goddess yesterday. What? This statement, the field immediately exploded, the first time to turn over the phone to check, and then look at Yi Xian. Eyes have changed. I drop good boy. Really that kid, overnight birds and guns, 10 million grade luxury cars are driving. This soft rice is also too fragrant. At this moment, a freshman in the crowd saw Yi Xian and dialed a phone at the first time. "Hello, young Mu." The freshman looked into the field and addressed respectfully, "The person you told me to keep an eye on has seen him. He's right under the freshman dormitory building. This young brother-in-law is here, well, I'll go over right away." After hearing that, the opposite side did not dare to delay. The first time is to rush to, and it is the Jiangnan Mu family's eldest young man, is also Yan Ruoxi's cousin Mu Tiannan. The reason for this, there is also the most important reason. He wanted to see what kind of person can make cousins so important, but also specially instructed himself to take care of. This freshman had just finished hanging up the phone when he saw a group of people walking not far away, and he couldn't help but change his face. Yell. Playboy second generation came to the field, a line of about 5 or 6 people and holding a basketball. This is not our school big celebrity, right? The first day of school was a rich woman to see. The person who came is no one else but Chen Meyer's suitor, the second-rate family Zhou family young master Zhou Kaiyang. The reason why he is here is precisely because the goddess granted it. Yan Ruoxi he naturally did not dare to provoke, but in front of him this white boy in its eyes is just a mole, he can pinch with one finger. "You are Zhou Kaiyang?" Looking at the second generation that came to his door, Yi Xian guessed something and asked. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhou Kaiyang's eyes narrowed. "Kid, you've got some skill, you actually know this young man's name. It seems that Yan Ruoxi did not give you less ear." Speaking here, Zhou Kaiyang gave a wink to the surrounding men. "Come on, let us give the meritocracy in exchange." Seeing that a group of people were about to surround Yi Xian, the freshman in the crowd's faces changed drastically. This guy is the one that Mu Xiao's cousin instructed to look after. If something goes wrong, Mu Xiao can't afford it. Just as he was about to call for help, a voice came from not far away. "Stop." As the voice came, Zhou Kaiyang searched his eyes to see Mu Xiao. Snapped. Mu Tiannan, who had come close, slapped Zhou Kaiyang in the face, directly sending him flying, knowing that Mu Tiannan was now an early yellow-level expert. "Mu Tiannan, you're crazy." Zhou Kaiyang was at least a second-rate family youngster, and he looked at Mu Tiannan with a face full of anger. Snap. Mu Tiannan did not care up another slap. See Yi Xian nothing this only sigh of relief. Mad brother-in-law, if something happens if sister she will absolutely skin their own skin. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Dare to my Mu Tiannan brother-in-law hands, live tired of it. Zhou Kaiyang heard this could not help but a jolt. He almost forgot about this, Mu Tiannan grandfather, but Yan Ruoxi grandfather, and this is another reason why the Yan family did not appear particularly big mess. Jiangnan Mu family, that was the second echelon of existence besides the 3 great families. Even the Chen family, where he, mayor goddess, was located, had to be afraid of 3 times. Originally, he was thinking of teaching Yi Xian to stay away from Yan Ruoxi. Hey, brother-in-law. Mu Tiannan smiled fawningly and came to Yi Xian's body, not caring that he was older than Yi Xian. Yan Ruoxi is my cousin, she asked me to come. Yi Xian slightly nodded his head. Yi Xian nodded slightly, although he could solve it himself, it was inevitable to do a dry run. However, these are not important, compared to with this he cares more about 10 years of cultivation. I don't know if he will be able to turn into Superman like Obumpman at that time. Hey, what's wrong with that? There's no need for us to be different as a family. Mu Tiannan waved his hand and smiled brightly. What he cared more about was how the brother-in-law in front of him actually got into his cousin's eyes. That's right. Thinking of something, Mu Tiannan looked towards Yi Xian. Brother-in-law, what about this stuff? How about, I'll waste them. Mu Tiannan said so. After all, if she let her cousin know, she estimated that there was a possibility of killing this bastard. This one? Yi Xian then his gaze fell towards Zhou Kaiyang, which made Zhou Kaiyang's eyelids jump wildly. He couldn't help but gulp and swallow saliva. Stepping on the horse this time he lost a lot of money. Waste is not necessary, just learn 3 barks. Plain voice sounded, everyone around was dumbfounded, Zhou Kaiyang eyes wide. Kid, you do not bully people too much. Boom. Words just fell, straight by Mu Tiannan kicked out 4 or 5 meters away, which makes Zhou Kaiyang's stomach flipped. Waste horse, what words, do not call then become crippled. Speaking, Mu Tiannan directly behind the henchman hands, this seemed to see Zhou Kaiyang scared urinar. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Deep breath, Mu Tiannan's spiteful eyes flashed, I call. Woof woof woof. After 3 barks, the room was full of laughter, and Mu Tiannan gave it a contemptuous glance. Brother-in-law, is it okay? Subsequently looking inquiringly at his own brother-in-law, Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Kaiyang. This kind of trash would be too polluted to look at if not for the sake of the mission. I'm not going to be able to do that. Chapter 7 Heartless Mission, Reward Lamborghini Devil's Son. Brother-in-law, domineering. Mu Tiannan looked at the domineering side of her brother-in-law and lit up. Worthy of being his cousin's man, tisk. At first, he had received a death order from his cousin that if his brother-in-law lost a hair at school, he would be skinned when he returned, and this was one of the few times that his cousin had instructed him to do so. This is one of the few times that my cousin has ordered me to do so. This shows how important my brother-in-law is in my cousin's heart. Ruoxi, has it always been this overbearing? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. That bitch had to be too thorough. Ahem, right. Mu Tiannan nodded with a dry cough, then whispered to Yi Xian's ear, brother-in-law does not know, once my sister is angry, no one's words are good. Including my aunt and my grandfather. Sure enough. Although I do not know what that crazy woman experienced in the body, but vaguely guess some, I'm afraid with the childhood family experience cannot be unrelated. It's exactly what kind of experience will become today's crazy, overbearing, sick paranoid nature. Hey! Then, Mu Tiannan's eyes fell on the Aston Martin car. Brother-in-law, you this can ah. This car was sent by my aunt 3 years ago for my cousin's birthday, and it's her favorite of all the cars. I can't even drive it myself on weekdays, so I'm actually going to let you drive it for me. After seeing the car, Mu Tiannan found a new continent in general, to know that this car on the cousin has a special meaning, because also since 3 years ago cousin and aunt relationship easing a lot. Is it? Yi Xian looked to the car, did not think there is this. But it's not. Mu Tiannan looked around, see no cousin figure muttered in a small voice, these years I do not know how many times, each time was cousin refused. Even, once half a joke directly to me to shoot 3 ribs a month before healing. I'm not sure how many times I've been rejected by my cousin. Yi Xian really a little confused, that crazy woman angry simply 6 relatives. Talk to me. I'll see you later, brother-in-law. Mu Tiannan waved his hand to say goodbye to his brother-in-law, and was able to take down his violent, overbearing, and sickly cousin, who must be very human. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making Zhou Kaiyan learn to bark, rewarding 10 years of cultivation. Buzz. As the voice fell, Yi Xian Heron's body depths surged a surge of energy, instantly dispersed to the limbs and bones, just like this in a magical way power to the blowout type increase. Phew. After a while, Yi Xian took a deep breath and felt the surging breath, this is so strong. In passing, call up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, early Shen level. Ability, none. Items, 30% of the shares of the Yan Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card no upper limit, Emperor Abyss 1 Manor X1. Wealth, 1,500. Shen level? Looking at the virtual panel realm, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. If he remembered well, Yan Ruoxi, that crazy woman's most powerful henchman back then, should be at this level. Shen level. It seems to be very strong. Murmuring, back then, that crazy woman's henchman had blown his opponent away with a single punch. Speaking of which, nowadays, Shen level, it should be able to suppress that sickly and demonic nymphette, right? At that time, I will definitely make her kneel and sing conquests to myself. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth arched. For a while, the mood was exceptionally good. Only that crazy woman was pregnant, making Yi Xian somewhat unable to accept it. Now he should be the father-to-be. Forget it. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian felt a big headache. Take one step and see what happens. Ding. The host triggers a random task, kiss Yan Ruoxi in public, reward 80 million Lamborghini Devil's Son. The triggered mission system sound came from his ears, and Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. What? Kissing that ninny in public. Dog system, is this going crazy? Just Lamborghini Devil's Son crap. This reward is completely impossible to refuse. How to do? System, you ruthless. After holding back for a long while, Yi Xian said 2 words. Anti-good. Just at this time, just came to the dormitory 2 beautiful maids were helping Yi Xian spread the bedding, after seeing Yi Xian hurriedly greeted. You guys? Why are you here? Yi Xian naturally recognized the 2 people. It is the Winchime Villa's 2 maids. At the moment the dormitory 3 people appreciate looking at the maid clothing finishing the bed cozy and beautiful. Auntie, Miss asked us to help you organize the bedding. About a few minutes later, the 2 maids organized. Go back. Looking at the 2 maids who were at least schoolgirl level, Yi Xian nodded and said. The two maids respectfully bent over and left like this, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. After all, if something goes wrong, Miss will definitely hang them up and beat them. Voodoo. Choo-choo can be human maid left. Dormitory 2 eyes straight hook looked subconsciously swallowed mouth saliva. As for another reading, the boys reveal meaningful arc. Misty grass. Buddy cow 4 Lu Zihan Lin Xiao 2 thumbs up. As for a side of Wei Lin will smile. After some familiarization, according to A.G. Xian was the oldest, Lu Zihan the second, Wei Lin the third, as for Lin Xiao was the youngest. Boss, you're on fire now. Lu Zihong turned out his cell phone to open the school forum, none all about Yi Xian's topic, the first day of school, by the high cold goddess to see, tisk. Yes, just that treatment good envy. Ahem. It's not bad. Yi Xian coughed dryly, can't help but feel a little weak, only to look at the oldest three. Wei Lin's eyes a little surprised, because from this oldest three body has an innate noble aura. Wei Lin glanced at the discussion of the two, and then the corner of the mouth hooked up the arc. Yan Ruoxi, Jiangnan City, the first beauty, Yan's group, the eldest miss set wisdom, strength and beauty in one, the pursuit of countless and are all powerful and noble valleys. The cold introduction, heard Lu Zihong, two people froze. What? Jiangnan first beauty, Yan value group, big miss this. Lu Zihong Lin Xiao looked at each other, and then suspiciously looked at Wei Lin. Old three, how did you know? Yi Xian heard the words of the old three, is also quite stunned, looking at this face value is only weaker than him on a line of boys. This is a secret. The corner of Wei Lin's mouth arched up, which made the expectant Lu Zihong and the two of them fiercely rolled their eyes. Grass. Third brother is shameless. The two cursed and grinned, but they also vaguely perceived that the old three is not simple, or else will definitely go up to whack a meal. At a certain moment, Lao Si's stomach protested with hunger. After all, they hadn't even eaten in the morning. Lao Si, hungry? Lu Zihong looked at Lin Xiao. In that case, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. The cafeteria? When Wei Lin heard this, his eyes were filled with evil. Forget it, the food in the cafeteria is too hard to eat. How about, let's go out to eat? Also good. Yi Xian looked at the three roommates who had managed to get together and had a good impression of them. As the boss, I'll treat you today. Long live the boss. Lu Zihong, two people are excited, and Wei Lin breathed a sigh of relief as if on the verge of amnesty. Just their own identity of the imperial capital's great young man should not tell them? Chapter 8 Auntie, the Tianzi Hotel is Mrs. Private Property. Boss, you're too enviable. Aha! Lu Zihong and the two of them looked at the boss adoringly. That was the number one beauty in Jiangnan, the dream girl of countless people. Although they don't know why they're specifically looking for the boss. Yan Ruoxi? Wei Lin gazed in the direction of the Yan family in Jiangnan and murmured, that's one of the three big families in Jiangnan, just like Grandpa's family. However, this boss seems to be extraordinary as well. The trip to Jiangnan is becoming more and more interesting. The corner of his mouth arched, so thought, but soon was interrupted by the enthusiasm of the schoolmates. Handsome man, add a WeChat chant. Recognize. 3 or 5 short-skirted pretty schoolgirls plucked up the courage to clip Wei Lin contact information, which made Lu Zihong and the two envious. Strange? Lin Zhao's eyes looked toward Yi Xian, suspicious. Why no one add the boss WeChat? Thunk. Lu Zihong directly knocked it's a melon crash, stupid. Is yesterday's matter you forget. Sister-in-law, but in front of everyone's face to declare sovereignty, who dares to covet the boss let its inch difficult to move. Is that so? Lin Xiao nodded her head in a seemingly unintelligible way, sister-in-law is overbearing enough. After leaving the school gate with great difficulty, Wei Lin breathed a sigh of relief, it was really a bit scary just now. Boss, where are we going? Coming to the cab, Lu Zihong asked Yi Xian. This. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, just go to the Tianzi Hotel. What? Lin Zhao's eyes widened when he heard it, gulping down saliva. Tianzi Hotel, boss, you're crazy. That is one of the top hotels in Jiangnan City. It is said that a single consumption is at least 100,000 toward the top. Aha! Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out a diamond black gold card. Ruoxi gave me a card that allows me to spend uncapped. Crap. The words out, Lu Zihong Lin Xiao, two eyes wide-eyed looking at the boss in the hands of the black card, not capped to be so. Can't see, sister-in-law is a few points of spoiled husband crazy devil qualification. Wei Lin smiled and joked that the supreme diamond black gold card he has naturally seen, this credit card is the existence of universal in China, and to hold this card at least to save 300 million towards the top. Cough. Yi Xian listened to Wei Lin's words and coughed dryly. It's okay. Under normal circumstances is okay, is sometimes morbid, brutal, fanatical possessiveness let life cold, spread on such a woman I do not know whether it is good or bad. What's worse, she is pregnant with her own child. Quick look. In the middle of contemplation, the sound of Lin Xiao screaming came pointing her finger in a direction. Boss, sister-in-law. That is sister-in-law. A few people searched their eyes and saw the official announcement video outside the building in the distance. This station reports, half an hour ago, Yan Ruoxi, the eldest miss of the Yan Group, will be the acting chairman and executive president of the Yan Group, and the Yan Group will next cooperate in various fields. This station will continue to report for you. Acting chairman? Executive president? When Yi Xian heard this, he was quite stunned. It seems that crazy woman has succeeded. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, but she was so happy to see me. The driver master glanced at the official announcement, and then laughed. Nowadays, young people cannot be all-day fantasy. What do you mean? Lin Xiao heard, immediately unhappy. That is really our sister-in-law. Lao Si, calm down. Yi Xian pacified Lin Xiao. After all, his relationship with that crazy woman could not want to let so many people know, at least now is not the time. The driver's master smiled without saying anything. From his expression it was clear that he didn't believe the previous words. Soon, the Tianzi Hotel was close at hand. I drop good boy. Entering the hotel, Lu Zihang and Lin Xiao, two eyeballs wide, golden magnificent atmosphere layout style everywhere highlights the luxury. Worthy of being one of the top hotels in Jiangnan. Here. Very good. Wei Lin surveyed the surroundings. This kind of rules even in the imperial capital are very classy. Satisfied nodded. Excuse me, can there be private rooms here? Came to the front desk of the first floor hall, asked a white-skinned and beautiful young lady, which made Wei Lin all bright. This front desk is definitely called a beautiful woman. This Mr. The front desk young lady heard the voice and looked over, and when the gaze fell on Yi Xian body beautiful eyes Emile, could not help but a jolt. Aunt, you are here. The front desk young lady hurriedly greeted respectfully. In fact, this address will Lu Zihang and Lin Xiao whole confused. Wei Lin eyes surfaced in surprise. Worry. Lu Zihang Lin Xiao, two people looked at each other, incredibly looked at Yi Xian. Boss, this Tianzi Hotel will not be the sister-in-law's family, right? Ahem, you know me. Yi Xian was obviously a bit confused. He originally wanted to swipe the black card. Auntie, the Tianzi Hotel is Mrs. Private Property. After a pause in the voice, the receptionist continued, Miss commanded, Yan's group of all the properties under the Ant consumption are credited to the Miss account. Ha! Lu Zihang Lin Xiao, two people heard here, could not help but inhale a breath of cool air. I drop a good boy boss, this counts the strongest soft rice king it. Martyr. This soft rice they so envious, so want to eat. Favored husband devil. Wei Lin nodded with emotion. Boss, you're really enviable, tisk tsk. Rather than being an imperial young man, Wei Lin was envious. This treatment, it's not a normal pleasure. Soon, the person in charge of the Celestial Sun Hotel walked quickly. Auntie, welcome to the hotel inspection. Fang Jinming respectfully welcomed and then said, I am the general manager of the Heavenly Sun Hotel, Fang Jinming. Just call me Little Fang, Auntie. I drop child. Lu Zihang Lin Xiao and the two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The general manager of the Heavenly Sun Hotel personally entertained, and this treatment will definitely stir up the entire Jiangnan when it is spread out. I invited a few friends for dinner. Yi Xian was also stunned by Fang Jinming's enthusiasm. That crazy woman in Jiangnan, exactly how many industries? I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do. Fang Jinming said solemnly, and then said, don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. Auntie, this side please. In the Fang Jinming lead, Yi Xianlan came to the Dragon Prosperous World Hall room, pushed the door into the time to open up the field of vision, which gold-plated tables, chairs and benches, as well as sofa accessories. Everywhere does not show the extravagance. See this scene of Wei Lin or feeling 1,000 feelings, alone is afraid of decorating at least to tens of millions of dollars. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car, and then you'll be able to get your hands on a new car. Fang Jinming is sound, Mrs. Personally ordered, who if you let the ant is not happy then roll cover away. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to do. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He can now realize the joy of the criminal capitalist. Abalone, Australian dragon, sea cucumber, etc. All kinds of luxury dishes were all served, and 4 bottles of 82-year-old Lafitte were opened. The specifications were quite high. As for Fang Jinming, he was personally guarding by the door after leaving the box. Boss. Looking at a large table full of dishes, Lu Zihan Lin Xiaoi's jumped wildly. Grandmother drops, sure this is not dreaming. Chapter 9 Boss, you said sister-in-law Daryl is pregnant. Hiccups. Wine and rice, Lu Zihan Lin Xiao hiccup drunk. Boss, come cheers. It's almost time to go back. Wei Lin saw the two drunken look. Yi Xian nodded. A line of people like this out of the hotel. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for it. Fang Jinming personally saw Yi Xian leave, originally wanted to let someone send to the school, but was rejected. However, but he didn't go far, he met a few people face to face. Yi Xian. The first person is Zhou Kaiyang, at this moment its eyes full of hatred staring at Yi Xian. Little white boy, meet again. I'll see who can save you today. Drunken old four heard this, cursed, I go to your grandfather. As he spoke, he was about to kick up. Asshole. Zhou Kaiyang saw Lin Xiao move, eyes flashed sternly, give me to waste him. Two of his men saw this, and their eyes flashed ferociously. Splat. Before Zhou Kaiyang's two henchmen could make a move, they were directly slapped by Yi Xian and flew out, the corners of their mouths were cracked. At the sudden scene, Wei Lin's eyes widened. This strength was at least early yellow level. Originally wanted to make a move, he loosened his hand, although he was a young man in the imperial capital but also had the strength of the middle Huang level, only that very few people knew about it. And this, or he has always been drunk and extravagant situation. Little white boy, you. Before Zhou Kaiyang finished, two of his men's faces changed drastically and hurriedly pulled their young master back. Young master, go. Under the push and shove of the two men, Zhou Kaiyang left in a mess. Wei Lin was relieved that he did not want to let people know his identity too early. Rubbish. Not far away from Zhou Kaiyang looked at the two henchmen, eyes full of anger. At least you are not far from the yellow level of experts, actually not that little white opponent. We. Two henchmen want to cry without tears, scornful look to the rear bitter smile. Young master, you do not know. That kid is not simple. Pause for a moment, then said, although the two of us are not yellow level experts, but under the joint hands it is impossible to be defeated by a brat in seconds. That Yi Xian is most likely a yellow level expert. Oh. Hearing this, Zhou Kaiyang frowned and then thought about the previous scene. No wonder this kid looked like he had no fear in the morning. It turns out, there are two tricks. Oof. Zhou Kaiyang coldly smiled, then took a deep breath, but really think so, I can't take you. Give this young wait. Half an hour later. Underneath the dormitory building, Yi Xian took out the car keys to turn on the supercar. Help me take something up. Oh. Lu Zihan Lin Xiao saw the dazzling supercar and hurriedly surrounded it. Boss, this is the car that your sister-in-law drove for you, right? TCH, it's too handsome. As they spoke, they opened the car door and each carried their own things and prepared to leave. Ha! But at this time, Lu Zihan saw what picked up the red book and turned it over, and when he saw what was inside his pupils suddenly shrunk. This is the crouch. Boss, you and your sister-in-law have been licensed all. All of a sudden, Lu Zihan drunkenness completely disappeared, really did not think that the boss actually speeds so fast. It's really bull. Lin Xiao Wei Lin and the two of them looked at each other and gave their thumbs up to Yi Xian. Wei Lin's eyes flashed, boss this is also too godly. It seemed that cousin were all impressed with Yan Ruoxi and even had the intention to pursue him. Unexpectedly. Boss directly gave Yan Ruoxi a. Took it down. Yi Xian looked at the red book for a moment and also froze, did not expect to forget the certificate. Ahem, that what? This matter, still need to help me keep it a secret. Dry cough, Yi Xian said after all, he now cannot want to be many public opinion entangled. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Lu Zihan assured with a fist pounded down the shoulder, we will keep it a secret. Hey, sure. Lin Xiao hemmed and hawed, then said, but boss, you're developing a little too fast with your sister-in-law. Yes. Lu Zihan spat and said, then wondered. Right. After a short pause, Lu Zihan continued, how does your sister-in-law know your exact whereabouts? Can't it be that the boss and his sister-in-law have known each other for a long time? This statement came out, not only Lin Xiao as Wei Lin her eyes looked over, obviously this melon they want to eat. Ahem, it's really nothing. Coughing dryly, Yi Xian sighed, a month ago, I came to Jiangnan to travel. Just like this, Yi Xian roughly said that two people once, of course did not say that the woman sick, crazy, domineering possessive defective psychology. However, hearing Yi Xian's explanation, including Wei Lin, the three people were confused, and eventually their eyes were filled with shock and dismay. I'm a good boy. Boss, you said sister-in-law Daryl is pregnant. Lu Zihong. Two people found a new continent in general, eyes staring straight at the boss. Wei Lin is even more, eyes wildly jumping. This news if let cousin know for fear that we'll lose a lot. Cough, I also just know yesterday. Yi Xian dry cough, and this is another reason why he agreed to get a license. Just once, the boss admired. Wei Lin nodded in praise without being surprised, which made Yi Xian roll his eyes. Yeah. Boss is really a man. Lu Zihong and the two of them were fanning the flames. They naturally knew that if this news was spread out, it would definitely be the rhythm of breaking the sky of Jiangnan. Indeed, this news was too explosive. However, the boss is interesting enough. Lu Zihong. Three people looked at each other. After all, this is considered the boss' extremely hidden secrets. This trust if you say a little not move that is false. I didn't expect. Boss and sister-in-law Daryl actually have this kind of experience. No wonder. As soon as the school year began, Daryl's sister-in-law killed to school, and domineering official declaration of sovereignty, so they have long had a leg. Ding dong. Just then, Lu Zihong received a message. Boss, gather in the big classroom this afternoon. HM. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then the group entered the dormitory. At the same time, Yan Group's president's office. Miss. Xiaoying came in from outside the office, respectfully. Well, how's that kid doing? Yan Ruoxi sipped the expensive red wine, the corner of her mouth hooked up with a wry smile and said. Gudu. Looking at the young lady with this look, Xiaoying couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Back to the young lady. The aunt went to the school today and encountered Joe Kevin to make things difficult, but was stopped by the young master of the table, and then went to have dinner with his roommates at the Tianzi Hotel. Is it? Yan Ruoxi pursed a mouthful of red wine, the corners of her mouth hung up in a faintly playful arc. That little guy is quite busy. And Xiaoying said here, cannot help but want to say. Said. The unquestionable voice came out, which made Xiaoying's heart tremble. Miss, my subordinate got the news that Lin Xiaoyang might go to Jiangnan University in the afternoon to find trouble with my aunt. Click. The voice just fell. Yan Ruoxi hand highball cup should be broken, suffocating cold spread from its body. The office temperature plummeted dozens of degrees. Lin Xiaoyang. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. Chapter 10. Let me disappear. What kind of thing are you? In the afternoon, the sun is warm. Boss, this way. Lu Zihong raised his hand in greeting. Yi Xian smiled faintly and came with Wei Lin to sit in the back row. Look, he's Yi Xian. The guy who was courted by the cold goddess. I didn't realize that he was our classmate. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, but I don't dare to ask for green bubbles. In a flash, Yi Xian became the center of attention, but soon the girl's target fell on Wei Lin. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that, but I'm sure you're going to be able to. And I'll be. Wei Lin Zhou sighed, immediately surrounded by girls, which makes Wei Lin painful and happy. Symbolically adding a few female classmates on WeChat, Wei Lin was able to muddle through. The old three, can ah. Yi Xian said jokingly, but it's so high face value want not to be missed by people are difficult. Ahem. Boss, you are also making fun of me. Wei Lin coughed dryly, then sighed, seriously boss, I am a little envious of you. If I also have a domineering girlfriend, official announcement, also save being annoyed. This statement came out, but it will Lu Zihong. Two people hit not light. Crap, Lao San you shameless. Martyr does not bring so Versailles. Although Wei Lin unintentionally, but for Lu Zihong. Two people is absolutely murderous, no comparison is no harm, they are directly held down on the ground friction. The oldest three, even if it is crazy pursuit, the boss is even more goddess sister-in-law official announcement to protect the calf. Ahem, well. Li Wenbin, who was running for class president, coughed dryly, seeing his girl crush being weighed by Wei Lin, he was furious. It's not easy for everyone to get into college, so it's better to focus your attention on your studies. Don't follow the bad example of some people who are so high profile just after the start of the school year. Snap. Lu Zihong slapped his palm on the table and stood up. Grass, who did Li Wenbin say? I said who knows? Li Wenbin glanced at Lu Zihong, did not give it the slightest face. Lu Zihong suddenly lunged to blow up. Believe it or not, I abolished you. Lu Zihong threatened to speak harshly, while Yi Xian shook his head at him, which allowed Lu Zihong not to go up and beat the hell out of him. Boss, this you can endure. Lu Zihan glared at Li Wenbin, and Lin Xiao assisted from the sidelines. Yes, this clearly tarnishes your reputation. Why don't you find some time to beat him up? Wei Lin glanced at Li Wenbin on the stage, and his eyes flared up with a chill, obviously also angry. No need. Yi Shen did not pay attention to it, but said, why do we have to compete with the beasts? To put it badly, we won. It only proves that then the beasts are still beasts. If we lose, then we are worse than the beasts. Why bother? But. Ahem. When Wei Lin heard this, he was surprised and looked at Yi Shen. What kind of brain circuit is this, boss? A little bit of sense. Lu Zihan and Lin Xiao looked at each other in thought for a moment, and finally decided to let that kid off the hook. Boom! Just at this time, a break-in sound sounded, followed by a team of people domineering to break into the large classroom, more than 10 figures to open the road on the body or not weak breath. This is the yellow-level experts? Feeling a few people's breath, Yi Shen froze, because a dozen people are at least yellow-level experts, and the 2 people who follow a young man are even more Xian level. Lin Xiaoyang. Seeing the visitor, Wei Lin's face changed. Boss, this person is Lin Xiaoyang, one of sister-in-law Daryl's suitors. In Jiangnan, his background is huge. What? Lu Zihan and Lin Xiao's 2 hearts were shaken when they heard this. Crap, the boss's love rival has killed him so quickly. What are you guys? Podium class president Li Wenbin see this frown. After all, he is the class president, naturally want to take the lead. Here is the classroom, please go out. Boom. Li Wenbin words have not yet finished. Directly by a yellow-level expert fist smashed in the abdomen flew out 4 or 5 meters away. The side door was also knocked open. You haven't even opened your mouth. Li Wenbin directly fainted with his head tilted, and his pretense has already ended before he even started. Lin Xiaoyang came to the classroom, and his eyes fell on Yi Shen. Boss, he's here. Wei Lin saw Lin Xiaoyang discovering his boss. He took a deep breath and took out his cell phone to make a call. After all, there were 2 Xian-level experts beside Lin Xiaoyang. Are you Yi Shen? Lin Xiaoyang took a step in front of Yi Shen, and the 2 Xian-level experts behind him even pressed their breath towards him. As for Lin Xiaoyang's strength, he is not weak, he is in the late yellow level. Not bad looking, but I still advise you. He looked at Yi Shen with contempt and then said, stay away from Ruoxi, or this young man will make you disappear from the south of the river. You. Lin Xiao just wanted to get up and dislike, but was held down by Yi Shen. After all, this person in front of him is not simple at first glance. Yi Shen does not want Lin Xiao to get involved. Is it? Yi Shen looked straight at Lin Xiaoyang. His face did not have the slightest fluctuation. Let me disappear. What kind of thing are you? Boom. The whole place was abuzz with this statement. Is that guy crazy? Boss, he. Wei Lin gulped and swallowed his saliva. Originally he wanted to remind to delay the time to come. Now it is good to directly will that Lin Xiaoyang anger. Oh, a little interesting. Lin Xiaoyang heard, the corner of the mouth smile more thick a point, but the bottom of the eyes of the cold aura surging up. Long time no one so talked to this young kid. You really aren't how to write the word death. Since this is the case, this young now let you taste the flavor of death. Speaking, Lin Xiaoyang has already wanted to strike. Yi Shen eyes are still cold. You're a big shot in the Lin family, you're not a big shot at the Xian level, are you? Stop it. In the middle of the stalemate, the cold voice came, and then outside the classroom once again came a team of people. The leader was Yan Ruoxi. Beside her, there was also a middle-aged man. In addition, there are also more than 10 people. Ruoxi? When Lin Xiaoyang saw the person coming, his brows knitted slightly, obviously not expecting her to come. Lin Xiaoyang. Yan Ruoxi blocked in front of Yi Shen, angry, violent eyes fell on its body. Move this lady, man, you have big guts. You. Lin Xiaoyang heard her face changed. That bitch actually in front of him, so official announcement of another person. Actually really dare so. Yi Shen is it? Lin Xiaoyang eyes to Yan Ruoxi behind the boy. You really Ruoxi boyfriend? Swish. Then, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Shen, including the middle-aged man at the late Shen level beside Yan Ruoxi, and even Yan Ruoxi's eyes flickered strangely for an instant. Boss, that guy is really hateful. Wei Lin looked at Lin Xiaoyang with hostility. Yi Shen was one of the few people who experienced the feeling of kinship of a big brother. Looking at Lin Xiaoyang, Yi Shen stood up under the shock of all, swept Yan Ruoxi's slender waist, and then softly kissed down towards the cherry lips. I don't know how long it took. Yi Shen gently released its lips, then eyes to Lin Xiaoyang. Now, you know. Chapter 11 Kissed Yan Ruoxi, Lamborghini Devil's Son to Hand. This little guy. Feeling Yi Shen's kiss, Yan Ruoxi's demonic scarlet eyes flashed, quite bold. Wow.
Lu Zihong Lin Xiao looked at the eyes straight. Wei Lin even look cannot help but swallow saliva. The boss bull. Kid. You are very good, this young man remember you. Lin Xiaoyang looked at the field love two people, the bottom of the eyes killing intent surging. This kid if not dead he is not called Lin Xiaoyang. Yan Ruoxi. Following this, Lin Xiaoyang's gaze fell on Yan Ruoxi. You better be able to protect him for the rest of his life. Go! Under indignation, Lin Xiaoyang looked at the middle-aged man beside Yan Ruoxi and then left. When he left the large classroom, his eyes flared with anger. Late Xian level, Yan Ruoxi is really big. You and the Yan family are all mine. Lin Xiaoyang narrowed his ambitious eyes. One day, I will make you submit to this youngster's feet. Little one, are you alright? Yan Ruoxi stroked his face close to his hand, and this scene saw Lu Zihong and the others gulp and swallow saliva, feeling that his sister-in-law was strange. This situation, the boss looks like his sister-in-law's prey? Follow me. Unquestionable voice came out. Yan Ruoxi hooked up Yi Xian's chin and said, Ahem. Yi Xian then looked at Yi Xian and said, I'll go with you. Dryly coughing, Yi Xian then looked at Lu Zihong. Second, I won't come back tonight. Good. Under the oppressive atmosphere, Lu Zihong coughed dryly, where he dared to retort half a word, and did not return to his senses until he disappeared from view. Gudu. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, swallowed hard mouth spit fox suspiciously. The second brother, the fourth, you do not think sister-in-law strange? It seems like she is extremely possessive of the boss. Wei Lin sensed something and nodded his head, guessing. Right. Possessiveness, it seems that the boss's life is not as easy as we thought. Lu Zihong sighed and then said, however, it is still 10 times better than us. On the other side, in the supercar. Little man, quite domineering today. Yan Ruoxi finished, the demonic eyes fell towards Yi Xian, followed by biting up towards Yi Xian's lips. The tingling sensation came which made Yi Xian narrow his eyes. Really a crazy woman. It will be even more beautiful if you are a little more domineering next time. After saying that, Yan Ruoxi's mouth hung up an evil smile. At that time, this young lady will definitely reward you properly. Seeing Yan Ruoxi's sickly smile, Yi Xian sighed. I really don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse to meet her. Yi Xian sighed as he saw Yan Ruoxi's sickly smile. Soon, Yi Xian realized that the direction they were going was not Maplewood Manor, but the exact opposite. To meet someone. Yan Ruoxi sized up Yi Xian, then playfully, Lin Xiaoyang is a person who is vindictive. Why don't you obediently stay in Maplewood Manor in the future? It's not bad to be a caged bird. Listening to Yan Ruoxi's words, Yi Xian's heart was tightened. That crazy woman really has a wrong idea about him. Her mentality is too dark. Good thing. Now that he is at the early stage of the Xian rank, he has a lot more resistance cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of kissing Yan Ruoxi in public, rewarding 80 million Lamborghini Devil's Son. Note, the Lamborghini Devil's Son has been parked in the garage of the Imperial Abyss 1 Manor. The host can extract it by himself. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up slightly. The Lamborghini Devil's Son has arrived? That's the ride that countless boys dream of. When there's time I'll definitely go and take a look. Ding! The host triggers a randomized mission to Palm Smoke Chen Mayor, rewarding TAAI Group with 100% shares. Note, the TAAI Group is the most mysterious group in the Jiangnan business world, and the 3 great families are all afraid of it. Listening to the new mission that was triggered, Yi Xian froze. He had just completed the mission, and here comes a new mission. Is the system afraid of being idle? But this mission, it seems not bad. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the new quest triggered. At a certain moment, Yi Xian, who had returned to his senses, frowned as he sensed a strong killing intent approaching. It couldn't be an assassination, could it? Squeak. Right at this moment, Yan Ruoxi made an emergency brake stop, and the rear convoy of Yan clan experts alerted their surroundings. Miss, there is danger. Uncle Shadow came to the front of the supercar and looked around in a grave manner, and this person was the expert at the late Shen level. Swish. Then, Dao figures appeared in the surrounding. I'll block this late Shen level, Battlejet. Yes, my lord. As the voice fell, dozens of assassins swarmed up. Uncle Shadow saw this. You guys are looking for death. Protect the lady. Good guy. Also want to look at the surrounding killers, a late Shen level, and 3 Shen level, the rest are at least yellow level. Later, follow me closely. Yan Ruoxi's face is grave. This assassination lineup is bigger than any of the previous ones. It seems that someone can't hold back after all. Yi Xian followed Yan Ruoxi closely.
Yi Xian followed Yan Ruoxi closely, just in time to catch up with her violent, crazy, and morbid demeanor. Wasn't this woman scared at all? Not good. Miss, be careful. Right at this moment, two yellow-level leakage experts pounced towards Yan Ruoxi with extremely tricky and ruthless methods. What to do? Yi Xian weighed the situation for a moment, and then he had a decision. It seems that it is necessary to expose the strength. Although not used to this crazy woman, but after all, still pregnant with their own children, not to mention their own actually do not hate her so much, at least it's not bad for him, only possessive point. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Yi Xian thought about it, but saw two knife wands flashed. The next moment the two yellow-level killers who attacked were instantly killed in seconds. Moreover, the person who struck was none other than Yan Ruoxi. Yi Xian was frozen by this scene. Peak yellow level. Feeling Yan Ruoxi's aura, she was at the peak of the yellow rank, and was not far from the Xian rank. This niece strength is actually so strong. It's not good. Yan Ruoxi is actually at the peak of the yellow level. The leader of the killers suddenly realized Yan Ruoxi's strength, which instantly made his face gloomy. Retreat. Without hesitation, he led his men out of the battle and left. Where are you going? Uncle Shadow saw this and became furious. Today, if not for the lady exposed, the bottom card has extraordinary strength, the consequences are unimaginable. There is no need to chase. Looking into the distance, Yan Ruoxi smiled grimly. The whole of Jiangnan want to so put me to death as only a few forces. Continue on your way. Yan Ruoxi returned to the car, then looked at Yi Xian playfully. Little man, you don't seem to be that scared. The eyes that pressed were like they wanted to eat Yi Xian up. The eyes were tight, as if they wanted to eat Yi Xian up. Yi Xian coughed dryly. It's just that, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Is that so? Yan Ruoxi's sharp eyes fell on Yi Xian, as if to will see through his mind, followed by a wry smile. So don't be lucky to escape from this lady's hand. Chapter 12. Little guy, this young lady found that you have a lot of guts. Know who moved the hand? Ultra running. After a while Yi Xian Fox questioned. Oh. Yan Ruoxi heard Yi Xian's words, eyes flickering strange. Little guy, this is concerned about me? Ahem, who cares about you? I'm not sure if you're a fan, but I'm sure you're a fan of your own. Yi Xian blanked Yan Ruoxi. This woman really can't be measured by common sense. Giggle, little man, you really are getting more and more interesting. Yan Ruoxi demure scarlet eyes rich, which makes Yi Xian face scared more than once suspected that this crazy woman is not a person. Have the guts to do it to this young lady. Speaking of which, Yan Ruoxi's wise eyes flickered with a sinister smile. It's not the Lin family, the Shangguan family, or those old men in the company, or a handful of other forces. A bunch of rabble. Sooner or later this lady destroyed them. However, Yan Ruoxi herself didn't realize that it was only when she was with Yi Xian that she would drop her guard to the maximum and talk with him. In the middle of the conversation, Jiangnan Hospital was close by. This is you sick? Yi Xian thought about the crazy woman's sick mind, asked suspiciously, thought it was a showdown with himself. Aha! The words, Yan Ruoxi seems to see through Yi Xian's mind. Slender hand hooked up Yi Xian chin. Little guy, this lady found you bold a lot. What, is it thinking of letting this young lady submit to your feet and let you do as you please? Gulp. Yi Xian's heart was stirred. Seriously, this idea is not something he does not have, for fear that it is impossible for any man not to have this kind of thought. LOL, looks like it was guessed then. Yan Ruoxi's sickly eyes fell on Yi Xian, followed by an evil smile. How dare you be so unauthorized to this young lady, that is to be punished. Oh. 5 minutes later, Yan Ruoxi let go of Yi Xian's mouth. It feels good. After getting out of the car, Yi Xian thought about what he had just experienced and almost didn't suffocate to death. That woman is completely and utterly crazy. Come here. Yan Ruoxi looked towards Yi Xian on the opposite side, then narrowed her eyes. Kiss me. You. Whom? Yan Ruoxi, a sharp eyes under. Yi Xian heart trembled. Beside the shadow uncle is breath pressure over. Good. Under the pressure, Yi Xian blew a kiss in Yan Ruoxi's Zhu lips, which makes it satisfied nodding. Uncle Shadow on this bitter smile, just he is not good to say anything. After all, nowadays, Miss is the only pillar of the Yin family, and Miss has always suffered too much. Nowadays, she is behaving in a radical way, and he more or less knows the reason why. Ruoxi, you're here. In front of the intensive care unit, Yan's mother rushed to her feet at the sight of her daughter's arrival, but what she got in return was a cold nod from Yan Ruoxi. Dean Xiu, how is he doing? Yan Ruoxi swept past Yan's mother and talked directly to the dean, who sighed, Miss Yan, the hospital has already organized a consultation with experts, but I'm afraid it will still be difficult for your father to wake up. You are Yi Xian, right? On the other side, Yan's mother looked at the handsome Yi Xian, and then looked at her daughter and sighed. Auntie good. Yi Xian nodded his head as he coughed dryly. This situation, Auntie should not know about that niece's pregnancy. Yi. Then, Yan mother pulled Yi Xian to the side. Ruoxi, this period of time pressure is not small, temperament inevitably have paranoia you more to bear. I'm sorry. Listening to Yan mother's words, Yi Xian's mouth twitched as he seemed to realize something. The woman's mother looked at her daughter not far away, and said, I don't know what to do. Yan mother looked not far away from her daughter, eyes surging repentance. Ruoxi is a good child. What things are hidden in the bottom of the heart to bear their own, since the childhood of her father and I busy with business, has been ignored her, coupled with her strong nature. Is also therefore, making Ruoxi lack of father and mother love, and to school to hide her identity, so that it is subjected to a lot of bullying. Her father and I instead repeatedly blame her, on the contrary, her younger brother pampered. Listening to Yan's mother's words, Yi Xian seemed to see a little girl living in her own world since childhood, without any dependence, no father's love, no mother's love, and no friends without understanding. No wonder that niece had such a strange temper. Yi Xian nodded his head in understanding, so it turned out that she had been using all sorts of behaviors to heal her unfortunate childhood. Mom! At this moment, a boy came from afar, accompanied by his men who were also Xian-level experts. Madam! The henchman nodded at Yan's mother. Ms. Yan nodded to her. Yan mother answered, then looked at Yan Xiaoxian. School is over. Yan Xiaoxian nodded, then his eyes fell on Yi Xian. This is your sister's boyfriend. Yan mother looked at her son and introduced. Ha! Yan Xiaoxian's eyes widened when he heard, my sister's husband. Older sister actually took to talk about boyfriend? The surprised voice naturally caught Yan Ruoxi's attention. Yan Xiaoxian. Sharp eyes attacked, which made Yan Xiaoxian gulp and swallow saliva. That what? Sister, I was wrong. How high his old sister's status is, he knows too well, and it's not good for anyone's face to get angry. Wrong? Yan Ruoxi looked at his brother, his eyes narrowed and hooked up a playful arc. My good brother, how can you be wrong? You are the center of the whole family. As she spoke, Yan Ruoxi glanced coldly at Yan mother. Unlike me, no one pays attention to me since I was a child. Ruoxi, you. Yan mother's body trembled, wanting to say something but in the end did not say it. Yan's mother trembled and wanted to say something, but she didn't. Since his condition is normal, I'm leaving. Yan Ruoxi looked at the hospital room, then turned around and left without even entering the room. Uncle Shadow saw this and sighed. Nis is always like this every time she comes. Voodoo. Yan Xiaoxian saw his old sister leaving the direction of hard swallowing saliva. Suspicious. Mom, I said something wrong? It has nothing to do with you. Yan mother full of bitterness, she knew that no matter how to make up for these years cannot repair the daughter traumatized childhood. Oh. Yan Xiaoxian nodded his head in a seemingly unintelligible way, then looked into the distance. However, why does my sister suddenly want to talk about her boyfriend? Daryl, are you too cold to your aunt? Yi Xian has not yet finished speaking, the temperature around him is plummeting, followed by a slender hand choking its neck, smiling wryly. Tyrannical eyes will lock Yi Xian, scarlet eyes let Yi Xian's heart tremble. That is this young lady's own business. As she spoke, looking at Yi Xian in front of her, her finger traced down on the tip of her forehead and nose. Don't think that letting you come to the hospital means anything. Dare to provoke this young lady, bottom line again, this young lady abolished you. Ice-cold eyes looked at Yi Xian, and then ruthlessly bit on its lips, seeping out a trace of blood. Remember. You are nothing more than a golden bird in this young lady's cage. I can give you freedom, naturally let you grounded, once let me find you want to break free from the bondage. Speaking of which, the corner of Yan Ruoxi's mouth rose up in an evil smile. This lady doesn't mind leaving the child without a father. As a punishment, go back to Maplewood Villa tonight. Yi Xian heard this corner of the mouth a twitch. Damn, this crazy woman bully people too much. Chapter 13. Yi Xian, if hurt a hair, this lady with your Lin family will not stop. You don't have to go too far. Yi Xian looked at the crazy woman close at hand. If not to see it's pregnant really want to beat him up, even if there is a late Xian rank shadow uncle at the side. I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure. Yan Ruoxi did not think. Cold smile. You, this life is this lady, why is it too much? As for now, accompany this young lady to the reception. You. Ding bell. Haven't said anything yet, a cell phone ringing up. Hello, Mr. Yi. Answer the phone across the respectful voice. Hello, I am the Emperor Abyss One Manor Property Supervisor Wang Chongshan. Your purchase contract has been drawn up to complete. May I ask the recent time to meet? Aha! There will be time to go. Yi Xian slightly nodded, opposite Wang Chongshan back. Good, then we are waiting for Mr. Yi driving. This Mr. Yi is to buy 1 billion sky price Emperor Abyss One Manor owner. May not be careful to wait. Who? After hanging up the phone, Yan Ruoxi weird eyes looked over. Cough, no one a friend. Dry cough. Yi Xian said, if let this crazy bitch know that he bought the Emperor Abyss One Manor, do not know how it will be. Oh? Yan Ruoxi naturally perceived Yi Xian flickered and passed the heart. Is it? It better be true, if let this lady know you cheat me. Here, Yan Ruoxi mouth corners ringing with an eerie evil smile, the future of this lady will let you not leave the Maplewood Manor. Idio. This woman is incomprehensible. Between the venting of possessive desire, the banquet place is already approaching. The woman is incomprehensible. Seeing a good change of clothes, Yi Xian, holding Yi Xian arm to the ground, damned morbid possessiveness let Yi Xian suddenly feel a little creepy. This is TAAI Hotel? When seeing the location of the reception, really Yi Xian froze to, cannot be TAAI Group Industry? For a while, Yi Xian looked odd. Yi Xian's expression became odd. Yan Ruoxi looked at Yi Xian with her bewitching eyes. Little guy, I can't see that you're quite smart, he said. Mr. Yan. Just after arriving at the lobby, the general manager of the TAAI Hotel greeted him warmly and then nodded his head to Yi Xian. Mr. Li. Yan Ruoxi saw that the person was the general manager of the TAAI Hotel, Li Fangyan, slightly frowned because the two people did not have too many encounters earlier. However, Li Fang's move attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. After all, TAAI Group is the leading business leader in Jiangnan City, the three great families are afraid of it. After talking for a while, he came to the venue of the reception. Daryl, I'm going to the restroom. Ruoxi, I need to go to the restroom. Yan Ruoxi looked at someone and lost interest. After all, there is no secret for her. That bitch, what kind of eyes? Yi Xian spat out a sentence, and then walked towards the toilet. Mr. Yi Xian. After Yi Xian went to the toilet, a staff member politely bent over and greeted him. What's the matter? Seeing the staff, Yi Xian questioned. Yes, our president would like to see you. Please follow me to. In a short while, Yi Xian arrived at an elegant box, where a man had already been waiting for a long time. Mr. Yi. The man waiting at the moment had an extraordinary temperament, and smiled slightly when he saw Yi Xian. Introduce yourself. My name is Wang Zhanghai, president of TAAI Group. I hope you won't be offended by my sudden appointment. One looking for me. Yi Xian looked at Wang Zhanghai in front of him. Now he has not got TAAI Group equity, this time to find him, and then thought of the previous TAAI Hotel general manager's behavior. Is it because of Yan Ruoxi? Oh, Mr. Yi is really smart. Wang Zhanghai heard us stunned, then laughed. No wonder Daryl will look at you. I'm not going to lie, I and Daryl's father is a close friend for many years. His father before the coma entrusted me to help take care of the Yin family. Of course, our relationship with the outside world does not know, including Daryl. Daryl has suffered a lot since he was a child, and now that his father is in a coma, all the forces are watching and the pressure is on him. Mr. Wang asked me to come here, not just to tell you this. Obviously, these are just Wang Zhanghai padding. Oh, young people are anxious. Wang Zhanghai laughed, then said, naturally not. Followed by Daryl, the future will certainly have a lot of risk. Mr. Yi, if with Daryl just play can leave as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Now the Yin family is weak, staring at the Yin family forces can be quite a lot of even, will therefore get killed. After a pause in the voice, Wang Zhanghai continued, after all, those people do not dare to move Daryl, does not mean they do not dare to move you. A little bit. Yi Xian left the box, but Yi Xian is also aware of the situation of the crazy woman today. Jiangnan three big families, Yin family's big miss? Yi Xian didn't expect that niece to actually come from such a big place, invariably he was already deep in the gateway fight? Yell. Returning to the reception, Yi Xian met an acquaintance head-on. It was Chen Mayer who he met at the mall back then. Isn't this a little white boy? This face value is really handsome. Detailed measurement, Chen Mayer more jealous of 1 point, why that Yan Ruoxi can let such a handsome boy like. This reception, it is really not on the stage cat and dog can come in. Chen Mayer's voice was intentionally raised by 1 point, and immediately attracted the attention of many people. Chen Mayer. Yan Ruoxi saw that Yi Xian was being given a hard time, and lifted her foot to go and protect her husband in a domineering manner. However, she was stopped by Lin Xiaoyang.
What, where is Ruoxi going?
Lin Xiaoyang's mouth smiled coldly. I can't see that. That little white boy has made you look at him quite favorably. I'm sorry. Yan Ruoxi's eyes were icy cold, and a chill emanated from her body. Don't force me to do it.
Snorting.
Lin Xiaoyang heard this and teasingly looked at Yan Ruoxi. Ruoxi, are you still not clear about the Yan family's situation now?
This young lady told you to get out of the way.
Yan Ruoxi's eyes glowed scarlet, which made Lin Xiaoyang startled. If Yi Xian harms a single hair on his head, I will not rest in peace with the Lin family.
You.
Seeing the violent, sick, crazy look in Yan Ruoxi's eyes, Lin Xiaoyang's heart trembled. Has this woman gone crazy, going to great lengths with the Lin family for the sake of a little white boy?
Snap.
Between the two of them confronting each other, a crisp smack to the face sounded, and then it was to see Chen Mayer being jerked over to the ground, and the person who struck was none other than Yi Xian.
That kid.
Lin Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw this, obviously not expecting that Yi Xian to be so bold.
Damn.
Chen Mayer covered the side of her face with eyes full of resentment and looked hideously at Yi Xian. You dare to hit me?
Give me to abolish him.
Chen Mayer immediately ordered the Chen clan's Shen level expert who followed her, and with a swish sound, the Chen clan's expert threw a punch towards Yi Xian.
If he was hit, he would definitely die. Unbridled.
Yan Ruoxi saw this scene. Icy cold gaze at Chen Mayer. Dare to move my Yan Ruoxi man. Chen Mayer, Yu Chen family looking for death.
Chapter 14. Miss actually pregnant. Hands.
Chen Mayer face full of sinister smile. Have cousin cover. Yan family now take care of themselves. Really think she scruples?
Yes, miss.
After saying that Chen family Shen level expert attacked with extreme speed.
Looks like, is it time to expose the bottom card?
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This bitch is really disgusting, as well as this old mongrel really thought that he could eat himself.
However,
just as Yi Xian was about to strike, a figure of boom blasted the opposite Chen family Shen level expert out, while there was one more person in front of Yi Xian.
Chen Mayer, touch my brother-in-law. Who gave you the guts?
A young man came into the field, and this person was none other than Mu Tiannan. As for the person who struck out was clearly a mid-Shen level expert of the Mu family.
Mu Tiannan.
Seeing the person who came, Chen Mayer's face changed slightly. Originally she thought that Yan Ruoxi didn't bring her Shen level henchman and she was able to take the initiative, but now she didn't want to kill a Changbite Jin.
Mayer.
Lin Xiaoyang knew that the plan to teach Yi Xian a lesson had failed when he saw Mu Tiannan arrive in the arena.
Humph.
Chen Mayer looked towards Yi Xian. Kid, this lady doesn't believe that you are so lucky every time.
Cousin.
Should we take the opportunity to waste that bastard Lin Xiaoyang?
Mu Tiannan came to Yan Ruoxi's side, tweaking. Forget it.
Yan Ruoxi looked at Li Xiaoyang's party. Now is not the time to tear your face off. When this young lady takes control of the situation, the first one will destroy the Chen family.
Gulp. Mu Tiannan swallowed his saliva. His cousin's terrifying eyes have already shown that it is moved to kill. Hey, brother-in-law Kao.
Mu Tiannan looked at his brother-in-law, his eyes small and medium-sized worship, palm-pumping Chen Mayer. That bitch, I have long wanted to just have not dared.
I just haven't dared to do it. Well done.
Yan Ruoxi praised in a rare manner, but the possessiveness in his eyes towards Yi Xian was 1 point better.
Thank you for stepping in just now.
Yi Xian did not think that the girl actually for him, to be with the Jiangnan three big families Lin family immortal, although overbearing a little but to him is no say. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. Yan Ruoxi saw Yi Xian, the corner of the mouth smiled wryly. Really want to thank Knight to perform well.
I go.
Mu Tiannan inattentive, almost did not give to fall on the ground. Cousin, this is also too bold it. Luckily, I didn't drink any water, or I would have choked to death. This bitch. Yi Xian brain a black line, looking at the near-at-hand beautiful face to say such a word is really against the grain.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the task of palming Chen Mayer, rewarding the TAAI Group with 100% of its shares.
In view of the host's perfect completion of the task, an additional 1 billion Chinese coins will be rewarded. Ooh.
Listening to the system sound that rang in his ears, Yi Xian froze, not expecting an unexpected reward.
1 billion Chinese coins TSK, not bad, quite fragrant?
In the meantime, he called up the attribute panel.
Name, Yi Xian.
Age, 18 years old. Realm, early Shen level.
Ability, none.
Items: 30% of the shares of Yan Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card no upper limit, Emperor Abyss 1 Manor X1, 100% of the shares of TAAI Group. Wealth: 1 billion. Looking at the wealth information, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. This is a billionaire? Of course. The most important thing was still the TAAI Group, that was in existence with a market capitalization of over 300 billion. Brother-in-law that smile? When Mu Tiannan saw the corners of Yi Xian's mouth arcing, coupled with what his cousin had just said, his eyelids suddenly jumped wildly. I drop good boy. Cousin and brother-in-law's guts are a bit too big, aren't they? However, on the other side, is cousin's matter today just going to be forgotten? Outside the TAAI Hotel, Chen Mayor looked at the hotel with resentment. Until now her face was hot and raw. If this matter was spread out she would definitely become a laughingstock. Mayor suffered. Lin Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, naturally unwilling, this revenge cousin to help you report. Right. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Xiaoyang thought of something. I heard that the second-rate family that Zhou Kaiyan likes you, and wants to get on our Lin family, is it? Chen Mei nodded her head when she heard this, and then Lin Xiaoyang said a plan, which made Chen Mei's eyes glow with a fine light. Wonderful. Chen Mei was excited. Cousin, this move to kill someone with a borrowed knife is too good. Although the Zhou family didn't have a Xin-level expert, the peak of the yellow level was more than enough to kill a little white boy. Hey, go back and I'll contact Zhou Kaiyang. Chen Mei smiled evilly, not realizing that her move had directly pushed the Zhou family into ruin. The reception ended, returning to Maplewood Manor. Vomit. Just returned to the villa, Yan Ruoxi is dry heaving pregnant vomit. Miss, are you alright? This scene really scared the maids, fearing that the young lady would lose her temper. Look. Yi Xian then came from the side, poured a cup of lemonade. I heard that lemonade can alleviate pregnancy vomiting. I don't need you to worry about it. Yan Ruoxi pushed away the lemonade, but this statement thundered Xiaoying and the others to the core. What? Miss is actually pregnant. However, it was clear that Miss and Mr. Ant were just a month ago. Before Xiaoying and the others could think about it, sharp eyes had already enveloped them. Voodoo. The owner of the line of sight was none other than Yan Ruoxi with her icy eyes. If anyone leaks out about today's incident, this lady will personally vaporize them. I don't dare. Viciously swallowed saliva, suddenly scared, they know that the lady said it can be done. Little guy, you are provoking this young lady. Yan Ruoxi gloomy smile eyes fell on Yi Xian. Give me a trip to the room, receive punishment. Hiss. Looking at the direction in which the ant left, Xiaoying and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of sympathy. Just the ant is also a little too powerful. The first thing that you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. When you come to the room, Yi Xian hears the sound of that niece taking a bath. Ding bell. But at this time, Yi Xian's cell phone ringing up, caller ID Confronting Group. See here, hooked up the ARC or caller. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Just connecting the phone opposite is a familiar voice. It is TAAI Group President Wang Zhanghai, is also Yan Ruoxi father's best friend. Mr. Yi, oh no, Yi Dong. Deep breath. At this moment Wang Zhanghai is full of apprehension. Did not disturb your rest, right? Mr. Wang, it's the second time we've talked. Cough. Wang Zhanghai coughed dryly, and repeatedly confessed, Yi Dong, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had acquired TAAI Group earlier. Here, I sincerely apologize to you. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhanghai said so, thinking about the previous admonition and wishing to find a crack in the ground. I am very pleased that Uncle Yan has a dear friend like you. Then, Yi Xian listened to the sound of the bath and pondered for a moment. Next, the TAAI Group will discontinue all cooperation with the Lin family and fully cooperate with the Yan Group. Phew. Wang Zhanghai heard here, deep sigh of relief, heart had great joy. Yes, Yi Dong. In addition, my identity temporarily confidential, must not tell anyone. Yes. Wang Zhanghai naturally did not dare to question in the slightest, commanded a few sentences and hung up the phone. Wow. Also at this time, the bathroom door opens. Absolute beauty appeared in front of the eyes, the corner of the mouth hooked up the sly evil smile. Little guy, come to accept the punishment of this lady. Chapter 15 Lin Xiao was kidnapped, Yan Ruoxi domineering protection husband online. The next day, early morning. Little guy. Fighting power can. Yan Ruoxi looked at the body in front of Yi Xian, the corner of the mouth flooded with the deep meaning of the playful arc. Breakfast this young lady to give you a good makeup. Well. Wake up Yi Xian, see close at hand staring at prey looking at himself, really startled. What are you doing? Seeing Yi Xian's frightened appearance, Yan Ruoxi giggled, little guy. What are you afraid of, this lady won't eat you. Then, Yan Ruoxi from the side to take a contract, look. See you performance is good on, this set of house to your parents. Meaningful stared at Yi Xian, hooked up Yi Xian chin playfully, after all, is the child's grandparents, cannot live in the ordinary neighborhood. The Day Royal House. Looking at the purchase contract Yi Xian froze, in front of the eyes of Yi Xian's hometown of Jiangcheng most luxurious Days Royal Palace upscale neighborhood, and is in the inches of gold section. It is said that more than 20,000 per square meter, this set of house 140 square meters worth nearly 3 million. Motherfucker, how does one feel more and more like eating soft rice? It seems like I need to get rid of this state as soon as possible, it feels really meow twisted. Come on, eat more. During breakfast, Yan Ruoxi personally feeds. This scene sees Xiaoying and others not dare to take a breath for fear of affecting the lady's pleasure. Good. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, and 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 I was so happy to see her. I'm so happy to see you. Seeing Yi Xian cooperate, Yan Ruoxi demonic eye satisfied nodded, right. Thinking of what, Yan Ruoxi let Xiaoying bring 3 red envelopes. This, as this young lady to your 3 roommates of the meeting gift. Okay. Seeing the circumstantial arrangement, Yi Xian didn't say anything more, once the rebuttal surely had provoked this bitch to be controlling. LOL, the little guy obeyed a lot of it. Yan Ruoxi looked at their own results of conditioning, laughing this charming side to see Yi Xian quite lost in thought, if you can normalize its conditioning will surely put themselves to death. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, and she was so happy to see me. I'll see you later, Mr. Yi. The 2 guards of the late yellow-level experts bowed and saluted, not daring to be the slightest bit arrogant. Are you kidding? If the young lady found out, she would make sure that they would be skinned if not killed. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at Jiangnan University. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a supercar, the Aston Martin drove through the gates of the university and attracted the attention of the crowd. Look, it's this supercar. Freshman Yi Xian, the guy who was courted by the cold goddess. But no, it's said that he hasn't spent the night at school for 2 days. The winds of gossip have swept through the school, Yi Xian's story has already spread, and the forums have fallen. Along the way, attracted the crowd. Only 2 days, so many things happened. Thinking about the experience of 2 days, it felt more exciting than the 18 years he had been there combined. Boss, back. After returning to the villa, Lu Zihan and Wei Lin were gossiping and looking at the campus forum. How is it going with sister-in-law Daryl? Ahem. Yi Xian coughed dryly, thinking about yesterday's various glared at the 2, should not pry into the don't pry into. Look. Then Yi Xian put 3 red envelopes on the table, this is Daryl's meet and greet gift to you. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, but he was so happy to see me. Lu Zihong heard a stunned, sister-in-law platoon. Then he opened the red packet and took out a check, then looked at the amount. Crap, this is 100,000. Lu Zihongtong stood up, incredibly looking at the check, and then looked at Wei Lin hand check, emotionally, sister-in-law this gift, when the luxury. Come up to 300,000 yuan meat gift, this is not a general generosity, suddenly Lu Zihong's sister-in-law's impression of rubbing soaring. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to do. Yi Xian nodded, then looked toward the dormitory, where is the oldest for? This, do not know. Lu Zihong 2 people look at each other, from the morning to leave said to go to dinner who knows where to fool around. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Xian received a message, Yi Xian, do not want Lin Xiao to suffer, come alone to the suburb abandoned factory. Half an hour if not, wait to collect Lin Xiao's body. After reading the message there was also a picture of Lin Xiao being beaten up, obviously already bruised and swollen. Click. Yi Xian's eyes flared up with a stern look, and his cell phone rattled due to his force. Boss, you. Wei Lin felt Yi Xian's anger, and his intuition told him that something big must have happened. I have something to do, go out. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 to react, he left the dormitory. This. Lu Zihan looked at Yi Xian's direction of departure in a daze. Third, what's this about the boss? I'm going out. Wei Lin took a deep breath and stared, catch up with the boss, I guess something happened. Ah, this old 3 wait for me. Lu Zihan then threw the check to catch up, so the two supercars one after the other towards the outskirts of the abandoned factory. Lao San, your $10 million sports car. Lu Zihong sat on the supercar, incredulous looked to Wei Lin. Sure enough, your identity is not simple. What's going on here? Soon after, his eyes were looking ahead at the speeding Aston Martin. Boss, it's too abnormal. Second brother, call old 4. Good. Wei Lin vaguely guessed something and spoke out. But soon, Lu Zihong frowned, still cannot dial. Looks like it is. Wei Lin took a deep breath and looked into the distance. It's highly likely that Lao Si was captured and then threatened boss to let him rescue it. What? Lu Zihong heard this, his face changed greatly. It is hard to. It was that Lin family scumbag from yesterday. Not sure. Wei Lin by mail enhancement, but still have to do two-handed preparation. Hey, cousin. Wei Lin then dialed the phone. I'm in trouble on this side, positioning send you. I'm not in danger, it's my friend. After hanging up the phone, Wei Lin once again looked ahead. Next, what we have to do is to delay as much time as possible. Phew. That's good. Knowing that Lao San was not simple, Lu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. Host triggers a random mission to rescue Lin Xiao, rewarded with 15 years of cultivation. Yi Xian, who was speeding along, had the system's voice ringing in his ears. In that case, Lin Xiao's life was not in danger. The system's voice made Yi Xian's heart feel a little more at ease. After all, if Lin Xiao's life was in danger, the system wouldn't have sent out this kind of mission. At the same time, on the other side. Maplewood Manor Villa. Ding dong. Uncle Shadow received a message, and after learning about it, his face sank. Miss, the ant may be in danger. Eh? Yan Ruoxi's eyes surged with a grim, cold aura upon hearing this. Someone has kidnapped a friend of the ant's and threatened him to go alone. Ka-ching. Before Uncle Shadow could finish, Yan Ruoxi's eyes flooded with icy coldness, and the antique jade pendant in her hand shattered in response, something looking for death, no matter who dies. Then, Yan Ruoxi took out her cell phone and opened the positioning, and she saw the direction of the supercar speeding. Uncle Shadow, follow me to the abandoned factory in the suburbs to kill. Chapter 16, The Eve of the Zhou family's doomsday, Yi Xian's strength exposed? Jiangnan suburb, abandoned factory. Bah. Zhou Kaiyang coldly glanced at Lin Xiao at his feet. What are you, dare to provoke this young? Splat. Under a slap, Lin Xiao was sent tumbling to the ground. Give me a beating. Zhou Kaiyang sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Xiao who was being punched and kicked by his men. His heart was unbelievably happy. If you weren't still somewhat useful, you would be dead now. Zhou Kaiyang's eyes flashed sternly, then laughed coldly. Don't worry, in a few moments, Yi Xian, that little white boy, will come to save you. At that time, I will be in front of your face, will be his bones broken one by one. You're a big man. Lin Xiao sprayed a mouthful of spittle out. Looking at its struggling angry look, Zhou Kaiyang more and more excited. Today, the King of Heaven came also cannot save that little white boy. Zhou Kaiyang kicked Lin Xiao in the abdomen, which made his face bare his teeth. However, he, who was dreaming, didn't realize that a big disaster was about to come. Squeak. Supercar sound, a sight of the henchman eyes with a sharp aura of mockery to look into the distance. Young master, that kid is coming. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhou Kaiyang's foot stepped on Lin Xiao's head, his eyes full of fierce. Next, the good show will be staged. Oh, the kid meets again. Seeing Yi Xian arrive, the corners of Zhou Kaiyang's mouth flared up in mockery. This young man thought you wouldn't dare to come. It's really a great boldness. Boss, quickly go. Lin Xiao's face changed when he saw his boss. They're targeting you. Zhou Kaiyang? Seeing the thing in front of him that was rushing to his death, you've succeeded in making me angry. Snort. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhou Kaiyang's eyes were full of teasing. Pretend to me again. Aren't you a good fighter? Coldly smiling, Zhou Kaiyang looked at the surrounding dozens of people beside him. There are even peak yellow level experts. Today I will let you fight enough. Give me on, kill him. Dozens of people heard the order, surrounded the front too, as more than 10 people are yellow level experts, visible in order to deal with Yi Xian. Zhou Kaiyang is very well prepared. You really think you have everything under control? Yi Xian looked at Zhou Kaiyang. Both so will step on these people bones to start the first battle. Boss, don't mind me. Noisy. The yellow-ranked henchman who was holding Lin Xiao hostage looked furious and smacked him in the face. Snap. With a flash of shadow, the yellow-ranked expert was jerked out and smashed into the ground with a bang, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Eh? Zhou Kaiyang see this, face full of dismay. What, that kid? A move that seriously injured the yellow level expert. It is not possible. Squeak. But at this time, a sudden change in the distance sped to a supercar, just like this stopped in the field. It was Lu Zihong and Wei Lin. The first time I saw them, I was so happy to see them. Down the supercar, the two people assisted Lin Xiao, and see this Lin Xiao face full of bitterness. How you also came? I'm sorry, it's me who got you into trouble. Lin Xiao full of self-blame, opposite Zhou Kaiyang face cold. I'm sorry, it's me who got you into trouble. Seeing Yi Xian's a scowl spread across his face. In that case, you'll all die here. Yes? When the surrounding crowd was about to make a move, an icy voice came out, and then a silhouette came not far away. Yan Ruoxi. Seeing the person, Zhou Kaiyang gulped and swallowed his saliva. Impossible, why are you here? Swish. Then, the surrounding figures appeared in the field. The number of people is more than 10, the leader is Uncle Shadow. You guys go first, leave this place to me. Seeing that Yi Xian is fine, Yan Ruoxi's sternness dissipated a bit. I'll be back. Yi Xian 4 people with Lin Xiao left, accompanied by the sound of supercar disappeared into the distance. How dare you touch my ladies, man? You. Feeling Yan Ruoxi's suffocation, Zhou Kaiyang's face turned blue. He knew the plan was over. Hold her hostage. At a certain moment, Zhou Kaiyang's eyes were livid. As long as Yan Ruoxi was held hostage, he could take the initiative, and sending her to Goddess Mei and Lin Xiao would be a great achievement. Thumbs up. The next moment, beside the Zhou family yellow-level peak expert's lightning shot, naturally clear Yan Ruoxi is crucial. Foolishness. Yan Ruoxi's mouth curled up in an evil arc as she watched the peak yellow-ranked expert come at her. Put. The yellow-level peak expert is not close to the body, is the neck blood oozing out, and then flopped down on the ground, and not far from the side of Yan Ruoxi suddenly appeared a figure. It is the shadow of the uncle. Puffing. Peak yellow-level experts dead on the ground. Zhou Kaiyang face pale and soft fell to the ground. He knew it was over. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Yes, miss. The surrounding Yan family shadow guards all made their moves, destroying them to start a massacre. After all, the weakest of the dozen or so people were all at the late Huang level. Where were these people able to cope with them? In an instant. The rich smell of blood filled, including Zhou Kaiyang, all dead. Miss, Zhou Kaiyang and his party were all ambushed. Aha! Yan Ruoxi nodded slightly, her eyes flashing with demonic scarlet. Let's go. Right. Uncle Shadow thought of something, and then slightly frowned. Miss, there is something that my subordinates think it is better to tell you. Before coming, there was already an early yellow level in the field that was heavily injured by a single move. After a pause in his voice, he continued, from the situation just now, the person who made the move is most likely the ant. Oh. Hearing Uncle Shadow's words, Yan Ruoxi's icy eyes flooded with a hint of amusement. Is that so? It seems that the little guy is hiding quite a lot from me. This. Do you want my subordinates to capture him and force him to ask? No, no. Yan Ruoxi spared a glance at Yi Xian's supercar's departing direction. Since the little guy is hiding, then let him hide, yes. One day, this young lady will personally layer by layer to peel his secrets away. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Feel this Yan Ruoxi body breath, Shadow Uncle full of surprise. Miss, you are. You've broken through to the Xian level. Not bad. Yan Ruoxi nodded her head slightly, then hooked up an evil smile and said with deep meaning, to say the least, it's thanks to that little guy. Congratulations, miss. Shadow Uncle bowed to congratulate, and Yan Ruoxi did not have too much reaction. Both have already done trouble. Shadow Uncle by the way the Jiangnanzhou family and destroyed it. I'd like to thank you for your help. Uncle Shadow nodded at the sound of his voice, naturally know the meaning of the lady, or take the opportunity to knock the mountain to stabilize the situation of decline. Borrowing a knife to kill? Watching Uncle Shadow leave, Yan Ruoxi's mouth rose up in an evil arc. Lin Xiaoyang, this kind of despicable play must have come from your hands. After this time, I hope you know how to restrain yourself. Said here, Yan Ruoxi cold smile, if again dare to claws to this lady man, even the Lin family cannot protect you. Chapter 17 Boss, is Imperial Abyss 1 manor yours? Gulp. Left for a long time and came to the jungle side. Lu Zihong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gasping for air, his heart palpitating. Just now it was too scary. Sister-in-law, this is too much. After slowing down, Lu Zihong looked to the rear. Boss, sister-in-law, they should be fine. Aha! Yi Xian nodded his head. Uncle Shadow's strength alone was late Xian level. Zhou Kaiyang and his party didn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, how did that niece find this? Such a short period of time. Intelligence is also a little too fast. The old four, all right? Yi Xian looked at the side of the same stimulated not light Lin Xiao, inquired. I should be fine. Lin Xiao moved his muscles and bones, and revealed a smile on his bruised and swollen head. Skin trauma, no harm. Wei Lin nodded, then curiously looked at Lin Xiao. Old four, how did you get tied up by them? Wei Lin nodded his head. Speaking of this, I'm angry. It's not Zhou Kaiyang. They said bad things about the boss. I couldn't stand it, so I theorized with them. Lin Xiao said furiously, but soon giggled with a smile. I didn't expect that all of you would come to my rescue. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao solemnly said, we also counted the life of the brothers. Today's matter I Lin Xiao remembered. However, third brother. Lin Xiao gazed to the side of the supercar. You this hide also deep enough, 10 million supercar. Ahem, that what? Can't compare with the boss. Wei Lin's heart was terrified, really afraid that they would become estranged knowing their identity as the imperial capital's great young man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of rescuing Lin Xiao, rewarded with 15 years of cultivation. Cultivation level rising. Immediately after, Yi Xian felt warmth pouring into his body, and then his strength increased at a visible rate, eventually rising to the peak of the Xian level before stopping. Even Uncle Shadow was only at the late Xian level. It could be said that now Yi Xian was a top existence in Jiangnan, and he was in a good mood for a while. Go! Yi Xian then looked at the Lu Zihang trio. Accompany me to a place. So said, now it is also time to go to the Emperor Abyss One Manor to go, after all, in the future a long time we'll live there. Oh? Listening to Yi Xian's words, all three were skeptical. However, soon Wei Lin, who was speeding along, vaguely guessed something. This direction can't be right. Wei Lin in the supercar obviously realized something, while Lu Zihang on the side was unsure. Lao San, what's wrong? Cough. Coughing dryly, Wei Lin continued, if I remember well, further on is the most luxurious manor group in Jiangnan, the Imperial Abyss Manor area. What? Lu Zihang naturally heard something wrong and said incredulously, Old three, are you saying that the boss is taking us to the Imperial Abyss Manor? I'm afraid that's true. As the two spoke, the Imperial Abyss Manor came into view. Mr. Yi, you are here. From a distance, the security guards recognized Yi Xian and didn't dare to slow down to raise the railing. Mr. Yi is here. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then drove in, while the security guard dialed the after-sales supervisor who was inspecting it the first time. Not much time. The car stopped in front of the Imperial Abyss One villa. Voodoo. Lu Zihang got off the car and looked at the extravagant manor iron gate. Boss, you won't tell us that this manor is yours, right? Mr. Yi, good. At this time, the after-sales supervisor who had been waiting for a long time bowed and saluted. Welcome to Imperial Abyss One. Lin Xiao heard this and reacted, Boss, this is sister-in-law sent you? This meal is too hardcore. Knock. Lin Xiao has not finished brainstorming. Was Yi Xian a melon crash knocked back to reality? The property supervisor Wang Chongshan see here understand. Sir, the Emperor Abyss One Manor is indeed Mr. Yi's name, worth 1 billion and have a price without a market. Lu Zihang eyes wide, Lin Xiao directly down, worth 1 billion and not necessarily buy. Sure enough. When Wei Lin heard this, his eyes changed as he looked at the boss in front of him. This is a big deal. Mr. Yi, this is the door card as well as the contract. After activation, just enter the face recognition. Wang Chongshan saw a few people and then bowed with great eyesight. If there is any need, just call me, then I will leave first. Go on. Yi Xian waved his hand, and then 2 supercars drove into the manor. Oh. Entering the Imperial Abyss One, Lu Zihang Lin Xiao, 2 people were directly shocked by the elegant and secluded but not too luxurious garden arrangement. Too luxurious. TSK, this configuration in the imperial capital can be called the top. Wei Lin sked and lamented. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. After all, the old man wouldn't let him be such a loser. Worthy of being a billion-dollar manor. Yi Xian smacked his lips. This manor is a few notches better than the Maplewood Manor. I'll go. Came to the front of the villa, suddenly saw the luxury fountain. Do not know, also thought to come to the 7-star hotel. Alone this cost at least a few million. Phew. Then entered the luxury villa. Almost did not Lu Zihang to impact of the faint past. Boss, you this. Where is so much money? 1 billion. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. Yi Xian waved his hand to stall to find an excuse. His previously earned a lot of money, shares in a few companies' benefit is not bad. So Lu Zihong nodded his head, and Wei Lin looked around with envy. Puffing. Lu Zihong, two people directly embraced the thigh, full of worship. Boss, the future of our brothers and you mix. These two people. Wei Lin glanced at him breathlessly. With his status, he naturally did not need to hug the thigh. Of course there is no problem. Yi Xian waved his hand carelessly, which made Lu Zihong, two people moved. The boss so bullish in the future, who dares to bully them? Boss, sister-in-law should not know, right? Wei Lin thought of something and asked Yi Xian curiously. Yi Xian nodded his head. Yi Xian nodded his head. Now at the peak of the Xian level, he naturally does not underestimate that niece. A few moments later, the four people came to the garage to visit. Lin Xiao, eyeballs wide, staring straight gaze, staring not far away. Boss, this. Scream. Lin Xiao ran over, eyes full of incredulity, cool shape and body. Lamborghini Devil's Son. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Xiao staggered. It is said that the world is only so won, actually, by the boss you bought. Rumor has it, this car is worth $80 million. Boom. When Lu Zihong heard this, his brain was dry and confused, looking at the supercar not far away in dismay. Lao Si, this car is worth $80 million? Cough cough, boss bull. Wei Lin dry cough, this is his favorite car. At first, I like this car, but the old man does not give me get, tisk. Wei Lin loved to caress the son of the devil. Yi Xian saw it so careless a smile. How do you like it? Yi Xian laughed at the sight of him. Wei Lin didn't hide his heart. Yi Xian laughed. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Yi Xian laughed. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Hearing that it was for him, Wei Lin hastily refused. I can't afford it. However, a test drive is still fine. Wei Lin rubbed his hands in anticipation and looked at the boss. His appearance was like a child waiting to be given candy. I'm not sure if I can do it. Yi Xian smiled and said. Lu Zihong, two people excitedly shouted, long live the boss. Chapter 18 Principle, to the school to donate 10 million is no problem, right? Boom. The roar of the beast resounded through the manor, Wei Lin driving the supercar in the manor wantonly speed catharsis. Motherfucker, this is the feeling of pushing back. The co-pilot Lu Zihong was very excited. I can somewhat realize the joy of the evil capitalist. Lao San, I really envy you and the boss. Glancing at the speeding Wei Lin, Lu Zihong spat out that he apparently classified the two as capitalists, at least in his opinion. Right at this moment, Yi Xian received a phone call from none other than Wang Chongshan, who had just been separated not long ago. Hello, Mr. Yi. Answering the call, Wang Chongshan's respectful voice came from the opposite side. Mr. Wang, is there something wrong? Yes, it's like this. Wang Chongshan paused his voice and then said, I wonder if Mr. Yi needs to hire a maid to take care of the manor. This. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, not waiting for him to finish. The system voice rang out. Ding. The host triggered the task, hiring a maid to manage the manor, reward 72 silent divine guards. Note, this divine guard's strength is the weakest yellow level peak, loyalty 100%. Silent destruction guards? Listening to the system voice, Yi Xian's heart shook. 72 guards above the peak of the yellow level, and absolutely loyal. This strength is enough to push across all the forces in Jiangnan. You can just arrange it. Thinking about this, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up in an intriguing arc. Money is not a problem. Yes, Mr. Yi. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath, then he hung up the phone. After all, he is not good to delay the big brother too much time. Boss, who is it? Test drive. A few laps of the supercar stopped. Lu Zihong head out of the window curious. I don't know what to say. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, I let the property hire some maids to take care of the estate. The foggy grass. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao looked at each other, confused. Looked to Yi Xian. Boss, too shameless. For a moment, the two thought of the two beautiful maids in the dormitory bedding. Ding bell. Just then, Lu Zihong received a phone call. Boss, the counselor is on the phone. After seeing the phone, Lu Zihong swallowed his saliva. The caller was none other than the counselor, Lin Qingqing. Hello, counselor. When you answer the phone, Lin Qingqing's voice comes from the opposite side. What's going on? Not back to school. Also, is Yi Xian with you? I am in. Talking a few sentences, Lu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. Boss, the counselor looking for you something. Let's go back to school. Lu Zihong relayed the words of the counselor said, Lin Xiaowei Lin is to look at Yi Xian, looking for the boss something is not too bad influence to give disciplinary action? Ding! The host triggered a mission to donate $10 million to the school, rewarding 10 times the consumer rebate. Oh? Hearing this, Yi Xian slightly narrowed his eyes, and indeed, the god's hero attribute is an essential ability. Good. Thinking about this, Yi Xian nodded, then go back to school. Yi Xian, let's go back to school then. Lu Zihong. Three people look at each other nodded, looking at the boss ho across the manor sip mouth. This scene if let the school know do not know what will be the reaction. Phew. Leave the manor. Lu Zihong looked at the driving boss, goddess wife, 1 billion manor, boss you actually. How many things are still hidden from us? This one? Yi Xian looked at the emotional Lu Zihong, deep meaning smile, there is time I will tell you, but not now. After all, Yan Group 30% shares, TAAI Group chairman in peak strength of the Xian level, no matter which one cannot let people easily accept. Also good. Lu Zihong took a deep breath and said bitterly, if I really want to say it, I'm afraid that my little heart won't be able to accept it. Right. Lu Zihong then looked at the supercar behind him and asked curiously, boss, what do you think the oldest three are? Speech and demeanor, certainly not simple. After a pause in the voice, continued, moreover, when the oldest four had an accident, I heard him call his cousin to call someone. The oldest three did not put Zhou Kaiyang in the eye in the slightest. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I sensed it the first time I saw old three. I feel that old three is most likely from the imperial capital sect. What? At these words, Lu Zihong's eyes widened and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Imperial capital sect, this can't be. If this is the case, I and the old 4-2 people is not the ancestral grave smoke. Shui Breath said, to know the boss has let them open their eyes, the old three that way they will add a lot of light. In the middle of the conversation, the four of them arrived at the school. Yi Xian, follow me. Seeing the counselor, Lin Qingqing called Yi Xian aside alone. Sighed, worried, the principal has something for you, come with me. I will help you, don't talk nonsense. Lin Qingqing was a counselor for the first time, so naturally she wanted a good start to her teaching career. Aha! Nodded slightly, but what he was thinking about was not the principal, but the donation of $10 million. Go! Lin Qingqing nodded slightly, Yi Xian's attitude wasn't bad, it wasn't the same as the outside rumors. Follow up and take a look. Lu Zihong's trio saw the counselor leave with the boss and followed all the way to the principal's office. Principal. Arriving at the principal's office, Lin Qingqing took a deep breath, Yi Xian is here. Oh? Principal Zhao Zichang looked over with searching eyes, seeing Yi Xian, his eyes narrowed, student Yi is here. Quickly sit down. Smiling Zhao Zichang warmly greeted Yi Xian, and then even personally made tea for him. This scene, see Lin Qingqing froze. Principal? Aren't you going to punish Yi Xian, why this? Indeed, the scene in front of her made Lin Qingqing unable to understand, how could this be? Punishment? Hearing Lin Qingqing's words, the principal was suspicious, Ms. Lin, when did I say I wanted to punish? This. Lin Qingqing's brain was dried down for a moment. Student Yi is the pride of the school. I can't wait to praise it, how can I punish it? Zhao Zichang is not stupid, others do not know clearly Yan Ruoxi identity. He knows, Yan's group that in Jiangnan is the leading presence, if you can pull together sponsorship that is a lot of benefits. The principal, it just so happens that I also have a matter. Thinking about the mission, Yi Xian smiled and said. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Zhao Zichang heard, curious, Yi students have what? Ahem. It's like this. I intend to donate a sum of money to the school to do my bit. Yi Xian coughed dryly and said, this word out as the principal himself froze, as for the side of Lin Qingqing a little confused. Yi Xian, you want to donate money to the school? Lin Qingqing incredibly looked at her own students, really this is beyond her expectations. Yi students, how much do you intend to donate? Zhao Zichang came to the spirit, just now the school is ready to enter some equipment almost money. Aha! 10 million it. Pause the voice Yi Xian said, Lin Qingqing heard the brain boomed, wide-eyed staring at their own students, would he actually want to donate 10 million to the school crazy? Chapter 19 Yi students to the school to donate 10 million. But. Cough. Zhao Zichang heard Yi Xian's words and was actually choked by a mouthful of tea. After all. He thought that Yi Xian donates a couple million to solve the urgent need, but he didn't expect to come up with 10 million, not worthy of being the person who was looked at by Yan's group's daughter. What, is there a problem? Yi Xian saw Zhao Zicheng's reaction and asked, while Zhao Zicheng breathed a sigh of relief, of course not. Soon, Yi Xian paid the money into the school's public account. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for supporting the school's cause. Zhao Zicheng didn't expect the benefits to come so quickly, and then looked at Lin Qingqing. Teacher Lin, in the future, all of Yi Xian's classes can come or not. You coordinate with this one. Principal, this is not good, right? Lin Qingqing looked at Yi Xian with a complex expression. The student in front of her in her first year, is this the legendary ability to pay money? Hey, nothing bad. It's settled. Zhao Zicheng clapped his hands and decided. Lin Qingqing couldn't say anything more when she saw this. In the end, she was too young. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of donating $10 million to the school, rewarded with a tenfold spending rebate. Leaving the principal's office, Yi Xian's ears rang with the system voice. 10 times consumption rebate arrived. From this moment onwards, the divine hero attribute has been successfully turned on. Boss. Just after leaving the principal's office, Lu Zihang's trio surrounded him. Are you all right? Lu Zihang asked nervously, while Wei Lin wasn't that worried. It's okay, the principal is looking for me to talk. Yi Xian smiled. Aside, Lin Qingqing looked at it. Well, is that Yi students by the way to the school to donate 10 million? Ha! Lu Zihang eyes wide, stunned look at the boss. Boss. This is true. HM. Yi Xian nodded his head. As for the counselor is still immersed in the shock. Really what happened today makes it difficult to accept for a while. It's late, I'll go back to Maplewood Manor first. Boss, goodbye. Underneath the dormitory building, Lu Zihang's trio sent the boss away with envy in their eyes. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a supercar roaring, the Aston Martin sped away from the school. Feelings? Not bad at all. Ding! Detecting that the host has completed the peak of life 1/10 of the mission, rewarding the divine car skill ability. Oh! Listening to the sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian froze the first unlocking of the skill bar. Immediately after, Yi Xian's mind then had a multitude of various car skills as well as experience, as if it was imprinted in his memory. It was very natural to be able to make it. Once again, looking at the supercar, the various operations as well as the feel of the hand improved by a large margin. Unexpectedly, there is this kind of reward. God Machine Car Skills ability, skillful operation sped away, that level of racing champion in front of its her children. Near nightfall, return to the manor must pass through the square. Ha! Car parked next to the square, suddenly saw a struggle in the eyes of shame and helpless girl. Beside the body put a sign, sell your body to save your mother? Another cheat. Nowadays, young people, learn what is not good. The world is going down. The people's hearts are not ancient. The surrounding pedestrian scolding sound makes the girl ashamed, but the thought of her mother's cancer in need of a large sum of money for medical expenses, as a new graduate, how she can afford it. Since childhood, she and her mother depend on each other for life, to know that is her only relative. With Yi Xian's eyesight today, he naturally knew that the girl was in a difficult situation. Ding! The host triggered a mission to help the girl overcome her difficulties, rewarding her with a divine massage ability. Oh? Listening to the system voice, Yi Xian hooked up the arc. It seems even less reason not to make a move. 1.8 million, sell your body to save your mother? Looking at the information written on the sign, Yi Xian landed on the school flower level girl and was able to imagine how much determination she had made to do so. HM. Ning Xian nodded her head in shame. I really didn't lie. My mom has late-stage cancer. Treatment as well as late-stage recovery requires a large amount of money. I really have no way to be like this. No one could understand her these days, and even if she threw away her pride, no one still believed her. I believe you. Yi Xian nodded his head and looked at the girl in front of him, which made Ning Xian incredulously look at Yi Xian and meet those starry eyes. Thanks. Thanks. Feeling the trust, as if it was the last straw that crushed her, 2 lines of tears fell like this. Then, Yi Xian took out a black card. There are $3 million in this card, a part of which is used as medical expenses, and the rest will be used as daily expenses for you. Puff. Hearing this, Ning Xian knelt on both knees. Thank you, benefactor. When my mom gets better, Ning Xian will be an ox to repay you. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then gave it an address. When Auntie recovers, you can go to this place and help me take care of the manor. This. By the time Ning Xian came back to her senses, Yi Xian had already left in his supercar. Thank you, benefactor. Clutching the bank card tightly, this heavy trust made her feel like a dream, only her life had taken a turn for the worse since this moment. Mom, you are right, there are still good people in the world. Ning Xian's excited teardrops couldn't stop rolling down, and she secretly vowed, she will definitely repay her benefactor with everything she has in the future. Ding! The host spent 3 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining 30 million. Not long after leaving the square, Yi Xian's ears were ringing with the sound of the tenfold rebate. Not surprisingly, $30 million came to hand. It's a good feeling to try it out. Not long after, Yi Xian entered the Maple Forest Manor. Phew! Looking at the familiar manor, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, the little one will be 2 months in a few days, right? Headache. When he thought about Yan Ruoxi's pregnancy, Yi Xian's head was spinning, and more importantly, his parents didn't know yet. Little one, you're back. Yan Ruoxi saw Yi Xian return and smiled playfully, which made the corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitch. Yi Xian dryly coughed and looked at the woman in front of him. Thanks for today. LOL, still a little bit of conscience. Yan Ruoxi then approached, hooked up Yi Xian's chin. 3 million captured the girl's heart, sold his body to save his mother. The little guy is very generous. How, does it want to raise a junior behind this lady's back? You? All no. Yi Xian surprised to look at Yan Ruoxi. This woman is too terrible. He actually did not find out at all. Aha! Yan Ruoxi control everything nodded, then said, in front of me, how many secrets do you think you can have? Little one. Speaking, Yan Ruoxi kissed Yi Xian's lips and smiled wryly. There will be a next time this young lady let you cut off your children and grandchildren. As for now, Yan Ruoxi cannot be questioned to look at Yi Xian. Come over, give this lady massage. Chapter 20, Little Man, are you worried about me? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping a girl through a difficult time, rewarding divine massage ability. The system sound came from the ear. This nymphette is still domineering now. Also strike. After all, it was thanks to her today. Feeling someone's massage, Yan Ruoxi's demonic eyes looked at Yi Xian. I didn't expect that the massage was not bad. Swish. Right at this moment, a figure came in from outside the villa, and this person was none other than Uncle Shadow. Miss, something has happened. Come close to the front. Uncle Shadow stared at Yan Ruoxi. Manor has a killer sneak attack. The person who came is very strong. Aha! Yan Ruoxi's eyes flashed. Sure enough, the people in the dark can't help but want to make a move. Follow me to take a look. Yan Ruoxi then looked towards Yi Xian. You stay in the villa and don't go out. Soon there was only one person left in the villa. The first thing I did was to kill the people in the villa. Maplewood Manor, no one will be left behind. Yi Xian vaguely can hear the villa outside the shouts of murder, although not seen, but can imagine that outside must be a fierce battle. He. But at the same time, Yi Xian perceived a strong killing intent, and the sources in the villa. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. At that moment, a figure appeared in the field. Killing you is not easy. Xian level expert? Seeing the person who came, Yi Xian was stunned, not expecting that there would be a Xian level assassin who came to the villa silently. Yi Xian was surprised when he saw the person who came. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, while the opposite Xian level expert laughed coldly. Not bad. Originally was looking for you to get down when you are alone, did not expect. I didn't expect to encounter the attack on the Maple Forest Manor. Said here, that expert eyes surging between the mockery. Take advantage of this to kill you, no more appropriate. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Looking at the expert in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. Let me guess. First, he encouraged Zhou Kaiyang to kidnap Lin Xiao to threaten, and then there is this, can't wait to kill me. Lin Xiaoyang certainly will not be so much trouble, you are. Chen Meyer sent it. At these words, the pupils of the Xian level killer shrank, and naturally failed to escape Yi Xian's attention. It seems that I guessed right. Yi Xian smiled to point out its mind, however back to the Xian level killer full of cold eyes. You swindle me. Good, a thoughtful kid. Deep breath, the Chen family Xian level expert eyes flash. So, more stay you cannot. Before I die, I am not afraid to tell you. Xian level expert coldly smiled. I am indeed a person of the Chen family. Hit my familyness in public. You cannot atone for 10,000 deaths. I'm not afraid to tell you before I die. The Xian level expert naturally knew that the night was long, so he didn't say much and slapped his palm towards Yixian. Oh. You really think you've got me? Seeing the aura of the Xian level expert controlling the whole field, Yixian's mouth corner hooked up. Xian level expert is very powerful. As he spoke, Yixian met the palm of his hand with a single finger. Pretending to be a god. Naturally, that Xian level expert didn't believe it. After all, he was a guest of honor in the Chen family, and didn't put Yixian in his eyes in the slightest. Boom! A dull sound swept out. Invisible chi energy rippled out with the two of them at the center. However, the opposite Chen family Xian level expert was blown out by the terrifying force before he had time to react. But. Cough. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. That Xian level expert crashed into the ground in a sorry state, his eyes full of disbelief. What? Feeling the trauma is the body, the Chen family Xian level expert by male color changed drastically to look towards the opposite side. His eyes changed completely. You. Xian level peak. How is it possible? Yixian's strength makes him afraid. That kid is less than 20 years old, actually has a terrifying Xian level peak strength. What does this mean? Who the hell are you? In fact, this Xian level expert is afraid. What a joke. The entire Jiangnan Xian level peak are only a few right. Now a brat has reached this. He used his toes to think, also know what this means. You're not from the imperial capital. The Xian level expert who thought of something, gulped and swallowed his saliva. Other than that place where experts gathered, he couldn't think of any other power that could cultivate such a demonic existence. Escape. Thinking about this, the Chen family's Xian level expert turned around to leave without even thinking about it. After leaving today, he would never come to Jiangnan again. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. However, before he could finish, his neck was strangled by a hand. You don't. Click. Before the Chen family's Xian level expert could come back to his senses, his neck was snapped and his head tilted, becoming a corpse. Kill. But at this time, more than 10 silhouettes surged into the villa, swarming towards Yixian. Their goal is to kill everyone in the manor. Not good. Protect the master. Several shadow guards face gloomy towards the killer attack. If something happens to the ant, Miss Anger is not something they can withstand. How dare you? But at this time, a delicate voice came. The next moment, full of killing intent, ferocious Yan Ruoxi overbearing protective husband came to the field. Thumb. Blood splattered. Close to Yixian's a yellow level late stage expert was its dagger blasted out, on the spot to receive the box lunch. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Yan Ruoxi let out a fierce smile. The man who dared to touch her must die. Voodoo. Yan family shadow guards see this, are swallowing saliva. Yes, miss. In this way, more than a dozen killers died on the spot in less than 10 breaths of time, and such a scene saved Yixian from having to deal with the corpse of the man from earlier. Yixian was not expecting this woman to be so crazy. Yixian also did not expect this woman so crazy. Where there is the slightest appearance of pregnancy in the appearance of a tiger, just so kill on the little one should not have an impact on it. Humph. This lady's people, can only this lady bullying, other people heavenly kings cannot. Overbearing voice came out, listening to the surrounding shadow guard's mouth corners twitching, so bold words also on miss. You guys guard here. Yan Ruoxi looked at the side of a few shadow guards, the killers who came today. I don't want to go. After saying that, she quickly stepped towards the outside of the villa. This crazy woman. Yixian's eyelids jumped wildly and he coughed dryly. So what? Be careful. I'm pregnant. Little man, are you worried about me? Yan Ruoxi's bewitching scarlet eyes looked at Yixian, which made Yixian speechless. Count me out. LOL. Don't worry. You're still worried about these killers. Accompanied by a delicate smile, Yan Ruoxi once again left the villa. As for the several shadow guards were protecting Yixian in the center, vigilantly looking around. Not to mention people, even a mosquito would never come close. This night, the Maple Forest Manor destined to sleepless. Chapter 21. This little guy is not right, he must have a secret. That ninny. Looking at Yan Ruoxi's direction of departure, Yixian was a bit surprised. Breaking through the Xian level? This speed is a bit too fast. Although he was already at the peak of the Xian level, not everyone had the same system as him. Being Xian level in his 20s, this is already very heaven-defying. The night shrouded over and the fierce battle ended. Miss. A little while later, a few shadow guards respectfully bent over when they saw Yan Ruoxi come in. Aha! Nodding slightly, his gaze then fell on Yixian. Go down. Yes, miss. The shadow guards left. the maids cleaned up the bloodstains in the villa, and Yi Xian realized that Yan Ruoxi was actually unharmed.
Little man.
Yan Ruoxi was close at hand, her sharp eyes staring at Yi Xian. You don't seem to be scared at all.
Ahem, is that so?
Yi Xian coughed dryly. He is the peak of the Xian level, afraid of a ball. My home Ruoxi so powerful, of course not afraid.
Put.
Sudden words, heard the maids cannot help but laugh, but hastily stopped to look at their own miss, did not angry this only to breathe a sigh of relief.
The aunt really brave, courage is not ordinary big. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person.
Yan Ruoxi stared at Yi Xian playfully, then the corner of the mouth hooked up the sickly smile, that later this lady let you see under my powerful.
This little guy is not right, must have a secret.
Listening to Yan Ruoxi's words of tiger and wolf, Yi Xian was really a bit sweaty, proper female hooligan.
After dinner, on the balcony. Hello, Mom.
Dialing his mother's phone, Yi Xian intended to tell her about the upscale neighborhood. After all, the neighborhood where the old couple lives today is completely incomparable to this upscale neighborhood. The old man is a good man, but he is not a good man, he is not a good man, he is not a good man. Yi mother came to laugh and scolded, but heard the tone of voice is very happy.
Hey, nothing can not give you a phone call.
Yi Xian heatedly laughed, and after chatting for a while, he got to the point.
What?
Hearing her son's words, Yi mother froze. Heavenly Palace neighborhood.
The first time I heard this, I was able to get a good look at my son's face.
Yi mother a jolt. The Sky Royal Palace neighborhood is the most expensive existence in Jiangcheng, easily to small 2 million.
Mom, am I that kind of person?
Yi Xian rolled his eyes, then said, don't worry, this money is your son earned. 2 years ago I bought the Bitcoin, you know it, earned a lot of money.
After a pause in the voice, continued, now your son I am a big boss.
Half true half false said, after all, this pass sooner or later to pass now Showdown some future will not be difficult to accept. See, I said Bitcoin has a head start. In the meantime, the opposite side of the leaf father's voice, the boy did a good job, quite father of the year style.
Go to go.
Yi mother muttered, then came the voice of pushing and shoving, do not disturb me in son phone. Mom temporarily believe you, but the girlfriend also grasp.
Not surprisingly, Yi mother launched forced marriage operation. I know.
After saying that, Yi Xian hung up the phone with a bitter smile, for which his ears are going to hear calluses.
The next day, early morning. Well.
Yan Ruoxi opened her eyes, and then in front of her eyes appeared the handsome side face.
This guy.
With the memories flooding into his mind, Yan Ruoxi's eyes were a touch of scarlet. The combat power can be like a different person. After a beautiful sleep, he is full of energy.
And the color of the skin is red, more beautiful than before. Jingling. But at this time, a cell phone ringing up. Hello. What did you say?
The first 2 sentences, put on the clothes is to quickly step away, the gang of old men, this is to force their own hands.
After that, Yan Ruoxi explained a few sentences and went to the group. About a quarter of an hour later. Aha! Yi Xian out of the room, looked around and asked the maid, your miss? The first thing I did was to ask the maid, where's your lady? Hearing the maid's words, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Ding!
The host triggered the task, overbearing wife protection Showdown Yan Group shareholders, reward Red Leaf Avenue Commercial Street all stores.
Bossy wife protector?
The system mission made Yi Xian freeze, a showdown so soon.
Something happened to the group?
Looking at the maid and asking, the system wouldn't send this kind of mission for no reason.
This. It should be.
Contemplating for a little while, the maid then said, it seems that the board of directors old man wanna make things difficult for Miss.
Yi Xian's eyes looked towards the Yan Group.
Yi Xian looked in the direction of the Yan Group, and was able to get the system to send out a task that would certainly not be a simple difficulty.
Also,
retrieve the line of sight, then a slight smile, this relationship is also time to change.
Boom!
Accompanied by the roar of a supercar, the car sped towards Yan's group.
Auntie, it's not going to the group, is it?
The maid stood in front of the villa, looking at the direction of the aunt's departure. Leaving the manor, he pulled up the attribute panel in passing.
Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, peak Xian level.
Ability, God level. Car skills, God level. Massage. Items, 30% of the shares of Yan's group, Supreme Diamond Black Card. No upper limit, Emperor Abyss 1 Manor X1, 100% of the shares of the TAAI Group, 10 times the consumption rebate. Wealth, 1.03 billion. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The peak of his life was beckoning him. I'd like to see what the board of directors has in store for him. In the middle of his thoughts, he had already arrived at Yan's group. Z. Accompanied by a supercar parked in front of the group, the security guards froze when they saw the car, especially when they saw the figure getting out of the car. The security guards saw the car and froze, especially when he saw the figure getting out of the car. Seeing that it was the man that the young lady had decided on, the security guards gulped and swallowed their saliva and greeted enthusiastically. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly. This is something like what that girl could do. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Said, threw the key to the security guard into the group. Aunt. Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, Master Ant. The front desk of the group as well as the staff couldn't help but take a deep breath when they saw Yi Xian. When has the young lady ever been like this to a man? They naturally didn't dare to be slow. Xiaoying. Soon, Yi Xian saw a familiar figure. It was Xiaoying, who had always followed Yan Ruoxi. This, Auntie. Xiaoying saw Yi Xian and was shocked. Why are you here? Ruoxi, in trouble? Hearing this, Xiaoying was stunned, then sighed and nodded. The group's directors have collectively made an issue, wanting Miss to resign from her position as acting director. Oh. The moment Xiaoying's words came out, Yi Xian smiled faintly and realized the system task. Your young lady has protected me for such a long time, today I will also protect her once. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth arced, and the entire person's temperament changed significantly. Lead the way. This is, Auntie. Xiaoying pondered for a moment, then guided Yi Xian towards the conference room, her eyes looking at Yi Xian suspiciously. Auntie seems different from before? Chapter 22. If this young lady's man is missing a hair, I, Yan Ruoxi, will not rest until I am dead with the Lin family. Yan Group, Board of Directors. Snap. In the meeting room, Yan Ruoxi looked at the aggressive director, Chen Mingyi. Don't go too far. Don't think that I don't know what happened yesterday. Yesterday's incident? Chen Mingyi, the company's second largest shareholder, innocently looks at Yan Ruoxi. Ruoxi, can't understand what you're saying. All of us here are your father's brothers from back in the day, so how could we harm you? The two sides confront each other. The board of directors is determined to remove the acting chairman. Yan Ruoxi naturally will not back down. A bunch of trash. But at this moment, a cold voice came, followed by a person from outside the conference room. Lin Xiaoyang. Yan Ruoxi's eyes were cold when she saw him. I knew there was someone behind these people. With them can not have the guts. You. Seeing this, Chen Mingyi was about to speak but was interrupted by Lin Xiaoyang. All right. Next, no business for you. Then. Lin Xiaoyang from the side of the henchman received a document. Daryl, I think the acting chairman of the board of directors of this young sit more appropriate. Take a look at it. This is Chen Dong all their equity voice contract. Pause voice. Lin Xiaoyang lifted the corner of his mouth. As long as you leave the acting chairman of the post, these equity will be mine. That is to say. At that time. This young man will own 30% of the shares of Yan Group. Speaking here, Lin Xiaoyang surveyed Yan Ruoxi's stunningly beautiful face. Of course. It's not impossible to continue to be the acting chairman. Speaking here, Lin Xiaoyang lifted a playful arc, unless you become this young man's woman. Unbridled. Uncle Shadow saw this and raised his hand towards Lin Xiaoyang, but it was blocked by one of the Lin family henchmen beside him. Late Xian level? Lin Xiaoyang looked at Uncle Shadow and laughed. I thought I would come here unprepared. Yan Group, this young man wants it. With a snap, the contract was slapped on the tabletop. You have to agree, and you have to agree even if you don't. In addition. Said here, Lin Xiaoyang eyes sinister sneer, you also do not want a Yan uncle father's life to fight for the group, destroyed in one fell swoop. Lin Xiaoyang, you are looking for death. Yan Ruoxi looked at the shameless face, eyes surging killing intent. It's already offended her bottom line. Threats? Lin Xiaoyang glanced at Yan Ruoxi. Don't forget, your Yan family is now even the three big families are not guaranteed, and still dare to be tough with this young. This young man today words put this. Said here, blazing eyes fell to Yan Ruoxi. No matter you or Yan Group is the old man. Miss, I killed him. Uncle Shadow's late Shen level aura lingered on his body, and his cold eyes looked towards Lin Xiaoyang. Can you do it? Lin Xiaoyang behind a breath not weaker than the Shadow Uncle appeared. It is also a late Shen level experts and vaguely than the Shadow Uncle is still stronger than a point. Kada. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and a voice resounded in the field, "Young Lin family, what a big mouth." HM. At these words, everyone looked over in unison. Yan Ruoxi's eyes knitted up in disbelief. Naturally, the owner of the voice was heard. How is it possible? That little man. How did he come? Little Ing. Yan Ruoxi's icy gaze looked at Xiaoying, which caused it to be stressed out. Ahem, miss, not me. Dryly coughing, Xiaoying continued, "It was Auntie herself who came and said." Say what? Yan Ruoxi's eyes grew 1 point colder when she saw Xiaoying stammering. The master said, "This time, he will protect you." It was as if he had used all his strength to say these words, but it made Yan Ruoxi's eyes suddenly shrink. For all these years, this is the first time that someone has said that he will protect her. It's you. Lin Xiaoyang saw the visitor and naturally recognized Yi Xian. It's really a narrow road between enemies, actually rushing up to seek death. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoyang's smile grew even wider. Good, today I will kill you in front of Daryl. To fulfill his obsession. How dare you? Yan Ruoxi listened to this, the eyes of the cold aura rises regal eyes to the opposite side. This young lady man if less a hair, a Yan Ruoxi with the Lin family will not rest in death. If you don't believe me, you can try. The word out, even the shadow uncle all sucked in a breath of cold air, the first time to block in front of their own aunt. Really he did not expect the aunt of Miss Hart position so heavy. Even more than Yan Group. This bitch. Lin Xiaoyang tightly frowned between the eyebrows. That woman crazy, just a poor boy, what virtue? Seriously, Lin Xiaoyang was a little scared. After all, if Yan Ruoxi really wants to go out of her way, it's not a good thing for their Lin family. Humph. Then, his eyes fell on Yi Xian, a brat, I'd like to see what he's capable of. Ruoxi, leave the rest to me. Yi Xian wrapped his arms around Yan Ruoxi's slender waist, a change from the norm that caused Yan Ruoxi to freeze. This guy? Thumb. Chen Mingyi saw the group rumored Yin family aunt, snorted, boy, 30% of the shares under the absolute advantage, you say how to turn the tide. The shares? Yi Xian looked at the conference table shares of the right to transfer the contract of intent, the corner of the mouth hooked up intriguing arc, this is very powerful. Ha ha ha, is it very powerful? Chen Mingyi contemptuously looked at Yi Xian, this goods is not a stupid lack of fear. Naturally powerful. Cold snort, Chen Mingyi said, whoever has a high share of shares, will have the absolute right to speak. Not bad. The surrounding directors also agreed, after all, can Yan Ruoxi that strong junior push down, and ride on the Lin family how dare are earned. Oh. Yi Xian then placed a contract on the conference table, 30% is a lot? Just in time, I happen to have a contract as well. Kid. Chen Mingyi snapped a slap on the conference table, thought casually take a broken contract can turn the situation, when we are 3 years old. Daryl's niece's face has been disgraced by you. Lin Xiaoyang glanced at Yi Xian, this guy looked like a clown, at least in his opinion at this moment. Daryl, is this your vision? Sparing a teasing glance at Yan Ruoxi, it doesn't seem to work either. Humph. Yan Ruoxi snorted coldly and looked at the field grimly, what this little man was going to do she didn't know. What? Seeing the reaction of Lin Xiaoyang and his party, Yi Xian hooked up the arc, now how high and mighty later on how stupid. You guys don't want to read the contract first. The flat voice sounded, Xiaoying narrowed her eyes, murmured master and miss 40% of the shares, Lin Xiaoyang now holds 30% of the shares in the hands, that is to say, there is still 30% left, could it be? It can't be. With a hint of curiosity, Xiaoying opened the contract, followed by a sudden shrinkage of the pupils. What, this is really? How is it possible? Chapter 23 Miss, that mysterious shareholder is the ant. Gulp. Xiaoying swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard, screaming excitedly, small. Miss. Shares, the ant holds 30% of the stock market. Boom. When this statement came out, the room was filled with clamor. What? Chen Mingyi's eyes widened as he snatched the shares contract from Xiaoying's hand. No, impossible. Following this, Chen Mingyi's eyes completely changed when he looked at Yi Xian. How could it be? Shock. Stunned. Appalled. All sorts of emotions surged in his heart, truly this information had impacted him too much, how could this be? To know. There are more than 10 directors shareholding total only 30%, the entire board of directors also Yan Ruoxi's father's shareholding number of the same general. The whole board of directors also has Yan Ruoxi's father holding the same number of shares as him. Lin Xiaoyang saw the share contract, face gloomy. Kid, hiding deep enough. You are the mysterious person who bought all the stock market shares of Yan Group. Hiss. Uncle Shadow sucked in a breath of cool air. He naturally knew what this meant, it was just that he was a little afraid to imagine it. To know. Yan's group market value of $200 billion, so many shares is worth a huge $60 billion, auntie in the end what kind of person? And the stock market shares that is not a single money can do, which involves a great deal of energy, at least Zheng and three big families cannot do. Miss, that mysterious shareholder is actually the Ant Master. Xiaoying took a deep breath. This twist was unexpected by everyone. Yan Ruoxi was obviously a bit shocked, and for the first time felt that the little man in front of her who was previously bullied by her was so unfamiliar. This little guy. Looking at the shocked full house, Yi Xian's gaze fell towards Lin Xiaoyang. According to you guys, the party that holds more shares has the right to speak. Can I understand that the vote of the board of directors failed today? Ka Qing. Lin Xiaoyang's face was icy cold, killing intent in his eyes unprecedentedly exuberant. Kid, you're ruthless. Give this young man to wait. After saying that, Lin Xiaoyang took his men and left in disgrace. He knew that today's plan had failed. And that the merger that he had planned for Yan Group for 3 years had been destroyed by that kid. Who would have thought that things would develop like this? Yan Ruoxi holds 10% of the shares, plus that guy's shares are 40%. Under this absolute gap he has no chance of winning. Because that's not something that can be made up for through means. Let's go. Chen Mingyi and the others looked complicated. Naturally, they wouldn't stay any longer to make a fool of themselves. This is a big loss. Slowly. Seeing a line of directors wanting to leave, Yan Ruoxi stopped icily. How, eating outside without profit this is going to go? Ridicule voice out, listening to Chen Mingyi and other people face hot and painful, like being slapped in the face. You. One of the directors is full of anger. Ruoxinis, do people leave a line? Oh. Is it? Yan Ruoxi made a wink to his men, the first time to control the entire conference room. Just now, you guys shot out, but there is no mercy at all. Glanced at Chen Mingyi a crowd, cold smile, I did not want to do absolutely, both so that do not blame this lady. Xiaoying. Afterwards, Yan Ruoxi looked at Xiaoying, give Qindong and the others a good look at the prepared documents. Yes, miss. See miss to counterattack. Smalling looked at Qindong and others full of ridicule, really think miss does not have some cards. Soon, all the directors are more than a thick document in front of them. What? This is Yan Ruoxi, you. Including Chen Mingyi, seeing the incriminating evidence in the document, his face changed greatly. How ruthless. Undoubtedly, this was their incomparable unanimous thought at this moment, too ruthless. Humph. Yan Ruoxi ignored the line of people and coldly said, 2 choices, either take the money and leave, or eat prison food. In the eyes of its, Smalling will be handed over the equity transfer contract. This scene, see Chen Mingyi and others mouth twitching. I admit it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mingyi was the first to sign the equity transfer contract without resisting, and the other directors also signed it as if they were dead in the face. The guilty deserve to be punished. Xiaoying looked at Chen Mingyi and others, came to the answer, miss a year ago to get these evidence, in the way of the group is the old man this did not take action. Now, they are considered self-defeating. Yi Xian nodded his head, and then looked at him. Yi Xian nodded, and then looked to the dry and decisive Yan Ruoxi. No wonder your lady can hold up Yan's group by herself, it seems not without reason. However, Aunt. Xiaoying asked the most concerned question immediately after, how did you buy 30% of the stock market shares? It's incredible. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Seeing Xiaoying's expectant look, Yi Xian hooked up his arc, it's a secret. When Xiaoying heard it, her brain was a mass of black lines, auntie this is also too domineering, a shot will be Lin Xiaoyang conspiracy crushed. Just. Earlier in front of Miss that, acting. It's a little too good. A few moments. The conference room was left with only 2 people, the atmosphere quietly became a lot of weird. Little man. Yan Ruoxi came close, looking at the guy within arm's reach felt strange and familiar, 30% of Yan Group shares, what a big deal. Hidden deep enough. Is it? Yi Xian faintly smiled, a grasp of the slender waist, I also did not expect, that night encounter girl is actually possessive sickly petite goddess. Humph. Yan Ruoxi listening to a certain guy to her label, also did not refute, although I do not know how you do it, but today's matter. Thank you.
Speaking, Yan Ruoxi looked out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the distant beauty, and for the first time, she had a feeling of relaxation. I'm not sure how I did it, but I'm grateful for what happened today. Yi Xian sniffed Yan Ruoxi body good smell, however, I still like your possessive sickly side. Ah. Yan Ruoxi heard this and glanced at Yi Xian. Really, then this young lady will repay you properly tonight. The two spoke for a while, then Yan Ruoxi looked at someone suspiciously. Little man, honestly. Pausing her voice, her deep intent eyes stared at Yi Xian. What else are you hiding from me? This? Right now the relationship between the two is quietly transforming. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Want to know? Go with me to a place. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of domineering wife protector Showdown Yan Group shareholders, rewarding all the stores on Red Leaf Avenue Commercial Street. In view of the host's perfect completion of the task, an additional reward of 3 billion in wealth. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian froze, not expecting the group to reap an additional 3 billion on this trip. Boom! The sound of a supercar roaring away, Yi Xian carried Yan Ruoxi and killed the Imperial Abyss manor like this. Eh? Feeling someone car skills, Yan Ruoxi eyes demonic bright 1 point. The little guy car skills are good ah. Chapter 24 Silent God Guard now, 36 Xian level experts normal? Imperial Abyss 1 manor. Squeak. Perfect drift stopped in front of the manor. Yan Ruoxi looked at the front of the luxurious manor. Emperor Abyss 1, little man. This is yours? It's worth $1 billion, that's what you're hiding from me. Sort of. Yi Xian said casually, and just about to enter the manor when the side came a business car. Mr. Yi. Getting out of the car, the first person is not someone else, it is the property supervisor Wang Chongshan. Mr. Yi Xian. Yi Xian see Wang Chongshan Fox suspicion instantaneous sue. Oh, that's right. Wang Chongshan then to the business car behind, all down. Not long, the business car is down 8 white beautiful temperament excellent girl, each face value is the school flower level, alone look are eye-catching. What's worse, at this moment, all 8 of them are wearing maid uniforms. Mr. Yi, this is the maid I hired for you to manage the villa. I haven't met your employer yet. Wang Chongshan looked towards the 8 maids and commanded, and when the maids' gazes landed on Yi Xian, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Young master good. Crisp and nice voice is very pleasing to the ear, is aside Yan Ruoxi are frozen, these girls' face value than the Maplewood Manor is too much better. Little guy, enough will enjoy ah. Yan Ruoxi whispered beside Yi Xian's ear, how, the little 3 is not enough, but also want to find the little 7 little 8. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. Yi Xian coughed dryly, then laughed, bring them in, the pay will be according to what you have agreed. Good. Wang Chongshan nodded, then turned to the maids, don't thank young master. Thank you, young master. The 8 maids were obedient. If the outside world saw this scene, I don't know how many people would be envious. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of hiring maids to manage the manor, rewarding 72 silent divine guards. Entering the manor, Yi Xian's ears heard the sound of rewards arriving. 72 divine guards? I don't know how powerful, in Jiangnan at least enough. Right. Yi Xian thought of something, then drove to the garage, bring you to see something. Not much time, is to come to the garage. That is. The first glance to the garage, Yan Ruoxi will be not far away from the supercar attraction, cool appearance does not attract attention is strange. Lamborghini Devil's Child. Looking at the car, but she didn't expect to actually see it here, as Yan's group's daughter, she has naturally heard of this car. This is the only one in the world, worth $80 million. I don't know how many big men in the country tycoons want to buy, but there is a price for the market even at the expense of some people premium price of hundreds of millions of dollars, do not want to be this guy to get. Little man, you are in this lady show muscle? Yan Ruoxi demure eyes fell toward Yi Xian, always feel status and visible weak quite a lot. How could it be? Yi Xian wrapped Yan Ruoxi's slender waist, looking at the supercar, you want, at any time you can drive away. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm going to take you for a ride. Accompanied by the sound of the supercar, the two of them then drove the supercar to tour the manor. Wow, young master is so romantic. And what about it, love it. Originally they thought their employer was an old man, but they didn't expect it to be so handsome. At nightfall, in front of the manor house. Young master. A silhouette came in front of the villa and greeted gratefully, the person who came was none other than Ning Xian who Yi Xian had rescued. You came. Yi Xian nodded, then introduced, this is the young lady.
Listening to someone's introduction, Yan Ruoxi glanced at her, a demure bright aura flashed between her eyes. Young lady good. Ning Xian's nice voice was respectful. Yan Ruoxi nodded coldly. Right, Ning Xian is it? Yishan looked at Ning Xian in front of him and then said, I just hired some maids, in the future, you will be the manor housekeeper. Ah, that's not good, is it? When Ning Xian heard this, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. After all, she had only just graduated. Where did she have any management experience? It's settled. Yishan waved his hand and said with a smile, then said, as for the salary, I remember that the maids seem to be a person's annual salary of 500,000, you and the housekeeper, the annual salary of 1 million and what kind of? Oh. Thank you, young master. Ning Xian was grateful to hear this. After all, in the future, if she wanted her mother to have a good life, money was naturally the most important thing. This is what you deserve. With his hand, Yishan gave it a black card. There are $20 million in this card, 15 million of which is 3 years' salary for you and the maids, and the remaining 5 million for daily expenses. Looking at yet another card given to him by the young master, Ning Xian suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. Yes. Young master. Ning Xian naturally knew that managing such a large estate involved a lot of spending, so she didn't refuse. Soon, the maids in the villa were buzzing with excitement. Wow, young master is too good to come up with a 3-year salary advance. My goodness, isn't that $1.5 million? Long live the young master. A pleasant sound of excitement rang out, and then under Ning Xian's guidance, the maids began to prepare dinner, and they were all energized by the money. You're quite good at winning people over. Yan Ruoxi looked at someone, the corner of her mouth curved up in a playful arc to snicker. After dinner. Wow. Bathroom door pushed open, then the beautiful beauty appeared in the room. In the warm yellow light, reflection looks particularly charming. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the room, and you will be able to see it. Swallowing his saliva, Yishan looked at the girl wearing pajamas in front of him. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi walked to the front, provocative, hooked up Yishan chin. Small man is also quite handsome. The four eyes looked at each other, and everything was in silence. I don't know how long it took. To revitalize her husband, Yan Ruoxi hugged Yishan's arm and fell asleep. Swish. Yishan then flashed and disappeared in the room. If Yan Ruoxi felt, will be shocked, because even she could not detect the slightest fluctuation. The next moment, somewhere in the manor. I'm not going to be able to do that. Yishan's voice fell, then 72 figures ghost-like appeared in the field. It was the reward 72 divine guards. Greetings, master. With a thud, the 72 people all knelt down on one knee, their eyes filled with respect and absolute loyalty. Get up. Yishan nodded slightly, then his gaze fell on the one at the head. You are God One. Yes, master. Shini bowed and responded, then said, Silent God Guard. According to the ranking, subordinate strength is the highest Shen level peak, God Guard top 5 for the late Shen level, the top 10 Shen level middle stage, the top 36 for the Shen level, the remaining is the peak of the yellow level. Listening to God One's introduction, Yishan looked at the field and nodded in satisfaction. The strength was good. The 72 silent God Guards in front of him are enough to sweep Jiangnan, and then commanded, God One, you will guard the manor in the future. Yes, master. God One knelt down on one knee and responded, then looked to the remaining divine guards. Others, disperse. Yes. As the voice fell, other than the 10 divine guards left in the field, the rest all left. Right. Thinking of something, Yishan commanded, anyone who covets to be unfavorable to the manor in the future, kill without pardon. Chapter 25. Madam, this is all due to Auntie. The next day, early morning. Well. Golden sunrise poured into the room, stunning eyes struggling minutes. Sue woke up, in front of her eyes suddenly saw a handsome side face. Yesterday was the most comfortable day she slept. The feeling of letting her guard down and stress relief had never been felt before. How strange. Yan Ruoxi slightly knitted her eyebrows, her eyes flashed demurely. How could it be like this? Could it be, it's because of this guy? Between contemplations, Yan Ruoxi's gaze fell on someone who was sleeping, and just quietly watched as if time had stopped at this moment. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Yan Ruoxi, who had regained her senses a little, looked at Yishan in dismay. She was actually attached to him, though very weakly, but it did exist. Moreover, the most important thing was that she actually didn't resent it. Nizi, what are you thinking about? At a certain moment, the waking Yishan asked out loud. What? The sudden voice, Yan Ruoxi's heart-tightened face couldn't help but halo red for a moment. You this. Yi Xian found a new continent general look at Yan Ruoxi. Nizi, you actually will also blush. What are you talking about? For some reason, Yan Ruoxi didn't dare to look at someone, perhaps because of a weak heart. Ding bell. A cell phone rings, after connecting the call. Hello, really? Good, I'll go to the hospital right away. After hanging up the phone, Yan Ruoxi can't help but feel relieved. Ding. The host triggers a mission to visit the old man's awakening, rewarding the divine healer sage ability. Oh. Listening to the system releasing a mission, the old father-in-law woke up. Nei-san, is uncle awake? Seeing Yan Ruoxi's face surge with joy, she feigned suspicion and asked. Yi Xian's words caused Yan Ruoxi to be shocked. Yi Xian's words made Yan Ruoxi froze. How do you know? Jiangnan Hospital. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a supercar spread out, followed by drifting into a parking space. It was the Lamborghini Devil's Child. It's so handsome, it's said to be worth $80 million of existence. The surrounding crowd is envious. This is the top of the line supercar. Let's go. Yi Xian smiled faintly as he listened to the envy of the people around him. Little man, looks like you're in the limelight again. Yan Ruoxi looked at someone with her bewitching eyes. She had expected this. I'm not going to be able to do that. As they spoke, the two of them arrived in front of the intensive care unit. Auntie. Yi Xian greeted Yan's mother when he saw her, and Yan Ruoxi's eyes flickered on the side. Mom. Ah, this. When Yan's mother came back to her senses, Yan Ruoxi had already entered the ward. Yan Ruoxi had already entered the hospital room. Yan mother did not expect her daughter to take the initiative to call her mom. The last time was 10 years ago, and she seemed to have lost her previous hostility towards her. Madam, this is all due to the aunt's merit. Uncle Shadow looked at the direction of the young lady's departure and said with a sigh. Oh. Yan mother heard a stunned, and then looked to the ward. You said it was because of Xiaoye. Aha. Pause voice, Shadow uncle continued. Mrs. do not know, since the aunt into the Maple Forest Manor misses a lot of changes. The smile is also more than before, and the temper is not so paranoid. Perhaps, it is the aunt let the young lady for the first time feel that the soul has relied on. Is it? After hearing this, Yan's mother felt guilty and blamed herself at the same time, but at the same time, she was glad that her daughter had found a good boyfriend. Click. The door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man with a slightly white face on the hospital bed, which was Yan Yaozong. Ruoxi, you're here. Yan Yaozong saw his daughter and squeezed out a smile on his face. Yan Yaozong saw his daughter and squeezed out a smile on his face. Yan Ruoxi nodded her head, then said, Don't worry, the group is fine. It's been hard on you. Yan's father sighed. In charge of the Yan group for more than 20 years, he naturally knew how much pressure there was. Yan Ruoxi looked at the leaf beside her. Yan Ruoxi looked at Yi Xian beside her and couldn't help but see a twinkle in her eyes. Dad, this is my boyfriend. Yi Xian smiled and greeted him. Yi Xian smiled and greeted, while Yan's father nodded with satisfaction as he looked at Yi Xian. No matter the face value and temperament, they all met his requirements for a son-in-law. Before he fell into a coma, he was most worried about his daughter's life, but now that she has a boyfriend, he is naturally happy. He was naturally happy. Yan's father revealed a smile, then thought of his daughter's temperament. Ruoxi's temperament is strong. In the future, when you encounter conflicts, please be more patient. Not bad. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then looked at Yan Ruoxi. I'm not hiding it from uncle, in fact, I quite like Ruoxi's temperament. This little man. Yan Ruoxi heard here, could not help but think of those days when he just met. The domineering possessive image appeared scene by scene in front of his eyes. Could it be that there is a masochistic mentality? Is it? Yan father saw Yi Xian color, naturally can see that it did not lie. So good. After speaking for a while, Yi Xian took out a contract. Little Yi, what are you doing? Yan father looked at the contract and asked suspiciously, and when he opened the document and saw the content, he couldn't help but freeze. This is 30% of the group's shares. Immediately after that, Ye's father furrowed his brows. No. This is not Chen Mingyi's shares. This is not Chen Mingyi their shares, cannot be that stock market 30% shares. Although Yan's father knew that his daughter had recovered the shares of Chen Mingyi and the others, he did not know about Yi Xian's holding of the shares. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded his head, while Yan father quickly thought of the reason why his daughter recovered Chen Mingyi's bunch of shares. So that's how it is. Seeing Yan's father's understanding, Yi Xian pulled Yan Ruoxi's hand. Uncle, this time I came here to meet with you. Secondly, it's a marriage proposal. Oh? Yan's father was stunned for a minute when these words came out. Yan Ruoxi's eyes were glazed over. Does this guy know what he's talking about? Xiao Yi, do you know what this means? Yan father looked at his daughter, then said, 30% of the shares, equivalent to 60 billion Chinese dollars. Are you really willing? This is the bride price for the marriage proposal. The truth is, this is too big. If the word gets out, it will definitely create a stir in Jiangnan. Naturally. Yi Xian smiled. In this way, uncle will be able to own all the shares of the group. On the contrary, it is a bit of a waste to put it in my hands. Yi Xian smiled. Yan's father heard this and looked at his daughter. Ruoxi, what do you think? Me? Feeling her father's gaze, Yan Ruoxi couldn't help but feel her heartbeat accelerate slightly. Listen to your father. Good. Knowing his daughter's mind, Yan's father nodded his head. Then Xiao Ya, uncle will accept it. Your affair, I agree. Such a generous son-in-law, Yan Yaozong has no reason not to agree, and this move alone already shows that the power behind Yi Xian is not inferior to their Yin family. In this way, I can also rest assured that my daughter will be handed over to him, and that I will be able to settle my own affairs. Thank you, uncle, for your fulfillment. Yi Xian hooked up an arc, which made Yan Ruoxi's face blush for a minute, and saw someone's cunning. That guy really did do it on purpose. However, this feeling, one actually doesn't resist it. Chapter 26 Divine Dr. Sage arrives. Yan Ruoxi's special physique, natural-born fury body. Ruoxi. Yan father looked at the hands of the shares. If thought, then hand it over. This shares to you. Dad, what are you doing? Yan Ruoxi was stunned when she heard this and declined. No, I already have 40% of the shares. Take it. Yan's father smiled faintly and then said, in the future, you will be the chairman of the group. Besides, I have been a little out of my depth all these years. So? Speaking of this, Yan's father felt guilty. Your mom and I will have more time to make up for you. I insisted again and again. Yan Ruoxi did not say anything to take the shares. This day she expected, just did not expect to come so soon. Xiao Yi. Yan Yaozong nodded, then pulled over Yi Xian's hand and put it on his daughter's hand. In the future, Ruoxi will be entrusted to you. There was a little conversation, and the atmosphere was pleasant. Dad, we'll leave first. Seeing that her father was fine, Yan Ruoxi said goodbye to her father and left. Yi Xian, thank you. Out of the hospital, Yan Ruoxi beautiful eyes flickering demure, invisible missing childhood and comfort 1 point. Oh? Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. That Ruoxi wife intends to thank me how? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. In Yi Xian's days, Yan Ruoxi stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to send a passionate kiss. Oh. A sudden scene really envied the surrounding bad crowd, especially Yan Ruoxi's super high face value, which makes the crowd so envious that they want to squeeze Yi Xian away. Let go of that girl, let me do it. Damn, did that dude save the galaxy in his past life? He actually has such a beautiful girlfriend. I want to have one too. What should I do? Ahem. Followed from the hospital out of the shadow uncle. See the scene in the lady and passionate kissing picture. Dry cough, hastily flashed, disappeared. Really electric lightbulb taste is very bad. Satisfied? The passionate kiss ended. Yan Ruoxi smiled. This scene Yi Xian gave a shock. Good guy, this niece. Sure enough, the morbid mind stays rooted? Good-oo. Listening to Yan Ruoxi's words, the surrounding crowd's eyelids jumped wildly. I drop boy, beautiful goddess initiative passionate kiss, this treatment crazy. No How can this be? That boy is not just handsome, as for. Damn it. Why, I'm so envious. Gulyolu. Sailed away from the hospital soon. Yan Ruoxi's small abdomen will be hungry. Protest called up. Since the pregnancy she will often feel hungry. Nei-san, are you hungry? I'm not sure if I'm hungry or not. Yan Ruoxi looked at someone driving, the corner of her mouth curved up. Little man, not to take sister to eat delicious. Ahem, this is going. Yi Xian, a burst of sweat, that looked like he was going to starve her a corpse. Ding bell. Just at this moment, a cell phone rang. Ruoxi, answer the phone for me. Oh. After hearing that, Yan Ruoxi picked up someone's cell phone and tapped on the speakerphone to connect. Hello, Mr. Yi. Just after connecting, a respectful voice came from the other side. It didn't disturb your rest, did it? You are? Hearing this, Yi Xian froze. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Taking a deep breath, the opposite side continued, introduce myself, My name is Tang Yifeng, the person in charge of the sales of Red Leaf Avenue Commercial Street. You are now the landlord of all the stores in the commercial street. There is now an important document that needs your signature. Red Leaf Avenue? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned and then realized, this is it. It just so happens that I'm going to Red Leaf Avenue for dinner later. I'll send you the location when I arrive. I'll send you the location when I arrive. Respectfully answered, then he hung up the phone. You? Why are you looking at me like that? Driving Yi Xian, feeling Yan Ruoxi's deep intention eyes dry cough asked. What's going on? Yan Ruoxi curiously looked at the guy beside him. Little man, Red Leaf Avenue Commercial Street all stores landlord. The value of at least 10 billion toward the top, hidden deep enough. Yi Xian froze for a moment, rather vainly. Is there normal operation? Not to eat it, go to the Red Leaf Avenue no problem, right? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Seeing Yi Xian change the topic, Yan Ruoxi demonic eyes also did not point out. Also contact found that she was more and more curious about this little man. Feeling its body like there is a layer of mystery, let it cannot wait to want to peel all. Little man, sister found a little like you. After a little while, Yan Ruoxi stared straight at Yi Xian without being shocked, but this moment, her eyes were a little different from the simple possessiveness at the beginning. Ahem, is it? Seeing a certain niece of raw swallow-like gaze, which makes Yi Xian pressure mountain, this needs to want to become normal for fear is still need a period of time. This feeling is actually quite interesting. However, just after having this thought, Yi Xian was startled and was really surprised by this dangerous thought. Good fellow. Is he himself crazy, actually liking this niece's perverted mind? Could it be that, spending too much time with this niece was carried away? Chikuan's restaurant. This is the place. Looking at the restaurant with a good storefront, Yi Xian nodded. Yan Ruoxi looked at the restaurant and agreed down. Oh, this car is so cool. Lamborghini Devil's Son, my goodness. Crazy, this dude tops second generation. At that moment the surrounding is resounding hot discussion. After all, Lamborghini Devil's Son cool appearance and price, want to not let people notice is difficult. Welcome to the restaurant, may I ask how many people are here? Entering the restaurant, the sweet voice of the welcome girl inquired. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly. Yi Xian slightly nodded, then the welcome girl slightly bowed. Mr., Ms. follow me. Elegant restaurant looks like the owner is a person with taste, but this some decoration should spend a lot of money. Came to the window seat, after ordering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to visit the old man's awakening, rewarding the divine healer's sage ability. The dishes were served, and a bottle of juice was also opened, and a system voice rang in his ears. Divine Doctor? As expected, this ability has arrived. Then Yi Xian's mind is more than a variety of medical techniques, and each of them is beyond the existence of today's medical knowledge. Yi Xian's mind was filled with all kinds of medical techniques, and each of them was beyond the current medical knowledge. Then, Yi Xian looked across the room and saw Yan Ruoxi's body surrounded by an uncontrollable aura. This is born with a Bane body. Yi Xian quickly realized the ability of this kind of physique. All those who have this kind of physique are progressing at a rapid pace, especially under the anger of the battle power exponential growth. This kind of physique can be said to be invincible at the same level. Good guy. The eyes once again looked at Yan Ruoxi, this girl. One has picked up a treasure. Chapter 27 Domineering Husband Protection, palm-smacking black-hearted property. Neezy. Yi Xian thought about this and smiled deeply. Are you sometimes unable to control yourself? For example, will be unconsciously shortness of breath, eyes scarlet. This statement, Yan Ruoxi demonic eyes flashing, more hidden red aura, the divine healer sacred hand ability under Yi Xian clearly perceived the lingering fury than the calm state is very much thicker. You, how do you know? Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi heart shocked, to know that this is the deep bottom of her heart's biggest secret, never told outsiders. It is her parents do not know. Could it be that she was talking in her sleep, just that she shouldn't be in the habit of doing so? I know quite a bit about the art of healing. Speaking of which, Yi Xian's gaze fell on Yan Ruoxi. The fact that the girl has entered the Xian level at such a young age is the best proof. Yi Xian said, I know quite a bit about medicine. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi froze. How did you know that I was already at the Xian level? This. Speaking here, Yi Xian hooked up the arc, and then a finger pointing to Yan Ruoxi's head, on which there is a surge of extraordinary breath until close to the center of its eyebrow before dissipating, and then pampered knocked its head a melon crash. You actually. You are also Xian level. Indeed, this scene makes Yan Ruoxi not calm. Little man, you are only 18 years old, right? Taking a deep breath, Yan Ruoxi looked at the opposite side in shock. 18-year-old Xian level, he didn't even hear about it, not to mention seeing it, to know that it was already beyond the realm of human beings, at least in her opinion. You are still a human being. Taking a deep breath, Yan Ruoxi continued, you are so powerful, earlier still let yourself be bullied. Would I believe me if I say I like you? Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi face a rare red, with Yi Xian angle to see the past is very good looking, let a person cannot help but want to go up to kiss a bite. Ruoxi, I didn't expect you to have a small woman side. Humph. Hearing someone's words, Yan Ruoxi delicately hummed, but immediately realized that it was not right to hastily recover. Little guy, are you provoking your sister? Yan Ruoxi wanted to take back a city, a green onion finger hooked up Yi Xian's chin, don't think that being a Xian level is this young lady's opponent. The same behavior in eyes, but this moment Yan Ruoxi more or less a little heart. Yi Ruoxi is not a good person, but he is a good person, and he is a good person. Since the showdown, Yi Xian naturally not spoiled, in the envious gaze of the people around the boo kissed in its pink cheek snickering, your man is not your opponent, you cannot know it. You. Listening to someone's words of tiger and wolf, Yan Ruoxi froze, eyes flashing panic, that guy could not have the guts before. Voodoo. Road swallowing saliva sound from the side rang, really envy bad crowd. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see that I was able to get my hands on it. Is it really good to show love like this? Damn. Yan Ruoxi first time to suffer defeat, some can understand that guy was bullied feeling, but why feel quite exciting? How could it be like this? The meal ended and the two left the restaurant under envious gazes. Phew. Sniffing the fresh air outside the restaurant, Yan Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief looking at the man beside her with a complex expression. Little man, I can't believe you are a Xian level expert. Don't be infatuated with brother is just a legend. Listening to someone's words, Yan Ruoxi demonic eyes really want to beat him up. Little guy, who is obsessed with you don't narcissism. But. The sound of a pause, near at hand close to the Yi Xian, today, you can be bold to not be able to. Beware of sister me night family law wait. Oh. Listening to Yan Ruoxi's words, Yi Xian wrapped his hand around his slender waist. Ruoxi's wife, I don't know what kind of family law. Well. Instinctively want to struggle, but Yan Ruoxi found that it actually cannot break free, which makes her heart startled. That guy's strength is not above his own, is it? The thought was terrifying. Following that, the eyes that once again looked at Yi Xian changed. To know? Today, although she was only at the early Xian level, but the ordinary middle Xian level couldn't help him, but even so. In this guy's hands, she actually couldn't resist. Can't it be that it's a late Xian level? No. No way, late Xian level Uncle Shadow is only at this level. This guy. Seeing someone's overbearing behavior, his eyes flashed, just how many secrets are still unknown to him? Not waiting for him to think carefully, the distant noise pulled him back. Seeking eyes, Yan Ruoxi's gaze fell on two of them, those two people. Are they your roommates? Go and take a look. Seeing the conflict scene, Lu Zihong, two people seem to encounter trouble. You guys, bully too much. Lu father angry color, 3 months time, but also to raise the rent. Humph. Property staff see this, do not think, can rent, do not rent, get out. This is a prime location, there are a lot of people who have their eyes on it. You. Lu Zihong was not angry enough to go forward for his father, but was pulled by Lin Xiao, second brother, don't be impulsive. Martyr, I've been looking at this guy for a long time. Lao Air. At this time, Yi Xian came to the field and spoke out, while the angry Lu Zihong froze after hearing the voice. Boss, you. How come? After Lu Zihong saw the boss, he immediately threw the unscrupulous dog Midnight aside. What is going on? Yi Xian frowned and looked at the scene, aside Lin Xiao indignantly, Boss, you do not know that this property is too hateful. During this time, the second brother's family restaurant business is good property to bully people. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face color sank. Yi Xian's face sank. Yi Xian's gaze fell towards that property officer, is this finding fault with himself? Yi Xian's face sank. That property saw a person who suddenly popped out, tightly knit his brows. To know. He is this area of the old Greece, these years have made a lot of oil and water naturally not afraid of, where the kid, dare to block the property to collect rent. Snap. Before that property owner could finish his sentence, he was directly smacked by Yan Ruoxi and flew out, and his head hit the ground hard with a bang. Ow! Painful screams immediately resounded throughout the scene. Onlookers look at Yan Ruoxi, eyes full of fear, secretly swallowed saliva. Good guy. Looks like a beautiful woman, did not expect to start so ruthless. Yan Ruoxi, ice cold eyes looked toward the property staff. Dare to speak out of turn, this lady let you disappear from the world. Voodoo. Lu Zihong, two people eyes wide, eyes fell on Yan Ruoxi. I drop good boy, sister-in-law too violent but feeling super cool. Chapter 28. How dare you offend Mr. Yi, do you know who he is? You dare to hit me. That property climbed up with a bone, incredibly looking at Yan Ruoxi. Let me disappear, what kind of thing are you? Splat. Before he could come back to his senses, Yi Xian backhandedly slapped his facial bones to a crushing fracture, causing him to doubt his life with the pain. If it wasn't for the public, this person would have already become a corpse. Boy. Overbearing husband protector, spoiled wife fiend. Watching the two men operate, Lu Zihong and the two men gulped and swallowed their saliva, following which they once again looked at that property surprisingly compassionate. This goods really do not open the eyes, who is not good to offend the boss and sister-in-law. It is true that the pitiful must have a hateful place. Uncle, auntie. Yi Xian didn't even look at the property staff and went up to greet them. Don't worry, I'll handle this. In the future, this storefront is yours. Boss, you. Lu Zihong heard a stunned, hurried out. This is not allowed, this facade to buy down at least more than 2 million it. Ahem, you are the little leaf that Zihong often mentioned, right? Dry cough, Lu father continued, whose money is not a wind blowing, this cannot be used. Yes. Lu's mother said, you can help us out, we are already very grateful. Hubris. Covering the side of the face of the property, full of sarcasm, boy, who do you think you are? Such a facade said to give, really think they are the owner of the store not? What to do? Just at this time, a drinking voice came from not far away, then frowning figure came to the field. Mr. Tang. Seeing the person, the property manager's face was happy. Mr. Tang is the person in charge of the property of Red Leaf Avenue. The wide range of contacts is far beyond his comparison. You came just in time, this store people unreasonable, but also hit people. Endure severe pain, the property manager evil first complained. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Here Tang Yifeng eyebrows knit up. Today is to find Mr. Yi signed an important contract. If you let him see this scene will certainly have a bad impression. I would like to see who dares to make trouble in the Red Leaf Avenue. Then the eyes look, and when it saw Yi Xian froze. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Immediately after, realizing something, Tang Yifeng's heart sank. Mr. Tang, how do you treat this kid? Shut up. Tang Yifeng, a murderous gaze looked over, which made that property manager almost didn't give a fright to death. Suddenly the fart did not dare to put one. In a flash, an extremely unpleasant feeling welled up in his heart. How dare you offend Mr. Yi, do you know who he is? Fearing that his subordinates would not pay attention to him, he directly said without much ado, Mr. Yi is the owner of all the stores on Red Leaf Avenue. Boom! At this statement, the property manager was struck by lightning and fell to the ground as if his legs were soft. What? How is it possible to be the owner of all the stores? Others are not sure, but he understands that all the stores on Red Leaf Avenue are worth at least $10 billion. This. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao, two people looked at each other, really did not expect the boss actually so rich, bought all the stores of Red Leaf Avenue. Sure enough. Seeing this, Yan Ruoxi's mouth hangs up a faint arc. After all, was the little man pretending to be? You are Tang Yifeng? Yi Xian looked at the man in front of him, then glanced at the property manager. Your property manager is really overbearing. May not. Lin knew that the boss was the owner of all the stores on Red Leaf Avenue, and immediately spat. Boss, you don't know. The original store 5,000 a month is still acceptable, but this girl, 3 months in a row rose twice, this time more directly threatened to 6,000. What? When Tang Yifeng heard this, he looked at the property manager. How dare you, actually hiding the property to eat kickbacks. Mr. Tang, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come. Tang Yifeng then ignored, then respectfully to Yi Xian waist. Mr. Yi, you see this treatment can be good? Mr. Yi, do you think this is a good way to handle it? Yi Xian nodded slightly, then said, in addition, thoroughly investigate all the stores he handles. Strictly order him to return all the kickbacks. If he doesn't cooperate, directly call the police. Good, Mr. Yi. Tang Yifeng naturally didn't dare to have the slightest objection, and soon had the security guards take this property manager away. Right. Yi Xian thought of something, and then looked at Lu's father and mother. This store, in the future, is the aunt and uncle's, you help with the formalities. Good. Tang Yifeng nodded heavily, naturally did not dare to say anything, of course not qualified after all, this store is someone else. A little later. After signing the contract, Tang Yifeng coughed dryly, Mr. Yi, then I will go and deal with it first. HM. Yi Shen nodded slightly, just like this Tang Yifeng was relieved as if on the verge of amnesty, his heart killed that property manager heart. Luckily there was no danger, if it made Mr. Yi angry, his 10 lives would not be enough to cover it. Boss, thanks. Seeing this, Lu Zihong was grateful, this one store to them was a big favor to their family. Boss hoity-toity. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up, his admiration for the boss was like a river flowing endlessly. I'm sorry. Looking around, Yi Xian frowned and said. At these words, the crowd of surrounding store owners all laughed, jokingly, this big man is not something they can afford to offend. Little Yi, how do you expect us to repay you? Lu father and mother sighed, not expecting to end up taking it. Uncle, auntie. Lin Xiao on the side does not care, did not hear that the boss is the owner of all the stores on Red Leaf Avenue, the boss does not lack this. And. After a pause in his voice, Lin Xiao continued, all know the identity of the boss, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Boss, I. Lu Zihong once choked, he did not expect the boss so meaningful, what do not say, I remember in my heart. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at your own family members. Yi Xian smiled faintly, then joked, how, not because I am the Red Leaf Avenue store boss with me rusty it. Ahem, boss what are you talking about? Lu Zihong dryly coughed, his heart was grateful to the boss, because this store will change the fate of their family, at least mom and dad do not have to work as hard as before. Ding bell. After a few pleasantries, a phone call came in, and the caller was none other than the oldest three, Wei Lin. It's the oldest caller? Lu Zihong 3 people looked to the oldest cell phone, that guy if and the previous property manager would not be so arrogant. Hey, the oldest 3. Answering the phone, Yi Xian greeted with a smile. Boss. The opposite side then came Wei Lin's voice, now you have time to come to Tianzi Hotel, I want to introduce someone to you to recognize. Boss. Hearing Wei Lin's words, Yi Xian faintly smiled, and just then a system mission sound came from his ears. Ding. Host triggers a mission to spend the night with Yan Ruoxi at the Celestial Sun Hotel, rewarded with unlimited spiritual liquid. Note, this spiritual liquid can wash the tendons and marrow to enhance cultivation. Chapter 29 Cousin, sister-in-law Ruoxi is pregnant with the boss's child. Unlimited spiritual liquid? Hearing this Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, especially since the effects made it quite heartwarming. Not to mention, the system was quite enough. Come up with unlimited, inexhaustible? This mission, a steady profit. Good. Thinking of this, Yi Xian agreed to it, and it felt pretty good to spend the night at the Son of Heaven Hotel. Boss goodbye. Lu Zihong and the 2 waved goodbye, until the car disappeared from view before returning to their senses. Cough. Lu's father coughed dryly, looking away from the supercar, that car should be very expensive. Expensive? Of course. Lu Zihong heard his father's words and gulped down his saliva, Dad, you don't know that is the only Lamborghini Devil's Son in the world. The selling price will be $80 million. What? Hearing his son's words, Lu Zihong's father almost lost his jaw, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he once again looked in the direction of the supercar's departure, his eyes completely changed. $80 million? Good man. A car for $80 million, this completely beyond his imagination, too terrible. Hey, Dad, this you shocked? Lu Zihong sipped mouth, then said, you know the boss where he lives, Emperor Abyss 1 Manor. Jiangnan's most expensive manor area, worth $1 billion. Lu father's eyes widened, $1 billion, this number is like a cannonball hit its brain. Uncle is more than that. After a pause in the voice, aside Lin Xiao could not stop saying, Jiangnan Tianzi Hotel you know it, that is the sister-in-law's private property. Moreover, my sister-in-law is the president of Yan Group. Ooh. Hearing this, Lu's father was shocked, his brain was dry down. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The old Lu family did not expect to one day actually know such a big shot. Although Lu's mother did not say anything, but the stunned expression on her face already explained everything. The hotel is located in the center of the city, and it is the only hotel in the city that has a large number of people who are not in the city. Creak. Pushing open the door, Yi Xian and Yan Ruoxi came to the box, and at this time there are two people waiting for a long time. It is the oldest three, Wei Lin and his cousin Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi? When they arrived at the box, Yan Ruoxi recognized the person other than Wei Lin at a glance. It was the Shangguan family's youngest member from the three great families in Jiangnan. You. Ruoxi. When Shang Guanqi saw Yan Ruoxi holding a boy's arm, the corner of his mouth twitched. After all, he was one of Yan Ruoxi's suitors like Lin Xiaoyang. Only, compared to Lin Xiaoyang, he restrained himself very well. Unexpectedly, it was actually true. Looking at the intimacy between the two, Shang Guanqi sighed, being devastated. Hey, boss. In other words, my cousin is considered to be your love rival, boss. Wei Lin, who was not shocked by his words, snickered in such a way, which made Shang Guanqi almost didn't hold back to slap him over, not afraid of beating him to the point where he didn't even recognize himself if he revealed his shortcomings in such a way. Besides, he is not afraid to beat him to the point that he does not recognize himself. He is only in love. Yan Ruoxi has never agreed to it. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm not going to be able to do that. Yi Xian fatally smiled, and then looked at Shang Guanqi. Last time, Lin Zhao's matter, much thanks. Hearing this, Shang Guanqi narrowed his eyes. Really, some surprise, did not expect it, actually guessed that he sent people out of the hand. Cough, Yi old brother polite. Shang Guanqi dry cough. Long before coming, cousin told him that this Yi Xian is very extraordinary. And to be able to make his cousin so convinced, he was curious for a few minutes, only it's not expected that he is actually the scandalous boyfriend of his crush girl. A certain moment. Yan Ruoxi's pregnancy reaction kicked in and she couldn't help but frown. So what, I'm going to the restroom. Should I accompany you? Yi Xian thought about asking. Yan Ruoxi face rare halo red, no need. This is. What's wrong? Unknown Shang Guanqi suspiciously, and then looked to the table. Not meals are not appetizing. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Wei Lin thought of something when he saw this scene. Cousin, I forgot to tell you. Ruoxi's sister-in-law is pregnant with the oldest child. Counting the time, it's been more than a month. Boom. The words came out as if 5 thunderbolts had struck the top. Shang Guanqi's face was full of disbelief, followed by an unbelievable look at Yi Xian. Yi old brother, this. Who really? Aha! Yi Xian slightly nodded, and get the answer. Shang Guanqi's eyes are full of envy, but also up to this point to Yan Ruoxi completely dead heart. Cough cough, Yi old brother, good fortune. Deeply inhaled a breath, Shang Guanqi enviously. This matter, if spread out, for fear that the entire Jiangnan will be sensational. This matter, also please Shangguan brother, confidential. Yi Xian smiled and said, after all, the matter of 2 people having a child is not the time to publicize, at least not now. Naturally. Shang Guanqi took a deep breath, but the relationship between the two sides had gotten a lot closer as a result. Sorry about that. After a few moments, Yan Ruoxi returned but felt that the atmosphere was strange. What are you talking about, so happy? The eyes fell towards Yi Xian, wanting to see the content of the conversation in his eyes. I'm sorry. Shang Guanqi coughed dryly and changed the topic. Right, Ruoxi, since I see just I have something I want to ask you to help. A small matter. Yan Ruoxi looked at Shang Guanqi, naturally not believing that what he said was really a small matter. I'm not sure if it's a small thing. Shang Guanqi pondered for a moment and continued, I heard that in recent times the TAAI Group has been working closely with the Yan Group, so I would like you to contact the TAAI Group to discuss cooperation. This. Yan Ruoxi heard as stunned, and then bitterly said, truthfully, although the TAAI Group and Yan Group cooperation, but TAAI Group Senior I cannot contact. I can't get in touch with the top management of the TAAI Group. Shang Guanqi heard, eyes lost undisguised. After all, if they can cooperate with the TAAI Group, it will definitely enable them to break through the bottleneck of development. Then forget it. However, Shang Guanqi also knew that the TAAI Group was very mysterious, so he didn't disbelieve it, even though he didn't know how Yan's group could reach cooperation with the TAAI Group. TAAI Group? Yi Xian thought of something and looked at Shang Guanqi. If brother Shangguan has a need, perhaps I can help try. Yi Xian thought of something. The moment he said this, all 3 gazes looked over. Wei Lin was stunned. Boss, you know the TAAI Group executives. This. Sort of. Yi Xian dryly coughed and said, after all, he couldn't say that he was the boss of the TAAI Group. Of course, even if he said it, the three people probably didn't believe it. Really? That's great. Shangguan Qi's face rejoiced. Then thank you, elder brother Yi. Brother Shangguan is polite. Yi Xian smiled faintly, then said, but I have a condition. What condition? Compared to cooperating with the TAAI Group, it doesn't matter if the conditions are not excessive. Yi Xian pondered for a few moments. Yi Xian pondered for a few minutes, then said, Shangguan brother is Wei Lin's cousin, so he's not an outsider. If the cooperation with the TAAI Group is facilitated, I hope that in the future the Shangguan Group can join forces with the Yan Group to deal with the Lin family. This little man. Yan Ruoxi heard here, the eyes of demonic ripples, is in the layout for their own, count him a little conscience. Chapter 30 Spiritual Liquid Unlimited Small Test, stepped into the heavenly level. This. When Shangguan Qi heard this, he could not help but fall silent. After all, the Lin family was the most powerful nowadays, and it was not a wise move to cross swords with them. Of course. Yi Xian smiled faintly, this matter won't be laid out in the open, but rather privately. Although I don't have much contact with Lin Xiaoyang, I can feel it, that's a guy with great ambition. I think that over the years, the Lin family hasn't counted on the Shangguan Group much. After pondering for a little while, Shangguan Qi's eyes became firm. I'm going to do it. Shangguan Qi nodded his head and took a deep breath. If elder brother Yi can really help the Shangguan Group to reach a cooperation with the TAAI Group, the Shangguan family is willing to make an alliance with the Yan family. Moreover, I believe in my cousin's vision. That's great. Wei Lin hears that the boss and cousin have formed an alliance, which undoubtedly brings the two sides closer, and will greatly benefit both the boss and grandpa's family in the future. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yan Ruoxi helped the drunken Yi Xian to stay at the Tianzi Hotel. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sunlight poured through the window onto the bedding. Yi Xian opened his eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful girl's side face, which was particularly charming under the rising sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending the night with Yan Ruoxi at the Heavenly Sun Hotel, rewarded with unlimited spiritual liquid. In the midst of admiring the stunningly beautiful face, a system sound suddenly came to his ears. Oh! Hearing the system voice, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Infinite spirit liquid has arrived. Swish! The next moment, Yi Xian took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the item space, and just by sniffing a mouthful of it, he was refreshed, and the portion was 1 kilogram. Voodoo. 3-2 drink like drinking water. This kind of behavior, if let the outside world to see, will secretly hate the loser. Soon, Yi Xian is a reaction. Buzz. Accompanied by a surge of breath, Yi Xian broke through the peak of the Xian level like this, and became a heaven-level expert. Phew. Feeling the surging energy in his body, it was several times stronger than before. Microgrip hands. Is this the early stage of the Tian level? Obviously, today's strength is too much stronger than before the elixir. Then look at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, early stage of the heavenly level. Ability, God level. Car skills, God level. Massage, God's doctor's holy hands. Items, 30% shares of Yan's group, Supreme Diamond Black Card. No upper limit, the Emperor's Abyss 1 Manor X1, 100% shares of the TAAI Group, 10 times the consumption rebate, the spirit liquid is unlimited. Wealth, 4.23 billion. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly overwhelming. Curving up the arc, looking at the stunning wife beside him, Yi Xian sighed. Nowadays, he should be considered the peak of his life. Right. Contemplation. Su, Yi Xian thought of what, spirit liquid, so good things, naturally less little one. Just as, give her a gift. Under the divine physician's sacred hand, Yi Xian had already known that Yan Ruoxi was pregnant with a girl, and this was nothing more than a snap for him. Swish. The golden needles were inserted into Yan Ruoxi's various acupoints with a soft force, and while giving the little one a big gift, he naturally wouldn't treat the girl poorly. In an instant, 0.5 kilogram of spiritual liquid was put into Yan Ruoxi's body. Following that, under this energy, Yan Ruoxi's strength has come to the late Xian level, and the little one's heartbeat is a few points stronger. Aha! Not long, Yan Ruoxi has also opened the beautiful eyes. That instant the surrounding morning sun are dimmed. You? What are you doing? Seeing someone staring straight at her, Yan Ruoxi's face flashed in faded red. If let it know the previous operation, do not know how it will react. Little man, will not take advantage of sister sleep, hold what bad thoughts it. How will? Yi Xian heard this dry cough. I am the person who took advantage of the situation. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for you. Glancing at the guy beside her, Yan Ruoxi arc, this guy is not to take advantage of the people she knows very well. However, speaking here, Yan Ruoxi looked at the man beside her. Even if you have any bad thoughts about your sister won't blame you. Yi Xian was a bit speechless, but soon Yan Ruoxi noticed a change in her body. Ha! Perceiving the change in breath, Yan Ruoxi's eyes were filled with incredulity. I'm at the late Xian level. Obviously. Yan Ruoxi realized that now her strength was already the same as Uncle Shadow's, and even with her special physique, Uncle Shadow didn't even think she was a match for him. How is this possible? What's going on? Yi Xian feigned suspicion and asked, after all, to do the play to the full set is not. Little man. Yan Ruoxi naturally did not tease Yi Xian again, but said, Sayat you may not believe, I Xian level late. Really? When Yi Xian heard that, joy surged on his face as he said, great, so I can eat soft food again. Is that so? Strength enhancement of Yan Ruoxi feel state unprecedentedly good. The mood is good for a few minutes close range hooked up with Yi Xian chin, flashing the demonic eyes, but the sister's soft rice is not tasty cluck. Saying it, quite strange. Yan Ruoxi nodded and murmured after coming back to her senses. This should be due to the physique. At the right time Yi Xian said, and Yan Ruoxi nodded thoughtfully, after all, a certain guy's exertion she did not know. Perhaps. Yan Ruoxi sighed and then said, but, this breakthrough is a bit too fast. There won't be any hidden dangers, right? For a while, Yan Ruoxi was quite worried and said, knowing that Uncle Shadow had used almost 10 years to break through to the late stage since the early stage of the Xian level, and she was less than a month away, wasn't she? No. Just one night to be exact. Is it because of this little man? Without a trace Yan Ruoxi landed on a certain guy, but quickly shook his head to throw away this absurd idea. How can it be? Although its strength is not bad, but how could it have this kind of means? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. At a certain moment, Yi Xian clearly perceived the killing intent emerging from the distance, and it was very strong. After all, now that Yi Xian was a heaven-level expert, his insight could be too much stronger than before. Ding! The host triggered a mission to kill Chen Mayor's line, rewarding the Phoenix Jade Pendant. Note, this Jade Pendant can suppress the demonic aura for your own use, and can wash the mind to change the morbid mentality. Oh! Listening to the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian froze. Yi Xian was stunned. Wash your mind and spirit? Is this not specially prepared for that niece, but this system is really meticulous? Chen Mayor. Then Yi Xian looked towards the source of the killing intent, his eyes narrowed with a cold aura. There is both a mission, so there is even less reason to let you live. Chapter 31 Be gentle with your hands, but don't hurt this lady's doll. Tianzi Hotel, Restaurant. Boss, good morning. Arriving at the restaurant, Wei Lin greeted with a squeeze. Ruoxi's sister-in-law looks good. You kid. Yi Xiandong wanted to knock his head, but was Wei Lin dodged. Ye old brother, really envious of others. Shang Wanqi sips his mouth and sighs. After all, Yan Ruoxi is the dream goddess of countless people in Jiangnan. Come on, have a bun. Yi Xian fed Yan Ruoxi a bun, which made the surrounding cast envious gazes, not to mention its face value is also so high. Hey, old big sister-in-law, you guys show love, consider the single dog okay? Poor Wei Lin spat out, which made Shang Wanqi hate to beat him up. Ding bell. Just at this time, Shang Wanqi received a phone call. Hello. Answering the phone, soon Shang Wanqi's face was straightened. I am. Yes, the TAAI Group is interested in discussing cooperation matters with the Shangwan Group. If there is time, Mr. Shangwan can bring him to the TAAI Group. What? Hearing this, Shang Wanqi tongue from the seat stood up. Good. I will definitely be there. After hanging up the phone, Shang Wanqi's shoulders were trembling with excitement. Cousin, what are you doing? Seeing his cousin's sudden agitated appearance, Wei Lin asked with a bit of confusion and concern. I'm fine. Yan Ruoxi also frowned and looked over. Only Yi Xian had expected it and was not surprised. Ahem, no. I'm not sure if it's okay or not. A dry cough, Shang Wanqi breathed a sigh of relief and said, TAAI Group called to say that there is the intention to cooperate. Wei Lin heard, oddly looked at Yi Xian. No way, boss, so fast. Are you kidding? Yesterday, cousin just asked for it, and today TAAI Group took the initiative to call. If this has nothing to do with the boss, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Little man, did you do this? Yan Ruoxi was stunned, she really didn't expect TAAI Group to act so quickly. Sort of. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, and hearing this the three people looked at Yi Xian's eyes all changed subtly. Yi old brother, do not say anything. Shang Guanqi was very excited, assured, in the future, but wherever you can use old brother, just say it. Oh, the first time I saw cousin so generous. Wei Lin smiled happily, then looked at his sister-in-law, right. Cousin, sister-in-law's Yen Group cooperation. It won't also be related to you, right? HM? Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi's bewitching eyes all looked over. This. Yi Xian froze, obviously not expecting the oldest three to ask, I will say it doesn't matter, do you believe it? Don't believe it. Wei Lin directly nodded his head, previously did not think about this, now think carefully only this reason can make sense, why TAAI Group suddenly unilateral cooperation with Yan's group. After all, when TAAI Group cooperated, it happened to be Yan Group's most difficult time. Yi Xian changed the topic and said, after all, it's not a good idea to go to the restroom. Yi Xian changed the topic and said, after all, he still had a mission to do, he couldn't keep breaking up here. This little man. Yan Ruoxi looked at Yi Xian's departing back and narrowed her beautiful eyes, it seems that it really has something to do with him. At the same time, not far from the Heavenly Sun Hotel, the dense forest. Swish. About a dozen figures appeared in the field, and the one who was surrounded in the field was Chen Mayor, and beside her was an old man. Wang Feng Feng. Chen Mayor bowed to the Wang Feng Feng, later on, we may need to trouble you to make a move. This. No problem, as long as Miss Mayor agrees to the conditions. The corner of Wang Yuyang's mouth lifted up the arc, recklessly surveyed the body of Chen Mayor who has a great figure, and he was thinking about it not for a day or two. Don't worry. Chen Mayor clenched her fists, her face reddened, as long as you catch that Yan Ruoxi, this young lady is yours. Oh, good. Wang Yuyang immediately laughed very happily, with his intermediate Xian level strength to tie away the district yellow level peak is not easy. When the Chen family's group of experts heard this, their faces changed greatly. This actually in order to kidnap Yan Ruoxi, even with the Wang Fengfeng promised this kind of conditions. You guys? Feeling the gazes of the Chen family's experts, Chen Mayor coldly glanced at them, no one is allowed to spread the word about today's incident, or else this young lady will make you all disappear from the face of the earth. Kudu. Feeling the young lady's stern eyes, the Chen family experts are all sucking in a breath of cold air have bowed their heads, we dare not. I wouldn't dare. Yi Xian, who came to the field in the dark, happened to overhear the conversation between the two, which caused him to freeze. Good guy. That Chen Mayor taste is heavy enough, in order to deal with their own daughter-in-law actually go out of their way to sell sex, but the effect is undoubtedly very good. Who? However, at this moment, Provider Wang narrowed his eyes and fell towards where Yi Xian was, everyone on guard. What? Seeing how sullen Provider Wang was, the Chen family's experts naturally didn't dare to be careless in the slightest and protected the young lady in the center at the first opportunity. Chen family's eldest miss, what a good grace. Yi Xian walked out with a slight smile, his gaze falling on Chen Mayor, but the Chen family style, do not dare to let people it complimented. You heard it. Chen Mayor saw Yi Xian heart sank, this is her biggest secret, this little white boy must die. However, it does not matter. Chen Mayor then looked at Yi Xian with a smile, followed by the eyes of the bright aura, this lady did not go to look for you, but you send yourself to the door. It is also good. Contemplation Minutsu, playful gaze looked over, this time to help Yan Ruoxi that bitch, this young lady will bring you back together. However, the little white face rest assured that this lady will not want you to little Ming instead to treat you well. Speaking, Chen Mayor looked to Wang Feng, right, Wang Feng should be Yan Ruoxi that bitch is also very interested in it, why not let the little white boy at that time to see a good show? Ha ha, Ms. Mayor is a good person. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth curved up, Yan Ruoxi how beautiful he naturally knows, if there are two girls to accompany that naturally wonderful. Hey, I've got a yellow ranked expert from the Chen family. Chen family a yellow level expert heard here, recommend themselves to go out, miss wait a moment, to be subordinate to catch this little white man. Aha! Chen Mayor nodded slightly, and then added, be gentle, don't hurt my lady's doll. Understood. As the voice fell, the yellow level expert had already tackled Yi Xian, kid, your luck ends here. At that moment, the image of the young lady punishing the white boy appeared before his eyes. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Seeing the Chen family expert who rushed up to seek death, since it's so eager then go to hell. Chapter 32 Yi Xian strikes and beats the Xian level expert to doubt his life? Splat. Crisp sound spread. The next moment the Chen family yellow level expert was jerked out 5 or 6 meters away, thumped on the ground, has become a corpse. Oh. Glancing at the yellow level expert's corpse, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The yellow family's skin is thick enough. That kid. Wang Fengfeng, deep meaning to look at the opposite side of Yi Xian, eyes narrowed. Just that slap strength is afraid is already not a yellow level expert can cope with. You. Chen Mayer cannot hear that guy's pointing and cursing, immediately lungs are angry. Good, a crazy white boy. Anger soared. Chen Mayer could not wait to bring this guy back to lock up, whip him to death in order to solve the hate in her heart. You guys, give me on. Without hesitation, Chen Mayer ordered the Chen clan's experts. This young lady will make him beg for his life and beg for his death. Yes, miss. Chen family, dozens of experts' eyes all fall to Yi Xian, eyes full of sarcasm. This kid in the end were the bottom of the air. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to make their move, Minister Wang called out to all of them. Wang Feng, what are you doing here? Chen Mayer heard the words of the king's words, could not help but look at it suspiciously. You want to stop me? Even though she had a condition with the king, she was, after all, the Chen family's young lady. Oh, how could it be? Wang Feng slightly smiled, and then looked at Yi Xian. I just don't want them to go to their deaths. This. Chen family, dozens of experts heard the heart of a sudden. They naturally know that Wang Fengfeng will not be no target. This kid is not simple. Provider Wang's gaze landed on Yi Xian, then said, Little fellow, if I guessed correctly you should be a Xian level expert, right? What? When these words came out, the faces of the Chen family changed greatly, and then their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. Xian level expert? Chen Mayer is also full of disbelief. Wang Fengfeng, you are joking, this little white man. This little white boy is a Xian level expert? Miss Mayer, you are questioning me. The voice fell. Wang Fengfeng Xian level mid-range breath pressure toward Chen Mayer, which makes its face white in comparable suffocation. Phew. About 10 breaths later, Wang Feng only let it slow down, this time Chen Mayer face full of fear. I don't dare. Humph. Wang Feng cold snort. I originally wanted to play with you, a girl child, just that tone of voice, your father did not dare so. As for this kid. Speaking of this, Wang Feng's gaze fell on Yi Xian, such a young Xian level expert, really rare. Let me see what's so extraordinary about you. After saying that, Wang Feng has been transformed into a black shadow, ran over, a sharp dagger did not know when appeared in its hands, toward Yi Xian heart straight attack. Obviously, Yi Xian was not the slightest bit careless because he was at the early Xian level. So fast. The hearts of the Chen clan's experts were shocked. This was the first time they had seen Provider Wang make a move, and they didn't expect his strength to be so strong. This. Chen Mayer saw this and hurriedly spoke out. Wang Fengfeng, please still leave him a breath. Mayer is willing to serve for 3 days in exchange. Of course she wasn't being kind-hearted, but she wanted to lock Yi Xian up and torture him to death a little bit. Oh. As you wish. The corner of the Wang confessor's mouth curved up in an arc. After all, this condition wasn't bad. Kid, it seems that you are still a bit useful. As he spoke, the king's dagger moved towards the side of the heart to avoid the vitals. Buzz. In the Wang Feng less than 3 inches away from Yi Xian, rich pressure surged to wrap Yi Xian, the extremely fast attacking Wang Feng just like this hard stop there. What? Sudden change really let Wang Feng's face changed greatly, not good. The bizarre scene made Provider Wang feel bad. Just. Want to retreat, he, shocked to find that it actually cannot move the slightest, the feeling like Lim's body is not his. Impossible. The horror of the unknown made Wang Feng completely afraid, incredibly looking at Yi Xian. Kid, what kind of sorcery did you use? This? The Chen family crowd looked at the bizarre scene, their eyes jumped wildly, thick bad luck surged in their hearts, the soles of their feet uncontrollably backed away. I am dreaming? Chen Mayer looked at the distance from Yi Xian's close to the king's confession, full of astonishment. The king's confession, still do not hurt him. Oh, demonic arts? Yi Xian smiled faintly, then a finger poked out, then nodded down into the air. Immediately after, the pressure instantly surged tenfold. Boom! Following that, the Wang confessor, who was as strong as a mid-Xian level, slammed both his knees hard on the ground, and the dagger in his hand fell down in response. Click! The sound of bones cracking in both knees spread out, followed by a mouthful of crimson blood spraying on the ground. At this moment, the Wang confessor was seriously injured on the spot. Impossible! Wang Feng's eyes were wide with anger. He couldn't believe what was in front of him. He was a mid-Shen level powerhouse. How could he be abused by a brat? Can it be that he is a late Shen level, not peak Shen level? No. Wang Feng, full of panic, even if the peak Shen level powerhouse he has seen, but far from this powerful. You are a heaven level expert. At a certain moment, the pupil of the Wang provisioner suddenly shrunk and realized something terrifying. Only that unknown heaven-defying terrifying heaven-level expert was estimated to have such heaven-defying abilities. He actually offended a heaven-level expert. Just. How could it be? That kid was clearly not even 20 years old, right? And how could he be a heaven-level expert? Who exactly are you? Wang Fengtong took a deep breath and tried his best to break free, but it was still futile. Devil! Run away! Seeing this, the Chen clan's dozens of experts looked pale and fled in all directions, which gave Confessor Wang hope that he would leave this place as soon as the power of his control weakened. This person absolutely cannot be an enemy. Want to flee? Yi Xian glanced at the dozen people who wanted to leave, hooked up the arc, not waiting for its reaction. Dozens of golden needles turned into golden awns and shot away. Whoosh! In an instant, 10 or so Chen family experts died on the spot, not even having the time to send out a scream before they became corpses like this. Ah! The bizarre image of Chen Mayor's spirit was a bit disoriented, letting out a piercing scream. It is now. Wang Fengfeng had been observing Yi Xian's expression. At a certain moment he wanted to escape to break free, however, he was just about to make a move. Boom! Without warning, the heaven-level powerhouse pressure suddenly increased. The Shen-level intermediate was pressed and burst into a blood mist on the spot. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian also froze too. A lack of control. Actually, the Shen-level intermediate burst into a body and died. This heaven-level strength, enough against the sky. You do not come over. I warn you, I but Jiangnan Chen family miss dare to move my Chen family, and my cousin will not let you off. Ho ho. Not yet to finish, will be carried. Dead dog general stuck neck. Click was broken. Neck softly fell to the ground. The threat that he simply does not care, compared to the threat he cares more about the Phoenix Jade Pendant. Chapter 33 Yi Xian Identity, TAAI Group Major Shareholder Son? Thud. Chen Meyer's body smashed on the ground. So far all the people in the Chen family line are all dead. Ding. The host triggered a randomized mission to overthrow the Chen family in Jiangnan, rewarding the Jiangnan No. 1 land plot. Ha! Looking at Chen Meyer's corpse, Yi Xian froze. Overthrowing the Chen family, this system is quite good at reminding him to eliminate the roots? Swish. Then, Yi Xian flashed and disappeared in place as if he had never appeared. That kind of stature peak Shen level experts see to be staggered. Boss, why did you just come back? Wei Lin frowned when he saw his boss come back and asked. Yesterday, I slept and caught a bit of a cold. Yi Xian casually said, but let the Shangwan Qi froze. His eyes flowed between the two, especially Yan Ruoxi blankly glanced at Yi Xian, his heart mixed feelings. Ahem, right Ruoxi. Shangwan Qi thought of something. Dry cough. Do you know Jiangnan auction No. 1 land thing? I heard about it. Yan Ruoxi nodded, then said, Jiangnan No. 1 land, you can know the existence of the value of a lot of money. All the major groups are eyeing it, then its value will be auctioned to at least 10 billion, or even higher. Ahem, a piece of land 10 billion? Yi Xian heard a stunned. After all, he just triggered the mission. Reward is Jiangnan 1 land. Yi old brother may be interested. Shangwan Qi nodded, and then said, Jiangnan 1 land is in the center of the city in the location of gold, absolutely worth it. Yi Xian said, I'm not going to be able to do that. Yi Xian said, I didn't expect the system to be generous this time. You don't really want to buy it, do you? Yan Ruoxi saw Yi Xian color, cannot help but ask suspiciously, on this guy's financial strength she has been taught. It's not impossible. Yi Xian faintly smiled, looking at Yan Ruoxi, how about, I buy it to send you? Oh, boss bravado. Wei Lin gave a thumbs up, throwing away money to fight Yan Ruoxi. Boss is quite good at getting things done. After breakfast, outside the Tianzi Hotel. Master, this is your car key. Just out of the hotel, the parking boy handed over the car keys with both hands, and saw his own young lady holding his arm with envy. Thank you. Received the keys, the two are toward the not far away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing Chen Mayor, rewarding the Phoenix Jade Pendant. In view of the host's perfect completion of the task, attached to the invincible double kidney. Arriving at the supercar, two system sounds rang in Yi Xian's ears. Invincible dual kidneys? Soon after, Yi Xian noticed warm currents surging from deep within his body, and all of a sudden, the entire person's spirit flourished quite a bit. This is the invincible double kidney effect? Then looking at Yan Ruoxi beside him, his eyes couldn't help but blaze for a minute. Good guy, this ability is very powerful. That said, in the future, this Nizi is going to be blessed. Nei Chan. Slightly sigh of relief, Yi Xian took out the Phoenix Jade pendant. Look, this one your family man to give you a token of love. Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Yan Ruoxi's eyes fell on the jadeite jade pendant in the hand. From its color and taste to see certainly worth a lot of money. Little man, also quite romantic. After receiving the jade pendant, Yan Ruoxi obviously liked it, and her beautiful eyes were bewitching. Come on, my sister will reward you with a bite. Boo. Dragonfly, a kiss on Yi Xian's lips, soft touch, cool and comfortable. Little man, where to now? Wearing a good jade pendant, Yan Ruoxi's whole temperament has changed a bit, in a good mood and asked. Ding bell. Just at this time, Yi Xian's cell phone ringing up. Hello, Yi Dong. Answer the phone, the opposite side is coming. TAAI Group President Wang Zhanghai respectful voice, this morning have time? Yi Xian heard Wang Zhanghai's words. Yi Xian froze when he heard Wang Zhanghai's words, and then the opposite side continued. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. After a pause, he continued, there is a charity banquet this morning, and there will be a lot of good things. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Ding! The host triggered the mission, charity banquet palm smoking Yumegawa Saburo, rewarded with 100% of the shares of Dragon Domain Real Estate Company. Dragon Domain Real Estate Company. He had naturally heard of this name, and it could be said to be an existence that was not the least bit weaker than the TAAI Group, the fat meat in the mouths of the three great families. After all, Dragon Domain Real Estate Company is in control of Jiangnan more than 90% of the real estate market, especially, the Emperor Abyss 1 Manor is one of its representative industry. Already, Yi Xian had made a decision. Moreover, by the way, this charity banquet can also take advantage of this to brush a penny is not it, 10 times consumption rebate put. I know. After hanging up the phone, aside Yan Ruoxi cast a deep meaning eyes, Hua? No one. There's a charity banquet at the TAAI Hotel, if you're interested. The words, Yan Ruoxi eyes out up, really, little man you have a relationship with TAAI Group. To know. To be able to have TAAI Hotel personally call and invite, this already says it all, at least she doesn't have this treatment. Just. This guy, exactly what kind of relationship with the TAAI Group, why was there no sign earlier? Little man, sooner or later one day this young lady is going to strip you of your secrets. Ahem. What is Nizi talking blindly about? Yi Xian dry cough, looking at naive Yan Ruoxi, pickpocket their own secrets that is impossible, unless the world end of the blue star explosion. Your family man's secrets have not long been you pickpocketed? The first time I saw this guy, he said, I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. I'm not going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi eyes staring at Yi Xian, why I do not know. While speaking, the car had already arrived at the TAAI Hotel. Mr. Yi, Miss Yan, you are here. General Manager Li Fongfong had already waited for a long time and was addressed with great care, the first time Yan Ruoxi noticed something fishy. And I don't know if it's her illusion, this Li Fongfong looks at the little man's eyes unexpectedly have respect, which she has never seen before. After all, Li Fongfong had the TAAI Group at his back and didn't need to look at anyone's face, including their three big families. Because of this, Yan Ruoxi was even more curious about the identity of her little man beside her. Could it be that he is the son of one of the major shareholders of TAAI Group? Thinking of this, Yan Ruoxi secretly guessed, just should not its identity information is obviously very simple parents or ordinary people. For a while, Yan Ruoxi became more curious about Yi Xian's mysterious identity. Yi Xian slightly smiled and took Yi Ruoxi by the arm. Yi Xian faintly smiled, wrapped Yan Ruoxi's slender waist is entering the hotel. Phew. Li Fongfong saw his own Yi Dong left, only then wiped the cold sweat on the head, so dangerous, almost found by Miss Yan. If because of their own let Yi Dong exposed, afraid of their own not dead but also to take off layers of skin. Swallowing saliva, Li Fangon took a deep breath before following up, this acting is so difficult Chapter 34 Let this lady man disappear, you have big guts. Charity banquet, inside the hall. Little man, honestly explain what exactly is your relationship with TAAI Group. The Yan Ruoxi. After a while, Yan Ruoxi finally did not hold back to ask the most concerned question, after all, whether it is important to her or the Yan Group. Relationship? Yi Xian thought for a moment, casually said, Nizi, I Showdown actually. I am the mysterious boss behind the TAAI Group. Ah. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi blankly glanced at it. TAAI Group boss, too able to blow, why don't you go to heaven? Obviously. Yan Ruoxi doesn't believe it. Yi Xian shrugged, I'll tell you the truth. Yi Xian shrugged, I tell the truth and you do not believe, in fact, I am really the boss behind this group. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. You forget, do not want to say I'm not happy to hear it. Yan Ruoxi demure eyes fell on someone, while the slender hand is holding Yi Xian arm, two people like a pair of lovers, just one entrance two people is to attract the attention of the field. After all, with their super high face value, it is hard not to attract attention. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Not far away, Lin Xiaoyang saw the two of them and the corners of his mouth arched. Oh, Xiaoyan Kuan? Yumegawa Saburo was also stunned when he saw the visitor, you're also here today. As the son of the president of the Yumegawa Chamber of Commerce, Yumegawa Saburo's father and Lin Xiaoyang's father were close friends when they were young, and both of them are on good terms today. And these years, the Lin family can sit steadily in the first family chair in Jiangnan Meituan Chamber of Commerce cannot be ignored. Aha! Lin Xiaoyang nodded slightly, then introduced to look into the distance, see that girl, that is Jiangnan Countless Valve's children dream of Yan's group gold Yan Ruoxi. Yosi. Yumegawa Sanlang seeks eyes to see, and when its eyes see Yan Ruoxi, eyes blazing without concealment, good beautiful flower girl. He knows too well the character of Yumegawa Saburo, this time his purpose is to use the knife to kill people. At the very least, he wanted to make that kid lose his reputation by making a public embarrassment. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoyang pretended to sigh, unfortunately, that Yan Ruoxi raised a little white boy. Look, it's that kid. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. As expected, under Lin Xiaoyang's flurry, Yumegawa Saburo coldly snorted, a brat, how can he be worthy of such a beauty? Xiaoyang Kuan. If I can hold a beauty today, I will thank you heavily in the coming day. Young Master Yumegawa is polite. Lin Xiaoyang smiled, the bottom of his eyes flashed with a ruthless aura, looking at Yumegawa Saburo full of contempt. After all, this bastard is a waste if he left his father. But nowadays, it is also useful. Wait for my good news. Yumegawa Saburo stepped away, and the two henchmen beside him also followed, naturally did not find Li Xiaoyang's mind. Ms. Darryl, I've heard a lot about you. Yumegawa Saburo came closer, his eyes looked Yan Ruoxi up and down, which made Yan Ruoxi very uncomfortable. My name is Saburo Meituan, my father is the president of the Meituan Chamber of Commerce. Ruoxi, let's go. Seeing Yumegawa Saburo's eyes, Yi Xian sought his mind at a glance, but did not pay attention to it. After all, breaking up with such a fool would only bring down his style. The first time I saw him, I saw his eyes, but I didn't pay any attention to him. Originally wanted to deepen the conversation of Yumegawa Saburo, heard Yi Xian's words immediately angry. Boy, you are a thing dare to disturb the matter of this young. Aha! Hearing Yumegawa Saburo's words, Yi Xian glanced at him. You ate shit in the morning without brushing your teeth, so stinky. Ha ha ha. The words came out, immediately led to the surrounding laughter, but there are a lot of people pity to look at Yi Xian, that kid crazy know who he is. Yan Ruoxi eyes flickered with deep meaning, did not expect it will be in this way to counterattack, this mouth. Enough poison. Worthy of being this lady's man. Asshole. Such provocative words, Yumegawa Saburo furious, I let you die. Snap. Yumegawa Saburo just finished speaking, Yan Ruoxi directly a big mouth smacked up, crisp sound swept away. What did you say? Let this young lady man disappear, you have big guts. Wow. The sudden change was beyond everyone's expectation, really they did not expect Yan's group Missy so protective of the calf, just because of a threat, will be directly on the son of the Meituan Chamber of Commerce hands. Although the Yan group is extraordinary, but such a move is also too impulsive. That bitch. Lin Xiaoyan looked at Yan Ruoxi protecting her calf like this, and looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of envy and jealousy, followed by his face being crawling with hideousness. You dare to hit me? Yumegawa Saburo eyes wide, really it's not expected to be so. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi does not care, in its view the entire Yan group is not as important as Yi Xian, hit you? If there is a next time, this lady will kill you. You.
Meituan Sanlang's face color is iron blue. Just look at Yan Ruoxi, eyes full of venom. Really care about him, then this young man will kill him in front of you today.
With a cold smile, Meituan Saburo walked towards Yi Xian. You dare!
Yan Ruoxi, face cold, just about to make a move, was stopped by two late Xian-level bodyguards.
Stop!
At the critical moment, Uncle Eagle arrived and blocked in front of Yan Ruoxi at the first time. How dare you, when my Yan family has no one?
Cut! Yumekawa Saburo looked at the near Yi Xian. For the so-called Yan family he naturally does not care. I'm not afraid of the Yan family, but I'm not.
After saying that, his eyes once again fell on Yi Xian. I would like to see kill this kid. You can do anything to me.
The thing that is looking for death.
Yan Ruoxi looked at this scene, her heart snorted coldly. Her own little man is a Xian-level expert, just this guy is not an opponent at all.
Kid. Hiding behind a woman, see who can save you now?
Meituan Saburo's posture of controlling everything walked towards Yi Xian. Not far away, Lin Xiaoyan coldly smiled. Kid, fight with this young.
You don't even have the qualifications to make me fight. Noisy.
When the crowd fixed their eyes, a moment of crisp slap again, just like this late yellow level Yumekawa Saburo just like this flew out a few meters, flopped down on the ground, life and death unknown.
Baka.
The two bodyguards immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. The young master was beaten, they can't absolve themselves of the blame. If the chairman of the board of directors knows that they are afraid of death, do not even know how to write the word.
Kid, go to hell. Kill him. The two late Xian-level bodyguards coldly smiled. Boom boom. Dull sound came out. Uncle Shadow retreated a few steps, but look at Yi Xian, eyes have changed. A move to hit the late yellow level, this at least need to be at the peak of the yellow level to be able to do, and even Xian level. Just how is it possible? The ant is obviously less than 20 years old. It's surprising that already have such strength. This. Hidden too deep. Chapter 35. However, I still want to be more bold. What to do? Just.
The ant has both Xian level strength. Why was previously bullied by Miss? It does not look like pretending.
Painful.
Seeing the ant operate, no doubt this makes the shadow uncle is very relieved. This Meituan Chamber of Commerce rampant Jiangnan for many years he has long been unable to see.
Kid, no one can save you today.
The two late Xian level experts are full of gloomy eyes. Yan Ruoxi heard this icy cold. Is it?
This lady would like to see who dares to touch my Yan Ruoxi's man. Whoever touches him will die.
Now Yan Ruoxi is already in the late Xian level, if on the combat strength of the two together is not its opponent, and this is also her greatest strength.
You.
The two late Xian level experts face ugly. After all, Yan's group in Jiangnan influence is not weak, although not compared to the Meituan Chamber of Commerce, but the consequences of making a bad Yan's group they cannot afford. However, the two men are not vegetarian. Are you sure that this is on behalf of the Yan group, so protecting the kid can be equivalent to in Meituan Chamber of Commerce as an enemy?
Yell. At this time, a voice from a short distance away, Meituan Chamber of Commerce is a big bully, really think in Jiangnan you cover the sky? Cousin, I'm right.
The person is not someone else's Wei Lin, and beside it is Shang Guanqi. In addition to two people beside a person is also a late Xian level experts. Oh, Meituan Chamber of Commerce is really a narrow road. Shang Guanqi narrowed his eyes. Over the years, their Shangguan group was not less malicious competition by the Meituan Chamber of Commerce. The two parties have a bad relationship is well known. Even half a year ago, the two sides also broke out in a small battle. As for the final who gained the upper hand, no one knows.
However, no one knows that half a year ago Shang Guanqi's father lost half his life because of that incident. Go!
Two Xian level late stage experts saw Shang Guanqi arrived, heart sank. They initially heard his father can contribute a lot of force. In addition, the field is now two Xian level late stage, and they're very unfavorable.
The boss is alright. Seeing the two left, Wei Lin hurriedly went forward to ask.
Yi Xian slightly shook his head. Then Wei Lin looked towards Lin Xiaoyang. Jiangnan Lin family, this kind of underhanded tactics can also be used.
What an eye-opener. Unbridled.
The late Xian level expert beside Li Xiaoyan was furious and was about to make a move on Wei Lin. Oh, I didn't realize that your friend was Shang Guanqi's cousin. Lin Xiaoyang looked at Wei Lin, then his eyes fell on Yi Xian. However, next time, you won't be so lucky.
Looking for death.
Yan Ruoxi eyes scarlet red appeared. Eyes will have the trend of storm. Phoenix jade pendant followed by a flash of millimeters did not enter its body.
Nay, don't have to be so familiar with fools.
Yi Xian faintly smiled, then the line of people talked to each other. Uncle Shadow and Shang Guanqi family's late Xian level experts nodded their heads.
Your young master, when did you get so close to Miss and the others? Uncle Shadow curiously asked Stopper, whose was none other than Shang Guanqi's late Xian level expert. This I also do not know. Jiga smiled bitterly. Originally the two of them are close friends, now see the relationship between the two families are close to a lot of natural happy to do so. Ding. Congratulations to the host to complete the charity banquet palm draw Yumekawa Saburo task, reward Dragon Domain Real Estate Company 100% of the shares. The charity banquet began. Yi Xian ear is ringing the system sound. Little man, what are you smiling about? Yan Ruoxi looked at the smiling guy beside him and blankly asked, but the voice was small, only two people could hear. Nothing. Just now my home Ruoxi baby enough domineering. Taking its slender waist, this seemed to see the shadow uncle and stopping the eyes wildly jumping. Good guy, this guts is also too big a bit. TSK, cousin look. Wei Lin said with a single dog smile at the corner of his mouth. Shang Wanshi looked over and almost didn't take a breath. You kid, looking for a beating, right? Shang Wanshi glared at his unscrupulous cousin and couldn't help but sigh, only the corners of his eyes looked overfilled with envy. That kid is so lucky. When the surrounding people saw this, they also sighed with envy. After all, Yan Ruoxi's face is a famous goddess in Jiangnan. As long as it's a normal man, no one doesn't like it. Little man, now a lot of guts ah. Perceiving the gaze of the surrounding people, Yan Ruoxi slightly narrowed her eyes, and then her delicate fingers hooked up her chin. How about it? This kind of being envied by people feel good. Yi Xian slightly nodded his head. However, it's a good feeling to be envied like this. Yi Xian slightly nodded. However, I still want to be more daring. How? LOL. Virtue. Yan Ruoxi's bewitching eyes flickered a bit. This little man is getting more and more out of control. Good. Just then, the charity auction begins. I'm very glad that you can come to participate in today's charity auction. The proceeds of this auction will all be used for charitable activities, and every amount will be publicized online, completely traceable. Next, the first lot, a hand-woven cloud brocade cheongsam. Ooh. When Wei Lin heard this, he looked incredulously at the field. A cloud brocade cheongsam, actually the entire cheongsam, what a great deal. Boss, this is a top-notch luxury item. Kudo swallowed saliva, continued to lament, dump those Dior, Hermes stream do not know how many streets. Oh. Hearing Wei Lin's words, Yi Xian looked at Yan Ruoxi, who was staring at the cloud brocade cheongsam. How, like it? It's not bad. Yan Ruoxi retracted her eyes and commented. This piece of cloud brocade cheongsam, using 72 procedures to produce and become, every inch is an inch brocade gold brocade material. This cheongsam auction reserve price of 3 million, each time the price increase of not less than 500,000. The auctioneer's voice fell in the room. Clamor, good guy. Up as 3 million, and each increase of not less than 500,000. Sure enough. Wei Lin took a deep breath and sipped his lips. Boss, this object is rare even in the imperial capital. If sister-in-law Daryl wears it, it will be very beautiful. $3 million. Glancing at Yi Xian, then not far away, Lin Xiaoyang's mouth rose in a provocative arc to bid. That guy? Wei Lin saw Lin Xiaoyang acting like this and looked like he could not help but dislike him, but he was stopped by Yi Xian. 4 million. Plain voice sounded. Originally wanted to bid, auctioneers are to hold back, just a scene they see in the eyes, the next is afraid to have a good show to see. Just, that dude exactly who actually let Yan Ruoxi so protective calf, more with the Lin family big young so hard. $5 million. Lin Xiaoyang is still smiling, and he does not know that this is exactly what he wants, but he cannot wait to bid as high as possible. Boss, this is almost to the limit of the value of the cheongsam. Wei Lin reminded from the side, while Yi Xian slightly nodded. 10 million. Plain voice sounded, which let Wei Lin almost did not a mouthful of tea sprayed out dismayed to look at the boss. I knocked the boss to determine to hear their own words. $10 million to buy a piece of cloud brocade cheongsam, crazy? Chapter 36 Reward Thunder Control Divine Art. Lin Xiaoyang miserably held down on the ground. Friction. Oh, Daryl, your family man is really generous. Lin Xiaoyang heard this, the bottom of his eyes flickered with a mocking arc, which made Yan Ruoxi's demonic eyes flash, with an impulse to waste it at any time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10 million, 10 times the rebate, and gaining 100 million in wealth. This Lin Xiaoyang is indeed a bit excessive. Shang Wanshi is very shameful about this, especially because there is also the previous bottomless line to please Yumekawa Saburo. Unhindered. Feeling Yan Ruoxi's fluctuating balefulness, this girl was born with a baleful body and I don't know when she will be able to control herself. Ding bell. Still want to say something when the cell phone rings. Hello, Yi Dong did not disturb your rest, right? Just connected the phone, a respectful voice came from the opposite side. You are. Listening to the words of the opposite side, Yi Xian was stunned, but from its words and temperament should not be an ordinary person. Ahem, it is me who is abrupt. Wang Zetian dry cough, then said, I am the president of Dragon Domain Real Estate. The company has a few important documents need you to personally sign to be effective. Yi Dong, when are you free for me to come to you? Wang Zetian stood straight, even if his own chairman could not see it, completely subconsciously made. This way ah. Yi Xian was just about to speak when the system sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. The host triggered a random mission to go to Dragon Real Estate and spend 1 billion, rewarding 100% of the shares of Motyan Liquor Mansion. Note, Ferris Bueller's Day Off has a market value of $5 billion, and the owner Luo Xaner is Yan Ruoxi's best friend and the daughter of the Luo family, the second family in Shanghai. Oh? Looking at the system explanation, Yi Xian froze for a moment. Luo Xiner? That girl's best friend? As expected. The system wouldn't give a reward for no reason. Is it laying another ambush? Good. Tomorrow, I'll go there. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip. After saying that, Yi Xian hung up the phone. Boss, who is it? Wei Lin saw the bad smile at the corner of his boss's mouth and wondered, with his understanding of his boss, this bad smile will surely have something bad happen. No one, a friend. Yi Xian prevarication said a sentence, and the perfunctory words drew Wei Lin a blank stare, if he believed it would be a ghost. As he spoke, another lot appeared on the auction stage. Next, the 36th lot, a mysterious black dog. As the voice fell, the red silk cloth on the auction stage was pulled open, and the cage appeared in front of the crowd. Woof! Fierce and violent atmosphere surged out. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. This is comparable to the Xian level. Uncle Shadow looked toward the stage in surprise. This scene is enough to show that this black dog is not simple. What? When Wei Lin heard this, he looked at the stage in disbelief. A dog that can also possess a realm. Indeed, this was too much for him. The reserve price for this black dog is $10 million, and each increase will be no less than $1 million. Bidding begins. With the bidding, the room was in a frenzy, including Lin Xiaoyang. This black dog, it's a bit interesting. The corners of his mouth widened into an arc, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This dog is for sure. Ding. The host triggers a randomized mission to capture this black dog, rewarding the Thunder Control Divine Art. Note, under this method, the host can manipulate thunder for his own use. The stronger the realm, the more powerful. Thunder Control Divine Art? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Controlling thunder has the ability to cross the level of battle power appeared. In that case, this black dog must be obtained by the looks of it. Moreover, previously, Yi Xian had realized that this black dog wasn't simple, it seemed to have been sealed with a spell. Perhaps, in the future, this black dog would bring unexpected gains to himself. 10 million. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't hold back and immediately opened his mouth to bid. Only this statement caused the faces of the people who originally wanted to bid to change greatly. To know. Lin Xiaoyang, they naturally not afraid, but behind the Lin family that is one of the 3 big families in Jiangnan, this identity is enough to let more than 90% of the people in the field to dispel the idea. Humph. Lin Xiaoyang looked at the scene cold snort. In Jiangnan he wanted something, there is no cannot get. Eh? Seeing Lin Xiaoyang's overbearing bid, the auctioneer sighed, obviously also knowing that the situation here is no longer under his control. Lin Xiaoyang bid $10 million, is there any higher? If not, this black dog will belong to Lin Xiao. The voice falls, the field is still silent, no one to mess with. After all, Jiangnan Lin family is not, they can easily mess with the offense, otherwise they will be in the future in Jiangnan will be difficult to move. In that case. After 10 seconds of silence, the auctioneer shook his head bitterly. I declare that this lot belongs to Lin Xiao. 20 million. As everyone thought it was over, a voice rang out from somewhere. Swish. The gazes of the Dao sought out their eyes and landed on a figure. It was him. Obviously. At the very first moment, the crowd recognized the person bidding for the auction, and it was none other than Yi Xian. Good guy. This is the rhythm of completely offending Lin Xiaoyang to death. Wei Lin saw this, surprised to look at the boss, Bull. That Lin Xiaoyang, afraid to be angry. Shang Wanqi looked at Lin Xiaoyang with a slight smile. In fact, he also did not expect Yi Xian will suddenly shot, just it should not be reckless people, right? This little man. Yan Ruoxi narrowed his demonic eyes, the corner of his mouth hung up a faint arc, but also quite hold a grudge. Obviously. She thought that Yi Xian was holding a grudge for what had just happened, but she didn't say anything, knowing that now she was already at the late Xian level, and her battle power was enough to fight against the peak. Even if she breaks with the Lin family, she is not afraid at all. If that ungrateful thing dared to touch her little man, she didn't mind letting Lin Xiaoyang go to hell first. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyang's face was gloomy when he heard the bidder, looking for death. 30 million. Eyes narrowed, Lin Xiaoyang's heart killed 1 point more. However, the surrounding field was dead silent, completely watching the scene with the mindset of a good show. 50 million. Yi Xian flat voice bidding, anticlimactic mission reward no one can block, not to mention the current district Lin Xiaoyang is the king of heaven cannot. Click. Lin Xiaoyang grip broken hand jade pendant, in an instant its body temperature plummeted 10 degrees, 100 million. Once this price was set, the auctioneer on the auction table froze. Dumbfounded look to Lin Xiaoyang, this black dog top broken day also on the Xian level, but also violent and uncontrollable, according to the previous prediction can be ranked to 50 million has been very impressive, not to mention today 100 million. The first time I saw this, I was able to see it in the back of my head. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Xiaoyang, then looked at the auction table, this black dog I want, no matter how high the price, I am $50 million higher than it. Boom. Overbearing, bold words immediately drew everyone for a shock. Good guy? That kid is really a loser. Wei Lin heard the words of the boss, a time of worship, I not worthy of the boss bola. Chapter 37 A dog actually made the sound of a wolf? Ye old brother, good vigor. Shang Wenqi laughed and lamented, so under this has completely offended Lin Xiaoyang, it is not too much to say that it is a break. Moreover, this move was completely punching Lin Xiaoyang in the face. A moment of abuse, a moment of pleasure, has been abusing people a straight pleasure. You? Yan Ruoxi rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Xian, provoking all the time like this, aren't you afraid that Lin Xiaoyang will waste you? I'm sorry. Listening to Yan Ruoxi's words, Yi Xian scraped his nose, how could that be, Ruoxi's wife is not protecting me. Wei Lin two people eat sudden dog food, let them speechless, mood is very complex. Also, Yan Ruoxi nodded her head in a serious manner, if Lin Xiaoyang really dares to touch you, this lady doesn't mind making the Lin family extinct. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of shooting the black dog, rewarded with the Thunder Control Divine Art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 150 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining 1.5 billion. Also at this time, Yi Xian's ears unsurprisingly rang with two system sounds, and he couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. Thunder Control Divine Technique arrived, and also seized a huge sum of 1.5 billion. Lin Xiaoyang, really good person nah. However, this mind if it is known I wonder if it will be so angry that it will faint to death, goddamned good guy is your damn shameless good. Good courage. Lin Xiaoyang's lungs have exploded, as the Lin family's youngest, he has never suffered this kind of anger. Bastard. Lousy, let him die. Grimace climbed on the eyes, if not in public he really will not control directly kill that kid. Young master. A late Shen level expert who saw Lin Xiaoyang's state was not right looked to Yi Xian, there is no need to fight with him for a moment's peak. This kid has the life to shoot, not necessarily the life to enjoy. When the banquet is over, find a chance to kill him, then the black dog also belongs to the young master, but also can save a huge sum of money. After all, the TAAI Hotel is the property of the TAAI Group, so if we upset the TAAI Group, we'll lose more than we gain. Phew. Lin Xiaoyang took a deep breath and calmed his mind, that's good. Let that kid live a little longer. Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoyang's cold eyes fell towards Yi Xian, kid, later on. This young will let you beg for life, beg for death. Recently, in this brat's body one after another defeat, no matter how to make it pay the price. Here? After the banquet, Wei Lin and the others came to a room and then saw the red silk cloth standing in the middle of the field. Mr. Yi, this is the black dog you shot. As he spoke, the staff pulled back the silk cloth, and not surprisingly, they saw the mysterious black dog again. At the moment, Grimfang's crazy barking, that kind of violent appearance obviously lost their minds. Boss, are you sure you can tame this black dog? Wei Lin looked not far away, suspiciously asked Yi Xian, eyes full of gravity, this black dog is a double-edged sword, the slightest carelessness by its bite death may have. Let go of it. Looking at the black dog in the cage, Yi Xian said. This. Staff heard a stunned, but seeing the two late Shen level experts in the box, he nodded, that is fine, but still be careful. Opening the cage, the staff member hurriedly fled the room, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! Just after opening the cage, the black dog pounced towards Yi Xian hideously. Bastard, looking for death. Yan Ruoxi reacted at the first opportunity and slapped the black dog to the ground, the fierce aura surging from its body causing its pupils to shrink. Whimpering. Feeling the baleful aura that frightened it, the black dog whimpered. Thumbing. Not waiting for the crowd to think about it, more than 10 golden needles entered the black dog's various acupoints, followed by the Yin Fury Chi that lingered on its body to be alleviated. The barking black dog also returned to normal, but was crooked head humanized look at Yi Xian. Ow. Then, the black dog actually stretched out under the attention of the crowd, letting out a wolf whistling sound. Crap. Wei Lin's eyes widened as he looked at the black dog in front of him in dismay. Damn, this black dog has become a spirit. The eyes that just looked at the boss, hallucination? Swallowed saliva, and then said, there is a dog actually issued the sound of a wolf? Hiss. Not waiting for it to continue to speak, the black dog in unkind sharp eyes looked over, which let Wei Lin could not help but hit a cold shiver. Swish. The late Shen level expert beside Shang Wanqi flashed and appeared in front of Wei Lin to vigilantly look at the black dog. You can understand human language? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and looked at the black dog and asked a question. At these words, everyone's gazes looked over in unison. The reaction of the black dog just now had already given them a guess. Black dog looked at Wei Lin before nodding his head. This? Yan Ruoxi also froze a bit when she saw this. Little man, this black dog seems to be very smart. TSK, old brother Yi really does have a unique vision. Shang Wanqi lamented from the side, then looked at the black dog not far away. Right. How about giving this black dog a name? Hearing Shang Wanqi's suggestion, Wei Lin's face was delighted. Not bad. Contemplating for a moment, Wei Lin surveyed the black dog. This black dog is black all over, how about calling it Blackie? Woof. As soon as these words fell, the black dog directly bared its teeth and grinned at it with a ferocious grin, which really put the late Shen level experts beside him under a lot of pressure. Cough. Wei Lin saw this, dry cough, this black dog does not seem to like, hey. Whoosh. Right in the middle of this, the black dog humanized rolled Wei Lin's eyes, which made Wei Lin almost didn't find a crack in the ground to drill in. Damn it. He never thought that as a young man in the imperial capital, he would one day be despised by a dog. Little man, look. Yan Ruoxi's voice rang out at this time, and then a group of people looked in search of eyes, but all of them had wildly jumping eyelids. What? That black dog is writing. Wei Lin gulped and swallowed his saliva, and saw the black dog jumping onto the table, dipping into the water and writing. Little guy, you are. Picked up a treasure. Seeing this, Yan Ruoxi naturally knew what it meant, a black dog with such spiritual intelligence, and it could also write. If the outside world knew about it, what kind of sensation it might create. Aha! Yi Xian nodded slightly. Sure enough, the system wouldn't give himself an unusual dog for no reason. This handwriting. Uncle Shadow, which was looking towards the handwriting written by the Black Emperor, could not help but have his eyes widen and the corners of his mouth twitch. Black Emperor. Zhuge's eyes wildly jumped. I drop good boy, do not say that after the founding of the country is not allowed to become a spirit. This black dog is not a foreigner. The black dog is interesting enough to be a little man. The name is quite domineering. Yi Xian saw the spirit of the demonic black dog, couldn't help but blankly glance at it. In that case, in the future you will be called the Black Emperor. Woof. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, the Black Emperor whooshed and leapt off the table, rubbing against Yi Xian's pants leg while not forgetting to look at Wei Lin with contempt. Worry. Wei Lin saw this, his brain was all dried up. What kind of eyes does this dog have? Is it disliking that my name is not as good as it is? If you can tolerate it, don't stop me. Wei Lin rolled up his sleeves and had the look of going to fight with the Black Emperor. The black dog was too unscrupulous. I want to eat dog meat. Chapter 38, The Destruction of the Chen Family, How Horizontal Reward Arrives. Time passes, night falls. Jiangnan, Chen Family Garden. Ding bell. Sipping red wine. Chen Xiaorong, eating the made peeled grapes. Life is not pleasant. Aha! The sound of a cell phone broke the atmosphere. Chen Xiaorong frowned and looked over. Master, something has happened. Answer the phone, the opposite side is coming. Panic voice, small. Miss, she was killed. Boom. This statement, Chen Xiaorong tang from the seat to stand up, full of tension. What did you say? Mayor was killed, how is this possible? Actually, Chen Xiaorong some unbelievable, after all, he was personally watching his daughter with the Shen level in the middle of the Wang Feng left, even if it is not an opponent to leave or no problem. This. It is true. That henchman gulped and swallowed saliva, not only Miss Mayor, it is the Wang Feng also died. Bastard. Hearing this, Chen Xiaorong was furious, who did this? This, do not know. Chen Xiaorong heard here, a strong breath around the body surging open, high enough Shen level in the middle, to know the reason why the Chen family can sit firmly in the Jiangnan first-class family chair, he also has a lot of credit. Rubbish. With a swish sound, the next moment Chen Xiaorong appeared in front of that henchman, his right hand choking his neck, rice bucket. Click. With force, that henchman was strangled and died, thumping and throwing garbage to the ground in general. Mayor. No matter who it is, father will make it accompany you to the grave. Speaking of this, Chen Xiaorong's eyes were filled with a grimace. Right. At a certain moment, it thought of something. Earlier, I heard Mayor say that she seemed to have recently had a conflict with a person named Yi Xian, could it be? Thinking about this, Chen Xiaorong already had a guess in his heart. With his understanding of his daughter, will not swallow this breath, most likely this kid is the biggest suspect. Yi Xian. Thinking about it, Chen Xiaorong's body surged with a fierce aura, starting with you. Yes? Before Chen Xiaorong thought about it, a voice appeared out of thin air in his ears, however, you are afraid that you do not have this opportunity. Aha! The voice just fell, I do not know when a figure appeared in the field, which makes Chen Xiaorong pupils suddenly shrink, who are you? How did you come in? Immediately after that, the body is surging with a mid-Xian level breath. Oh. Feeling Chen Xiaorong's realm, God One slightly narrowed his eyes, a bit of strength. However, that's about it. At a certain moment, Chen Xiaorong's eyes flared with a vicious aura. It is now. Taking a deep breath, he decisively struck out, whoever you are, go to hell. Thumb. Chen Xiaorong attacked instantly, but God One is obviously faster. The next instant after the blade flashed was slit throat and died. Ho ho, how could you? Feel was instantly killed. Before dying, Chen Xiaorong eyes wide, cannot believe everything in front of him. Even if the late Shen level are not possible to do so, it is difficult to not this guy in front of him is the peak of the Shen level. But that kind of big shot, how could he appear in the small Jiangnan? If you dare to harm your master, you will die. Master. Chen Xiaorong's eyes jumped wildly. At a certain moment he thought of a name. It couldn't be that Yi Xian. Puff. Before he died, Chen Xiaorong finally knew the murderer of the girl, only that it was no longer possible for him to take revenge. Swish. Then, 7 or 8 figures flashed and appeared in the field. Boss. The people of the Chen family, how will they be disposed of? Listening to the words of the divine guard, he glanced at the corpse of Chen Xiaorong on the ground. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Yes, boss. Then, 7 or 8 figures disappeared, and a massacre was quietly staged like this. A quarter of an hour later, the Chen family garden fell into silence. The rich smell of blood rises up to the sky. The entire Chen family was wiped out. Such ferocious methods have never been seen in Jiangnan. Imperial Abyss 1 Manor. Young master good. Young lady good. The divine guards guarding the manor on both sides greeted respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Ha! Yan Ruoxi's eyes froze at the sight of the guard's premature night. Little man, these people are. Oh. I hired bodyguards to protect the manor with. Yi Xian prevarication said a sentence. After all, these silent god guards exist or not let it know the good, if let it know the 2 guards are yellow level peak. I don't know how this girl will react, of course this is not important to Yi Xian. Woof woof. Arriving in front of the villa, the Black Emperor leapt out with a whoosh, circling around like he was patrolling his territory before finally returning to Yi Xian's side. Young master, young lady, you are back. The housekeeper Ning Xian saw the young master and young lady come back, hurriedly and enthusiastically greeted. Dinner will be ready soon, want to start dinner later? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Yi Xian slightly nodded, today tired day, and that niece afraid also long hungry, after all, there is a little one to draw nutrients not hungry strange. I will go in first to change some clothes. Yan Ruoxi looked at the Black Emperor and then spoke. Aha! Yi Xian nodded slightly, then brought the Black Emperor to the side of the lawn. This cargo is so mysterious, if not cultivated would not be a pity. Moreover, the matter of spell sealing, he also need to study it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of overthrowing the Chen family, rewarding Jiangnan number 1 land. Arriving at the lawn clearing, Yi Xian's ears suddenly heard the system sound, Jiangnan number 1 land plot in hand. Then looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, early celestial level. Abilities, divine car skills, divine massage, medical sage, thunder control. Items, 30% of the shares of Yan's group, supreme diamond black card no upper limit, emperor abyss 1 manor x1, 100% of the shares of the TAAI Group, 10 times the consumption rebate, unlimited spiritual liquid, 100% of the shares of dragon domain real estate, Jiangnan number 1 land. Wealth, 5.83 billion. Emotions were divided and Yi Xian was in quite a good mood. Black Emperor. Yi Xian looked at the black dog in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. I know you are extraordinary and sealed. If you are willing, follow me in the future. Woof. The Black Emperor heard, humane nodding. This scene if let outsiders see will be shocked off the teeth, those beast tamer compared to the weak burst. The Black Emperor is a very good person, but the Black Emperor is a very good person. Yi Xian rubbed the Black Emperor's head, then said, next, I will try to help you break the spell seal. The process is a little painful. The Black Emperor did not speak, but his eyes were filled with determination. Then I will begin. With a flip of his right hand, dozens of golden needles entered the Black Emperor's body in a subtle arc, and in an instant he was enveloped by a flash of gold. Spiritual liquid out. Immediately after that, Yi Xian directly 1 caddy of spiritual liquid degree into his body. Breaking the seal process was like 10,000 insects biting. However, the Black Emperor did not even frown at this, which made Yi Xian's heart startled. This kind of severe pain if placed on the human body for fear of fainting over an unknown number of times. Buzz. At a certain moment, the Black Emperor's body trembled. The original Shen level's breath was like a volcano erupting like a surge. Ow. The feeling of comfort makes the Black Emperor can't stop letting out wolf whistles, which immediately attracted the maids and the shadowy divine guards to look sideways. What the hell? What the hell? What the young master brought is supposed to be a dog, right? Chapter 39 Shaoxi, you are actually pregnant. This is. Yi Xian felt the fluctuations in the Black Emperor's body, peak Shen level? Sure enough. This bastard must have a great secret on his body. The reason why is because after breaking this layer of spell prohibition, he found that there is actually a stronger spell prohibition, and there is more than 1 layer. Woof woof. The Black Emperor barked excitedly, and the ground cracked with it under 1 claw, showing the great force. Go and play. He rubbed the Black Emperor's head and smiled. Then turned around and entered the villa, and at this time Yan Ruoxi just changed into a resident's ice silk pajamas. Proud body still cannot be hidden. This. See, Yan Ruoxi proud posture, especially in the pajamas set off under the face, has a unique flavor. How about this? Sister, this pajamas, good looking, right? Seeing the stunned Yi Xian, Yan Ruoxi stepped forward and hooked up Yi Xian's chin provocatively. It's beautiful. Yi Xian wrapped his hand around Yan Ruoxi's slender waist, which made Yan Ruoxi's bewitching eyes flash. This little man is really getting stronger and stronger. However, this young lady likes it. Wow. When the maids saw this, they all looked on with their hands together in fascination. Tian La. This is also too sweet. I'm so envious. If the person the young master is holding is them, how good it would be. Calling. The Black Emperor's eyes are full of contempt when he looks at the maids from afar, and the beautiful women will only affect the speed of his sword drawing. Ding dong. Just then, Yan Ruoxi received a message. This is. Looking at the message sent by Xiaoying, Yan Ruoxi froze. Jiangnan number 1 land was actually auctioned off by a mysterious person? How come? Truly, this message made it quite unexpected. After all, Jiangnan number 1 land, the entire Jiangnan is a lot of people staring at it. Even if it is shot, you will also get the news in advance, but now there is actually no sign at all. What's wrong? See Yan Ruoxi frowning look, Yi Xian suspicious. It's nothing. Yan Ruoxi slightly shook her head, and then looked at Yi Xian in front of her. Little man, today performance is good, sister tonight good reward you. The next day, early morning. Ding bell. A cell phone ringing, casual haze indirectly through the phone video. Hello, Mom. After connecting, Yi mother figure appeared in the screen. Bastard, what time is still sleeping? Words to half, Yi mother perceived something wrong, fixed eyes to the sun beside the beautiful girl. Huh? That girl? At the same time, Yi mother's eyes flooded beautiful enough. Kid. Honestly explain, that girl is your girlfriend, right? Ye mother sharp eyes said, as long as he said half a word no, absolutely break his legs. Aha! Seek eyes to see, only a trace of sleep dissipated, how to forget this crop. Ahem, that what mom you listen to my defense. Explanation, ye mother obviously do not accept. Well. Mom is not a pedantic person, so beautiful daughter-in-law vision is good. Ye mother nodded with satisfaction, then said, but you are good to others, now the girl how difficult to find on not to mention also so beautiful. I know, mom. Idle chat 2 sentences is hung up the phone, ye mother put down the phone to look into the distance, that brat enough speed, find a so beautiful girlfriend is worthy of the old mother son. Well. At this point, Yan Ruoxi woke up, small man, hua. The more contact she has, the more she enjoys it. My mom. Smoothly wrapped around the slender waist, joked, have to force me to match, said the next year to hold a big fat grandson. I'm not going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi demonic eyes looked at someone, obviously do not believe in this. Right. Yesterday's performance was impressive enough. Finished, Yi Shin get up to go wash up left Yan Ruoxi frozen place, and then thought of what face cannot help but halo red point Sue, that little man, the guts more and more big. Ding dong. Just at this time, Yan Ruoxi's cell phone received a message, Shaoxi, come to the airport to pick up the driver. Bad. Look at the time, Yan Ruoxi secretly bad, today Shiner back to Jiangnan, how to forget this? This time point. Breakfast room. Ha? Yi Xian washed up and changed his clothes, and just as he came into the living room, he saw Yan Ruoxi speeding away in a supercar. Where is she going? Oh. When Ning Xin heard this, she explained, young master, young lady just asked me to tell you. She went to the airport to pick up her best friend, so you don't have to worry. Girlfriend? Yi Xian froze after hearing this, then thought of the incident at the Matian liquor mansion. It couldn't be Luo Xin. On the other side, in the supercar. Hello, Dad. Not long after leaving, Yan Ruoxi received a call from Yan's father. What did you say? Learning the news from her father, Yan Ruoxi's face was filled with disbelief. Chen Mayor is dead, and the Chen family was wiped out with no survivors. This. How can this be possible? After hanging up the phone, Yan Ruoxi's eyes narrowed and flashed. Chen family. That is a first-class family in Jiangnan, there are as many as 2 mid-Xian level, how could it be wiped out overnight? The means are too ruthless. Forget it, whatever. Yan Ruoxi murmured, and soon the Jiangnan airport was close at hand. Little she, it's been a long time since I've seen you, you've missed me. A big beautiful woman hugged Yan Ruoxi, greedily sniffing her body flavor, still this fragrance, my little she is more and more charming. Tonight, Xiner will serve you well. Put. Listening to the undisciplined Luo Xiner, Yan Ruoxi rolls her eyes. What are you talking about? Ha! But at this moment, Luo Xiner touches her bosom friend's pulse, and her face is immediately followed by a great shock. Xiner, what are you doing? Knowing that her bestie is quite proficient in medical arts, the weak-minded Yan Ruoxi hurriedly drew back her jade hand, not daring to meet her eyes. Odd. Luo Xiner looks at her bestie incredulously, it's actually a happy pulse. Shaoxi, you are actually pregnant. Crazy. Yan Ruoxi hurriedly covered Luo Xiner's mouth. Keep your voice down, do you want everyone to know? What's going on here? Coming to the car, Luo Xiner couldn't wait to ask, which poor handsome guy, actually you, and by you? Luo Shiner. Her best friend naturally knew about her sickly petite mentality, and she likewise knew this niece's biggest secret, so she wasn't surprised by this. Remember 2 months ago? Listening to her BFF's explanation, Luo Xiner looked at her BFF incredulously, a shot in the arm, or a little fresh meat. Good guy. Luo Xiner deep sigh of relief, zestfully looked at her best friend, I left these times, what exactly has happened? Chapter 40 Honestly, is it your little boyfriend's credit? TSK. Luo Shiner emotionally looked at her girlfriends, Kana, the old cow tender grass. Also play the golden crow to hide the little fresh meat. Listening to her best friend snickering, Yan Ruoxi's demonic eyes glared at it. By the way, why did you suddenly go back to Jiangnan? Yan Ruoxi looked at her best friend suspiciously, pondering, the matter of Shanghai is resolved. Nope. Luo Xiner massaged her brain, how could that old man let go so easily? There's a problem with the liquor building, and I want to sell Ferris Bueller's Day Off. At these words, Yan Ruoxi's heart shook. What did you say? Sell the Matian liquor building. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi took a deep breath. You're crazy, that's your years of hard work. It's nothing. Luo Xianer waved her hand, then looked out over the Middle Sea. Originally, the Motian liquor building was created to rebel against the old man. But then again. Luo Xiner looked at her best friend's pretty face near at hand, lifted her delicate fingers and hooked up her chin. Shushi, now your face is fluffy enough. Seeing the girlfriend's finger-breakable skin, Luo Xiner is very envious. Honestly, is it your little boyfriend's credit? Listening to Luo Xianer's words, Yan Ruoxi gave her a blank look. Xianer, what are you talking about? Hey, it looks like it was guessed. Luo Xianer surveyed the proud figure and lamented, others don't know, I can know that you go crazy and have strong fighting power. The words of a tiger and a wolf, heard Yan Ruoxi hate to plug her mouth. What is this girl talking about? Young is good Luo Xiner enviously looked at her girlfriend, and then snickered and smiled badly. Right, your little man has no brother whatsoever, introduce me to no. I'm not going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi glared at her best friend, this niece is really anything to say. On the other side, Dragon Real Estate. Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? When I entered the lobby, I heard the front desk lady's voice coming from the front desk. Wang Zetian. Yi Xian spoke out, and the receptionist froze, looking for Mr. Wang, may I ask who you are? Yi Xian. What? Hearing this name, the receptionist's sister was shocked. Mr. Wang but personally explained that the new boss of the acquisition of Dragon Real Estate is called Yi Xian, so that she entertained. Yi Dong, so it's you. When the receptionist's sister saw Yi Xian's handsome face, her cheeks flushed red at that moment. Fontang, get out of the way. Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from the side, looking for eyes to see the cousin Han Yu. Han Yu. I still don't know what I think about you, be my girlfriend, okay? A confession heard around the colleagues look complex, all because of the immediate Fontang is the head of the Dragon Real Estate, weekdays cannot be less una girl. Fong supervisor, please respect yourself. Han Yu has been working for more than half a year, naturally no Fontang as a person, face cold. Han Yu, have you thought about the result of rejecting me? Fontang saw his lack of respect, and did not bother to disguise, believe it or not, a word from me, let you get out of Dragon Real Estate. Moreover, you will have no place in Jiangnan. You. Han Yu heard this, lungs are gasping, this scum is too hateful, she naturally knows that it can be done. Cousin. Looking at the stalemate between the two, Yi Xian greeted them with a smile. Yi Xian smiled and greeted him. Han Yu heard the voice and couldn't help but froze. Xiao Xian, why are you here? Oh. Fontang on the side saw here, his eyes fell to Yi Xian, original is a little white boy, how Han Yu will not have a leg with this kid. Splat. Fontang has not finished, directly by Han Yu a slap in the face, shut up. Crisp sound, immediately attracted the attention of the room. This. The receptionist lady covered her mouth and looked at Fontang in disbelief. Supervisor Fong is crazy, actually slandering Yi Dong like this. Hey, Mr. Wang. The first time the front desk lady is dialing the phone, you quickly come, Yi Dong seems to be Fong's supervisor looking for trouble. What? Hearing this, Wang Zetian's face changed greatly. Good, you look at the scene, I will come immediately. Asshole. Fontang covered the side of his face and looked across the room with great anger. Han Yu, you bitch. Dare to hit me. Snap. Just finished, directly by Yi Xian a slap to fly out several meters, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Believe it or not, I will kill you. You. Fontang felt someone's icy cold eyes and couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Right at this moment, the security chief of Dragon Domain Real Estate brought a group of people to the field. Cousin. Fontang saw the people and covered the side of his face and looked at Yi Xian with resentment. This kid is openly committing murder, quickly abolish him. Don't worry. Fongyaru was Fontang's security chief who has gone through a lot of trouble to get to the top of the security team. His eyes fell towards Yi Xian. He dared to act recklessly in Dragon Real Estate, he's tired of living. Give me a hand. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 bodyguards surrounded him. Captain Fong. The receptionist lady was terrified at this and rushed forward. Stop, do you know who he is? He is. I don't care who he is. Fongyaru directly let his men strike, not paying the slightest attention to the words of the front desk young lady. Humph. Fontang coldly smiled, a little white boy also dare to fight with me, this niece sex is strong enough I like. Stop. Just at this time, a drinking sound came, then Wang Zetian came to the field with an iron color.
Mr. Wang.
Seeing the person, Feng Tang first to complain fawning forward, you come just in time, this kid in the eyes of no one dares to slander the dragon real estate.
Yi Dong.
Sorry, I'm late.
Taking a deep breath, Wang Zetian did not even look at Feng Tang bowed to apologize.
Phew. The front desk lady saw this deep sigh of relief, almost going to be a big deal, good thing Mr. Wang came.
Feng Tang saw this stunned, and then looked at Wang Zetian confused. Mr. Wang, what are you doing to this kid?
Shut up.
Wang Zetian had the heart to kill Feng Tang, because this guy almost made Yi Dong get hurt.
This is the new chairman of Dragon Domain Real Estate, how dare you?
Boom. At these words, Feng Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. What?
He is the chairman of Dragon Domain Real Estate.
Wang Zetian, the employees of Dragon Domain Real Estate are really disappointing.
This.
Wang Zetian, beads of sweat oozing out of his brain, dryly coughed. Subordinates' discipline is lax, please punish Yi Dong. Give me a satisfactory answer.
Yi Xian uttered without a word. Hearing this, Wang Zetian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that Yi Dong wasn't angry with him.
Feng Tang.
Turning to Feng Tang, his gaze fell on Feng Tang full of ice. You are fired, and will never be hired by the company in the future.
What?
At these words, Feng Tang's face was like ashes. Mr. Wang, you can't be like this.
I have been in the company for many years.
Shut up. Don't think I don't know those things about you. I can tolerate you until now is the limit.
Afterwards, Wang Zetian looked at the security chief, Wang Eru. Indiscriminate, making a move on Dong Yi.
You are also fired.
Blast them out of Dragon Real Estate, and do not allow them to approach the slightest bit. Under one order, the originally scared and stupid security guards gulped and swallowed saliva. Yes, Mr. Wang.
In fact, at this moment, where they still dare to slow down the slightest bit, straight drag the dead dog general will drag the two people away.
Han Yu.
Wang Zetian naturally know the relationship between Han Yu and Yi Dong. Warm voice, Feng Tang left, now its supervisor position just empty, why don't you serve?
What?
Han Yu heard a blank stare, but Wang Zetian smiled faintly and then looked at the front desk. Miss, you called.
Su Ro, is it?
Good job, in the future you are the lobby manager of Dragon Real Estate. Su Ro eyes a beat, really did not expect happiness to come so suddenly, that is the lobby manager. Han Yu looked at the scene with a complicated expression, it felt like a dream. Cousin is actually the
Dragon Real Estate chairman.
Chapter 41 Xiao Xian, really the chairman of Dragon Real Estate.
Ahem, Yi Dong. Dryly coughing, Wang Zetian respectfully said, look, what else to add? Well, it's not bad.
Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, this Wang Zetian handled it thoroughly.
Cousin, I'll treat you to dinner some other day.
Looking at the stunned Han Yu, Yi Xian faintly smiled then went with Wang Zetian to the direction of the elevator.
Su Ro, help Supervisor Han with the handover procedures. Ah, it's Mr. Wang.
The stunned Su Ro came back to her senses and said with trembling, until now it was like she was hallucinating.
That, Manager Su.
Han Yu looked to the side of Su Ro, the two originally had a good relationship. Xiao Xian, really the chairman of Dragon Real Estate. Although she heard her sister-in-law say that Yi Xian developed, but did not expect so powerful.
Dragon Real Estate, that is the existence of Jiangnan business giant, enough to be comparable to the TAAI Group's existence. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
Su Ro nodded heavily and took a deep breath. Mr. Wang notified me yesterday, asking me to pay attention to the visitors for fear of slowing down the chairman.
Just.
Speaking here, Su Ro looked at Han Yu with a complicated expression. I didn't think that Han Supervisor, you are actually Yi Dong's cousin.
Cough. Han Yu dry cough, sighed, say out you may not believe, I also just know. This brat, hiding too deep.
Cannot help but Han Yu lamented, just cousin is only 18 years old, right, although I do not know how it's done.
This way
Su Ro followed by a flushed face, embarrassed, that
what Han Supervisor, the chairman should not be married. This is not.
Han Yu suspiciously looked at the spring-hearted Su Ro, how, look on my cousin.
Han Supervisor
did not speak, but the dainty voice already said everything.
Ahem, however.
Han Yu sighed and continued, manager see you look good, but my cousin already has a girlfriend.
Moreover, it is still a big beauty.
After saying that, Han Yu took out her cell phone and played the video that her sister-in-law had recorded, which was exactly the Yi Xian phone call video, and beside her there was a stunningly beautiful girl. This girl? So beautiful. Su Ro saw the girl, immediately lost half of the bottom. Obviously Han Yu's move is to make it difficult to retreat. After all, she is also very satisfied with this sister-in-law. Just. Why does it feel a bit familiar, like I've seen it somewhere? Ah. At a certain moment, Su Ro's eyes widened incredulously, staring at the cell phone screen. It's her, how can it be? Ah. This reaction caused Han Yu to freeze and look suspiciously at Su Ro. Manager Su, you know this girl? Aha, can you not recognize her? Taking a deep breath, Su Ro looked at the girl with incomparable certainty. Manager Han, this girl's name is Yan Ruoxi. You've heard of Yan Group, right? Now she is the acting chairman and CEO of Yan Group. After saying that, Su Ro took out her cell phone and searched for Yan Ruoxi's information. You see. When she searched her eyes, she saw Yan Ruoxi's information and couldn't help but be stunned. The #1 beauty in Jiangnan? Countless suitors? It's the overlord again. This world, it's crazy. Yan Ruoxi looked at the sleeping dumping girl in her cell phone. That face value made her as a girl couldn't stop envying. On the other hand, the president's office. Yi Dong, please take a seat. Respectfully guided Yi Xian to the office, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. After all, earlier had already made it a bit dissatisfied. Yi Xian nodded slightly and sat down. Yi Xian nodded slightly and sat on the reclining chair. Right. Deep breath. Wang Zetian from the side to take a few documents. Yi Dong, this is to sign a few documents. Only your personal signature will come into effect. Good. Yi Xian nodded, then signed the contract. Phew. After signing, Wang Zetian took a deep breath and respectfully said, Yi Dong, I don't know what other instructions you have? I don't think so. Yi Xian thought of something and took out a document. Look at this. Yes, Yi Dong. Wang Zetian turned over the document with suspicion. This is. However, when it saw the content of the document, it was instantly unsettled. Jiangnan #1 land. Hiss. Spare the Wang Zetian who has seen a big scene cannot help but be shocked to know that Jiangnan #1 land. I do not know how many people squeeze their heads want to find a channel to shoot. I had no idea that before the auction, it was cut off by the chairman of the board of directors. If this matter is spread out, will definitely be the entire Jiangnan lifted to the bottom of the sky. Yi Dong, this land was actually obtained by you. Wang Zetian excited after returning to his senses. If you have this piece of land, dragon real estate will be able to make a big difference. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly. This is just a matter of convenience for him. In addition. Speaking of which, Yi Xian took out a black card and placed it on the table. This card contains $1 billion, which will be used exclusively for the development of the next #1 land. As for how to develop it, it is up to you to decide. Voodoo. Hearing this, Wang Zetian suddenly felt a mountain of pressure on his shoulders. Tens of billions worth of land, plus $1 billion of huge sums of money? My subordinate will live up to Yi Dong's trust. Nodded heavily, Wang Zetian body blood boiling. Dragon real estate silence for so long can finally do a big job. Do a good job, I believe in you. Yi Xian passed a look of encouragement, then said, do not have too much pressure, not enough money to give me contact. Yes, Yi Dong. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zetian answered. The image of the chairman of the board that he had met for the first time became a giant in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 billion, triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining 10 billion. Also at this time, Yi Xian's ears rang with the system sound, and this made Yi Xian's eyes narrowed for a point. This wave of brushing money harvest could not be small. Ding. The host triggered a randomized mission to set up a meeting with Wei Lin Luoxaner, rewarding the culinary arts grandmaster ability. Note, under this ability, the host's cooking skills are unrivaled. Setting up? Listening to the task released by the system, Yi Xian stared at the task, which was good. Yi Xian was stunned as he listened to the quest released by the system. Then, Yi Xian dialed Wei Lin's phone. Hey, boss. Wei Lin, who was boredly sipping wine at his cousin's house, was instantly energized when he received his boss's call. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then smiled and said, come to the Imperial Abyss Manor tonight, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. What? The moment he said this, Wei Lin stood up excitedly. Boss, you're serious? Of course. Yi Xian smiled faintly, then said, it's your sister-in-law's best friend, just returned to Jiangnan today. Hey, boss is good enough. Wei Lin instantly full blood resurrection, people to group point sister-in-law so beautiful, that bosom friend is certainly also a big beautiful one, little brother my second half of life happiness on to you. Chapter 42 How Horizontal Mission, rewarded all the properties in the Sky Royal Mansion. Outside the Dragon Real Estate. You kid, Hanyu looked at her cousin in front of her and sighed with emotion. It's hard to imagine, you're actually the owner of Dragon Domain Real Estate. Today thanks to you, otherwise I really do not know what to do. Thinking about the experience of the morning, Hanyu sighed. She is not easy to enter the Dragon Real Estate. By the way, cousin, still single now? Yi Xian saw the slender figure, face value online cousin said, when it was Jiangqing one of the history of the most beautiful school flower exists, for which Yi Xian cannot less to its forwarding love letters. You kid, still with the same as before, which pot is not mentioned which pot. Hanyu white eye Yi Xian, sigh, who let you face value is too high, cousin me on the choice of spouse object conditions are harsh. In the middle of the conversation, the two came to the front of the supercar. Pressing the car key, Hera cool supercar lit up. Oh. Looking at the lighted supercar, Hanyu's eyes were full of incredulity. Brat, this is Lamborghini Devil's Son. It is said to be worth up to $80 million. In fact, Hanyu is shocked by the car in front of her, a true loser. To let my sister-in-law know, have to break your legs. After a pause in her voice, she sighed, however, at your price, it's not too much. Go. Cousin invited you to dinner. Yi Xian smiled and said, Hanyu saw her cousin's appearance, of course you're treating me, cousin I can't afford to slaughter you properly. Boom. A foot of gas car sped away, pushback feeling makes Hanyu sigh with emotion. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the Tianzi Hotel. This is the Tianzi Hotel. Hanyu looked at the top luxury hotel in Jiangnan, staggering and lamenting, this if she herself killed herself would not dare to come here. Because this is a notorious rich man's paradise, poor man's hell. Auntie, welcome to the hotel. Yi Xian had informed Fang Jinming before he came, and at this moment, he had been waiting for a long time before 9 o'clock. Is the room empty? You're joking. Fang Jinming respectfully bends over and doesn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The Dragon Blooming Hall is Mrs. Exclusive for you. Aha! Yi Xian nodded his head slightly, then entered the Pinjin Grotto's hotel with the clueless Hanyu. Cousin, this is the general manager of the Heavenly Sun Hotel, Fang Jinming. Yi Xian introduced and said, while Fang Jinming's heart stirred when he heard it, so it's auntie's cousin, out of respect. This is my cousin, Hanyu. The three of them arrived at the private room. I'm sure you'll enjoy your meal, Mr. and Ms. Han. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jinming then said, if you need anything, just ask. Thank you. Hanyu nodded her head in a somewhat flattered manner, good guy, after all, people are in charge of the Tianzi Hotel. Looking at the luxury box, thinking about the previous Fang Jinming's name, complex look at his cousin. Xiaoxian, your girlfriend is really Yan Ruoxi? After all, Tianzi Hotel is Yan's group industry, the person in charge or called its aunt's identity can be imagined. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, but she was so happy to see me. Yi Xian nodded his head, while Hanyu took a deep breath when she heard her cousin's words. I'm sure. If my sister-in-law knew, I wonder what her reaction would be. Hanyu ate the delicious and extravagant dishes. This was definitely the most expensive meal she had ever had. Ding! The host triggered a mission to send cousin Hanyu a supercar, rewarding her with all the properties in the high-class neighborhood of Sky Royal Mansion. Oh! Listening to the system sound coming from his ears, Yi Xian froze. All the properties in the Heavenly Royal Mansion? At this, Yi Xian knew too well to know. The Heavenly Royal Mansion was the best high-grade neighborhood in Jiangcheng, and there were many luxurious villas within it, valued at $7 to $8 billion. Thinking about this, Yi Xian has already made up his mind. Cousin, like supercars? This? Hanyu heard, white eyes Yi Xian, nonsense, supercar who do not like. I'm not going to be able to do that. How about I give you one? Yi Xian's flat voice rang out, but heard Hanyu froze, incredulous look at his cousin. What did you say? Send me. Supercar. Yi Xian nodded slightly, seeing his cousin's stunned appearance. Originally wanted to send you a supercar as a gift. Cousin, if you are not willing, forget it. Nonsense. Hanyu glared at Yi Xian, willing, who says I'm not willing? Who says I'm not willing? Brat, cousin didn't love you for nothing. Eyes full of gratification to look at Yi Xian. This kid is the boss of the Dragon Domain real estate. It is not easy to be generous, she does not want to miss. Right. Between small talk, Han Yu looked to Yi Xian, cousin, Yuan's sister-in-law. Development to which step? This Han Yu was very curious. After all, that kind of beautiful girl, this kid is difficult to hold it. This. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then gave his cousin a showdown. Listening to her cousin's words, Han Yu's expression became brilliant. What? At a certain moment, Han Yu's eyes widened. Pfft. Ahem. You mean, sister-in-law is pregnant? Indeed, this information was not a small shock to her. Originally she only thought that her cousin couldn't hold it, but she never thought that the two of them had developed to such a point. You kid, fast enough. Jiangnan, Supercar Club. Z. Accompanied by the sound of roaring supercars, the first time will attract the attention of the crowd. After all, so cool supercars want not to attract attention are difficult. Crap, that's Lamborghini Devil's Son. Good guy, the legendary value of 80 million top supercars. Moo, Momi lousy if this car absolutely happy to die. At the moment the field in a boiling, then Yi Xian is in the sales apprehensive reception into the club. Mister, what can I do for you? The salesgirl took a deep breath, bowed to receive the inquiry, did not dare the slightest arrogance, joking, such a big man is not she can offend. I'm going to buy a car for my cousin. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The salesgirl will look to Han Yu, so Ms., what do you think of this car? Then, the salesgirl led Yi Xian to a red supercar before. This car is this year's Ferrari's latest model, specially designed for women, equipped with 5.0-liter V8 aluminum engine, using variable geometry twin turbocharger and dry sump lubrication and other advanced technologies, maximum horsepower up to 1,350 horsepower or so, the maximum speed of more than 450 km/h. But it's a little more expensive at 13 million Chinese dollars. This? Han Yu was stunned when she heard it. Beautiful is beautiful, but Xiao Xian is a bit too expensive. I'll buy it. Yi Xian said, then laughed. $10 million, not bad. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Seeing this, Han Yu cannot say anything. After all, cousin is really not bad this money, although for her is a huge sum of money. Tick. After swiping the card, Hera bought this red Ferrari. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 13 million. Triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining 130 million. Chapter 43, that kid actually smoked a peak yellow level expert with one palm. Cousin, thanks. Han Yu took a deep sigh of relief, a $10 million supercar she couldn't even think about. I said I'd give you a gift, so what are you thanking me for? Yi Xian smiled carelessly, then thought of something. Right. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Thinking about the cousin's family situation, pondering for a moment, this way, near the company I send you a set of villas. Ahem, this is not allowed. Han Yu dry cough, send luxury cars and villas, always feel strange. How, I can have ideas about you? Yi Xian joked and looked at his cousin, since the little sister-in-law cannot less care of their family, and cousin as a child have good food are left to him. What are you talking about? Han Yu rolled his eyes. This is if the sister-in-law heard will definitely break his legs. It's settled. After saying this, Yi Xian dialed Wang Zetian's phone. Old Wang, arrange a villa for my cousin near the company, money is not a problem. Yes, Yi Dong. Opposite Wang Zetian heard, hurriedly answered, not dare the slightest arrogance. The heart is also clear. Han's supervisor seems to have a very good relationship with Yi Dong. Ahem. Han Yu saw his cousin with the company's president on the phone. Dry cough. Xiao Xian, you so let Mr. Wang personally arrange for my villa really good? What's wrong with that? Yi Xian does not care about this, casually said, cousin who dares to bully you in the future, tell me, see I do not waste him. After leaving the club, Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Cousin, I'll leave first then. Looking at the time, it was almost time to go to work. She waved her hand and said goodbye to Yi Xian, then disappeared into the distance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sending cousin Han Yu a supercar, rewarding all the properties in the Sky Royal Mansion upscale neighborhood. Returning to the supercar, the mission reward sound suddenly rang in his ears. Smoothly look at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, early celestial level. Abilities, divine car skills, divine massage, medical sage, thunder control, divine skills. Items: 30% of Yen's Group's shares, Supreme Diamond Black Card no upper limit, Emperor Abyss 1 Manor X1, 100% of TAAI Group's shares, 10 times consumption rebate, Unlimited Spirit Liquid, 100% of Dragon Domain Real Estate's shares, Jiangnan No. 1 Land Plot. Wealth: 15.93 billion. Phew. A few moments later, he breathed a sigh of relief and hooked up the Ark to drive and speed back to the Imperial Abyss 1 Manor. This feeling. Not bad at all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of going to the Dragon Real Estate to spend 1 billion, rewarding 100% of the shares of the Matian Liquor Mansion. Without waiting for Yi Xian to think about it, the system sound rang in his ears once again. Ferris Bueller's Day Off? It's finally here. Ha! Sprinting between, at a certain moment Yi Xian perceived a rich killing intent from a distance, with its heavenly realm perception of this killing intent is clearly rushing him. In between murmurs, Yi Xian's mind cannot help but emerge a figure as Lin Xiaoyang. After all, the person with this strength, in addition to him, really cannot think of who. Ding! The host triggered a mission to kill Lin Xiaoyang, rewarding 20 years of cultivation. Oh? Hearing the system voice, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 20 years of cultivation. The temptation of this reward was not small. As for the task, sure enough, the person who struck this time is in all likelihood it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. When I think about it, my eyes look in the direction of the killing intent. The grudge will be settled together. A few moments later. Return to the manor, must pass through the road on the way. I'm not going to be able to do that. After stopping in the middle of the field, Yi Xian looked into the darkness and arced. Swish! As the voice fell, a dozen figures appeared to surround Yi Xian. In particular, the leader of the group had a Xian level. In addition, there were 2 Xian level experts. As for the rest, they were all at the peak of the yellow level. Yi Xian was not a man of the world, but he was a man of the world. Looking at the assassination lineup, Yi Xian smiled intriguingly. Lin Xiaoyang is really a big deal. Yi Xian smiled intriguingly. Lin Xiaoyang is really a big shot, he said. The leader of the middle Xian level experts heard this, cold snort. Kid, it seems to have a bit of self-awareness. Not bad. So fortunately that person also do not pretend, we really for the young master sent, a brat dares to provoke my young master. I really don't know where you got the guts. Coyote said coldly, as the middle of the Xian level in the Lin family has a low status, this trip is also his own recommendation for the young master. Boss. Let me try him. A peak yellow level expert narrowed his eyes towards Yi Xian's sudden outburst of full force. He knew that the kid in front of him was not simple. After all, he had personally seen Yi Xian defeat Yumekawa Saburo in seconds earlier. Kid, suffer death. With a snort, that person was very fast, and after a breath, he bullied his way in. As long as he killed this brat, he would surely be a great success. Following that, the eyes that looked at Yi Xian narrowed 1 point more, and the force in his hands was also much greater. Snap. Between the longing, not waiting for its fine thought a slap just fierce attack, even did not have time to scream was bang bang sound of smoke into a mist of blood. That's right. Directly on the spot into a blood mist, the power of a palm horror is such. The rich smell of blood filled the open. Around the Lin family expert's face changed greatly, a heart shook. What? That kid actually smoked a peak yellow level expert with 1 palm. How was that possible? For a moment, the eyes of the 10 or so people looking at Yi Xian changed. This kind of strength, I'm afraid that even a Xian level expert might not be able to do it? What a ruthless brat. Wild Wolf saw his men die a horrible death. His face was gloomy and furious. No wonder he dared to be so reckless. Today, you will die. Speaking of which, Wild Wolf's fists clenched tightly as his body surged with mid-Xian level aura, and so did the 2 Xian level experts beside him. Together, let's kill him. Yes, boss. More than 10 peak yellow level experts with fierce eyes swarmed towards Yi Xian. Not only that. The 3 Xian level experts of the Wild Wolf also made a decisive move, because the scene just now really made their hearts palpitate. Good timing. Seeing Wild Wolf's group running towards him, Yi Xian arched his arc. I just want to try out the effect of the lightning control divine art. Controlled thunder enlightenment. Zila. 10 or so peak yellow level experts were about to get close. 10 or so thunderbolts struck the line without warning, and the next moment the field was plunged into dead silence. In addition, a dozen more charred corpses fell to the ground. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. Only the Wild Wolf 3 Xian level experts looked across the room in horror, their eyes staring straight at Yi Xian. Just now that was thunder. Wild Wolf thought back, his heart rose with a strong sense of displeasure. That kid could even control thunder. Obviously this scene was far beyond his knowledge. Good chance. After the two Xian level experts came back to their senses, they looked at each other just in time to see Yi Xian losing his concentration. Kill. The two transformed into black ons, using their full strength to slam towards Yi Xian. Under a sneak attack, even the middle Shen level would have to be afraid of 3 times. Seeing the two, Yi Xian's mouth lifted up the arc which let the wild wolf secretly said bad, not good, quickly come back. Chapter 44 Shaoxi, your little man is so rich. Kid, die. The two Shen level experts are full of icy cold, so sneak attack and 2 people out, even if the middle Shen level have to drink hate. Boom. However, just as they approached, a horrible pressure fell on the shoulders of 2 people, thud 2 people kneeling on the ground no longer able to advance the slightest bit. What? How could this pressure? From afar, the middle Shen level expert's face turned pale, his eyes widened. That guy is so terrifyingly strong, this is no longer something a Shen level powerhouse can do. Couldn't it be the heaven level expert that the Imperial Capital Party possessed? Thinking about this, a strong sense of displeasure surged into his heart. Click. Without waiting to think carefully, the knees of the two Shen level experts shattered, and blood couldn't stop spewing out. Escape. Seeing this, Wild Wolf could no longer remain calm, turned around and wanted to escape from the scene. Jokingly, that guy was definitely not something that he or even the Lin family could mess with. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely die. Lord Coyote. The two Shen level experts were filled with despair when they saw Wild Wolf leaving without them, clearly knowing what would happen to them next. Don't worry, you won't die in vain. The Wild Wolf was scared out of his wits and gave the following words: when I return, I will set my revenge on you. Snort. Yi Xian's hand knife on flashed, 2 Shen level experts just like this into a corpse died. See Wild Wolf body trembled, more dare not stay. As for revenge, how can a joke be possible? What is it? Between running away, but found a black shadow attacked, bang a claw slap in its chest. Pooh. Terrifying force, instantly blasted him to the ground, blood sprayed and lost his strength. That's a dog. The Wild Wolf's eyes widened, even thought that he was hallucinating. How is it possible that my old man was seriously injured by a claw of this beast? Xian level peak. Peak. Feeling the aura of that black dog on the opposite side, Wild Wolf's entire body went numb. Shocked. Stunned. Shocked. For a moment, it began to doubt its life, stepping on the horse to make sure it wasn't dreaming. Damn. 18-year-old heaven level expert, a dog is at the peak of the Xian level. Motherfucker, what kind of terrifying existence did he strike out at? Thumbing. Not to wait for its fine thought, a thunder run instantly pierced through its brow, just like this into a cold corpse fell to the ground, and its body still flashes with Xyla arc of electricity. With a whoosh, the Black Emperor came to Yi Xian's front to curry favor. Yi Xian slightly nodded his head, rubbing his hands. Yi Xian nodded slightly, rubbing the Black Emperor's head, and casually gave it a ball of spirit liquid. Ow. After absorbing the spiritual liquid, the Black Emperor stepped on the ground with a claw and made a sound, followed by cracks spreading far away. Ding. The host triggers a mission to unseal the Black Emperor's second layer of spell seals, rewarding the Slave Seal secret art. Note, anyone who is enchanted by the Slave Seal secret technique will live or die at the host's whim, and will be absolutely loyal. Ooh. Yi Xian froze as he listened to the re-triggered quest. A second layer of spell sealing? If unsealed, this Black Emperor would be at least heaven level or even stronger, and the Slave Seal secret art seems to be very good. On the other hand, the Imperial Abyss 1 manor. Who? In the supercar, Luo Xaner surveyed the beautiful scenery after driving into the manor, full of incredulity. The Imperial Abyss 1 villa is worth at least $1 billion. Shaoxi, your little man is so rich. Luo Xaner really originally thought it was girlfriends to find a small boyfriend high climbing, now it seems that it is not what they think that way. Young lady good. Soon, came to the villa before the maids sweetly greeted. This scene let Luo Xaner more envious 1 point. Shaoxi, your man is quite good at pampering people. Looking at the delightful maids, Luo Xaner lamented. That little man, he's not bad. Yan Ruoxi smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth curved up in a small arc of happiness. Che. You ninny sneakily happy. Seeing her best friend being favored with a smile, Luo Xaner has never seen this niece like this before, and it feels like it should be pretty good. Ding bell. Just entering the villa, Luo Xaner's cell phone rang. Hey, what did you say? Hearing Xiaoxi coming from the opposite side, Luo Xin'er froze. Matian Liquor Mansion was acquired by someone? Good. Not far away, Yan Ruoxi saw her best friend hanging up the phone and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Luo Xiana waved her hand and said unconcernedly, "It's just that the Matian Liquor building has been bought." "What?" Yan Ruoxi heard, full of unbelievable, "How can, so fast?" "It's okay." Luo Xiana then said, "After all, Ferris Bueller's Day Off has been operating well, it's normal for someone to take over." "Can. So you've been working hard all these years?" Yan Ruoxi did not continue to say, but the meaning is already very obvious, really some pity. "It's not a big deal." Luo Xiana does not care, and then look out in the direction of the sea. "Compared to this, I do not want to be restricted freedom." "Young lady." In the middle of their conversation, Ning Xin came over. "Dinner is about to be ready, should we wait for young master to dine together?" "Wait for me." Although Yan Ruoxi was a bit hungry, she still asked her to wait. After all, it's the first time her best friend comes to visit, so she can't start the meal before everyone arrives. "Xiaoxi, I'm really looking forward to the first meeting with your little man." Luo Xin'er looked at her best friend with a bad smile and said with anticipation in her eyes, "You are." Yan Ruoxi rolled her eyes, did not have the good sense to say, "That little man is not a light, be careful not to suffer." "Oh, is it?" Hearing her high-minded and proud best friend say so, Luo Xiana was even more looking forward to it. Squeak! It didn't take long for the devil's son to stop, and soon the sound of the maids addressing the young master was heard. "Little man, you're here." Coming to the living room, Yan Ruoxi greeted with her bewitching eyes. Not seeing her for a day was quite a bit of a miss. "So handsome. So beautiful." Wei Lin, who was just about to greet his sister-in-law, was confronted by the fairy-like Luo Xiana, and both of them froze in each other's faces. "This is..." Yan Ruoxi saw the two look stunned, thought for a moment will not love at first sight. Yi Ruoxi saw the two of them and stared, wondering if it would be love at first sight. Yi Xian pulled down Wei Lin, which made him come back to his senses, and Luo Xiana's face was blushing for a minute. "Xin." Yan Ruoxi looked at her best friend beside her and said, "You're not going to fall in love with that handsome guy, are you?" "Ba ba ba ba." "Xiaoxi, what are you talking nonsense about?" Luo Xiana cheeks more red 1 point, subconsciously looked to Wei Lin but eyes quickly moved away. "I can." "No." "Ahem, by the way, who is that handsome guy?" However, still cannot stop asking the girlfriends, feel the heartbeat so fast, how can this happen, never. Chapter 45 Truth or Dare, the little two partners to help CP. Yan Ruoxi gave a bad smile and introduced, "His name is Wei Lin, he is the little man's roommate." "Right." Yan Ruoxi, who thought of something, said with deep meaning, "His cousin is Shang Wanqi, his family should not be worse than your Zhanghai Luo family." Paused voice, joked, "If you like, maybe in the future you can be your backer for you to support it." "What is it?" Luo Xin'er glared at her girlfriends, her heartbeat accelerated, not dare to look at the person not far away, for fear that the heart is broken, but the head is floating in the picture of that guy to give himself support, if that is actually quite good. Blah blah blah, Luo Xiana, what are you thinking about? Soon, Luo Xiana came back to her senses, but her heart was like a kitten scratching. "Boss, I love you to death." Wei Lin was so excited, if it wasn't for the fact that someone else was present at the moment, he would have wanted to kiss his boss to show his gratitude. "Who's that girl? She's so pretty." Wei Lin rubbed his hands together and smiled. He. It's no exaggeration to say that the first time I saw that girl, I even thought of a name for my child. You are. Yi Xian also did not expect that niece girlfriend's face value is so high, really. Then the Yan Ruoxi is also worse than a drop, but definitely counted on the city of absolute color. However, I just paid attention to your sister-in-law's girlfriend. After a pause in his voice, Yi Xian continued, "Just now she is also looking at you. I estimate that you also have quite a feeling." "Really?" Hearing the words of the boss, Wei Lin's eyes widened, feeling that the whole person was a little bit fluttery. This was happier than him buying a tens of millions of dollars of supercars. "Of course, I'll help you later." "I'll help you later, you might be able to get it if you work hard." "Boss, I won't say anything else." Wei Lin was grateful to hear this. "My life is yours from now on, Lao San." Yi Xian glanced at Wei Lin. Yi Xian glanced at Wei Lin and said in a bad mood, "What's the point of me wanting your life?" After some muttering, dinner was served. "Yi Xian, let me introduce you." After arriving at the table, Yan Ruoxi took the lead and introduced, "This is my best friend, Luo Xiana."
Exterminator, this is Yi Xian, as for him. My name is Wei Lin.
Wei Lin stood up, slightly nervous introduction, male, 18 years old, so far unmarried, no bad hobbies.
Put.
Luo Exterminator saw Wei Lin's appearance, could not help but smile delicately, and this smile is directly like a ray of sunshine poured into Wei Lin's heart, and suddenly felt that the body said not come out of the comfortable. Yi Xian held Wei Lin down. Yi Xian while Wei Lin held down on the seat, this goods usually do not see it so nervous, but also a large family out of it.
Oh, boss, I'm not excited about it.
Wei Lin find his own steps said, hey normal operation?
Mom, yeah. The first time the feeling of heartbeat, not nervous strange it, why feel this girl than sister-in-law is still beautiful it. It's over, I won't be poisoned by her, right? Come on, cheers.
Yan Ruoxi also seems to be interested in setting up her girlfriends, welcome the two newcomers.
But. Cough.
Luo Exterminator, who had just taken a sip of red wine, listened to the off-taste words with her face scarlet and red in minutes. Shaoxi, speak properly.
Sister-in-law, I toast to you.
Wei Lin hears his sister-in-law's words and is instantly grateful. I wish my sister-in-law and boss a happy and prosperous life, and an early birth.
You brat.
Yi Xian looked at Wei Lin, the bastard was pretending to be confused, and then looked at Yan Ruoxi. Nei-san, you're pregnant, don't drink too much.
If not, I'll help you drink. Yo-yo.
Luo Exterminator saw this scene, cannot help but acidic snickering. Shaoxi, you this little man quite spoiled wife it.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
Yan Ruoxi's bewitching eyes blanked her best friend, then handed the red wine to Yi Xian. For the sake of the little one she naturally couldn't be greedy.
Cough cough, old elder sister-in-law, you guys don't bring this kind of thing. Have you ever considered the feelings of my single dog?
Wei Lin muttered pitifully, which made Luo Exterminator cover her mouth and laugh. That handsome guy is quite interesting. This girl, she is quite happy. Yan Ruoxi naturally will not let go of her best friend. Bad smile, single, then why don't I introduce Exterminator to you?
Exterminator is a proper big beautiful girl. I shall she.
Listening to the girlfriends in this, Luo Exterminator originally on Wei Lin some meaning, suddenly hate to find a crack in the ground. This little she too hateful, how can this?
Oh, good ah.
When Wei Lin heard this, he subconsciously giggled and was happy, brainstorming a happy scene.
Soon, dinner was over. Little man, did you find out?
Yan Ruoxi looked at the two people without traces of looking at each other's color. As a bosom friend she would be strange if she couldn't see it.
HM.
Yi Xian nodded, pulling Yan Ruoxi's slender hand. It seems to be interested in each other, but it looks quite good match.
You've got someone else. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get away with it, but I'm sure you'll be able to.
Yan Ruoxi flashed her eyes, then changed the topic. How about we give a hand? Yi Xian nodded his head. Yi Xian nodded, since the two are interesting if they can come together, it is also a beautiful thing.
Older 3, how about we have a truth or dare?
Oh. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit off, Wei Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Good.
Then how are we going to play?
Wei Lin glanced at Luo Exterminator and then moved away like lightning, coughing dryly.
Let's play shaking the dice.
Yi Xian pondered and said, while Yan Ruoxi tacitly asked the maid to get a sieve.
After a few games, it was finally Luo Exterminator who lost. Truth or dare?
Yan Ruoxi, as a bosom friend, was naturally the most suitable to open her mouth.
This. Truth.
After thinking for a while, Luo Exterminator said rather nervously.
Good.
Yan Ruoxi smiled wryly when she heard it. So tell me, what are the criteria of the person you like?
HM?
When this statement came out, Wei Lin's heart was in his throat, and he was naturally attracted to the girl he fell in love with at first sight.
This.
Luo Xiner heard the question, subconsciously glanced at Wei Lin, brain a little confused, said, also nothing.
Is younger than me, look handsome, a bit of humor, the best like to wear black clothes, and gang handsome 2/8 hairstyle.
Yi Xian heard these conditions, and then looked at him. Yi Xian heard these conditions, and then looked at today's Wei Lin's dress. You're not talking about the oldest 3.
Boss, You. Don't joke?
Conjure up black clothes, gangly handsome 2/8 hairstyle under the handsome face a red. Luo Xiner is frozen, she was completely unaware, or subconsciously said.
How?
Yan Ruoxi looked at Wei Lin, bad smile eyes said, smaller than you, handsome, humor, but also like to wear black, gangly handsome 2/8.
Shaoxi, don't say it can be good.
Luo Xiner, listening to the words of girlfriends, has no face to see people are, their own heart to like a handsome easy, so short so hateful.
Chapter 46 I drop good boy,
the boss, this cooking is also too uncomplicated. Don't be offended. Wei Lin dry cough, naturally know as the boss and sister-in-law assist. Boss, you really. It's fine. Luo saw her beloved person and spoke sweetly, which made Yan Ruoxi look at her best friend with a changed look in her eyes. This niece. There is also this side of it. Ding dong. Played a little, Luo cell phone received a message. Yi Xian, Jiangnan freshman, seat Lamborghini Devil's son, live in the Emperor's Abyss 1 Villa Manor. What? Seeing the message, Luo dismayed eyes looked at Yi Xian. This can't be such a coincidence, right? What's going on? Yan Ruoxi saw her bestie reacting so much and went up to ask with concern. Yi Xian, do you have another Lamborghini Devil's son? Holding on to only a trace of luck, Wei Lin also froze at the side. Yeah, the boss does have one. It's really you. Luo then handed her cell phone to her best friend. Earlier I was curious and wanted to have someone check who the person who bought the Matian liquor mansion was. This is the information. This. Yan Ruoxi saw the information in her best friend's cell phone and looked at Yi Xian with the same incredulity. You're the one who bought the Ferris Bueller? Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Hearing this, Wei Lin was stunned but soon realized the ins and outs amidst the narration. Boss, you're just too rich. However, Wei Lin did not think that Ferris Bueller's Day Off was actually from Luo handwriting. The sister is too valiant, more like it. How to do? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of setting Wei Lin Luo up to meet, rewarding the culinary arts grandmaster ability. Between the three people lamented, Yi Xian ears, on the other hand, sounded the sound of the system task to the account, culinary arts master traverser must. Sure enough. The unified sun wouldn't let him have the short end of the stick. The Civ game ended and returned to the room. Little man, you're good enough. Yan Ruoxi looked at the man who was 1 point more handsome under the warm yellow light. When did you buy the Ferris Bueller's mansion? How come I don't know? This Yi Xian wrapped Yan Ruoxi's slender waist, sniffing a good smell. Idle, see the skyscraper sale on the buy. Just didn't expect, Ferris Bueller's Day Off is actually Daryl's wife's best friend. After a pause, Yi Xian laughed and said, if you are interested, I will turn around and transfer the equity to you. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi looked at the guy near at hand, flashing sultry eyes, delicate fingers swept its chin. Shiner is a strong person, you buy better than others. However. Said here, Yan Ruoxi paused voice, today let sister very face, come sister treat you. The next day, early morning. The golden sunrise poured into the room through the window, reflecting on a beautiful face. Well. Yi Xian, who woke up from his sleep, struggled with his eyes and saw a beautiful face that made the light unknown and dim, a flawless face as if it was like a fairy that didn't need earthly smoke and fire. What a lucky break. Yi Xian sipped his mouth, fingers will slightly messy sideburns hair behind the ear, the sunlight set off by the quiet and beautiful. Ding. Host triggers a randomized mission to make breakfast for Yan Ruoxi, rewarding 100% shares of Jiangnan University. Listening to the system's voice, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. What is the system up to? Jiangnan University has become its own property, it's really. However, it's also good to try out the level of the culinary arts grandmaster. Thinking of this, Yi Xian got up and left the room. And just after its departure, but did not find Yan Ruoxi, opened her beautiful eyes. Apparently she woke up a long time ago. Humph, that guy actually didn't kiss himself while sleeping. Soon after, it's not sure what it thought of last night, its face couldn't help but curve up in a happy arc. However, Yan Ruoxi then frowned. Just that guy said what cooking, is it to cook for himself? A few minutes later. Day. Wei Lin Luo Shiner woke up, greeted as to hear the sound of the kitchen ringing, suddenly saw Yi Xian figure. Boss, what is he? Wei Lin came to the living room and asked the white-skinned maid. I have to say that looking at it is a kind of enjoyment. Young master, he said he was making breakfast for a young lady. Ha! When Wei Lin heard this, he found a new continent and went over. The boss is still cooking? The blade flipped and flowed. Yi Xian, this knife work is very good. Wei Lin you. Luo turned to ask what, just Wei Lin come close to just like this two people close at hand, wide-eyed feel each other breathing. Wow, this. The maids see this scene, all eyes wide, almost a throw on the kiss, in the sunshine under the 2CP feeling full. Ahem. I don't know how long it took, the two people came back to their senses. Wei Lin coughed dryly, that what, today's moon is really full. PFF. Luo blanked its glance, there is a hammer moon in broad daylight, but the heart is secretly happy. That little boy is quite interesting, if just kissed on it would be better. Kudu. Looking at the girl who was happy and smiling under the golden sunrise, Wei Lin just looks at it as if time has stopped at this moment. You. What are you looking at? Luo Xian'er naturally noticed Wei Lin's gaze and couldn't help but blush for a minute, but Wei Lin acted like he didn't hear it. The maid saw this and ate and watched. This guy. For a while, Luo Xian'er was also a little embarrassed. After all, there were so many people watching beside her. Ahem. After reminding him several times, Wei Lin came back to his senses and couldn't help but gulp down the saliva that had just almost flowed onto the ground. No, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, the smile was too sweet and I couldn't hold it back, hee. Right at this moment, Yan Ruoxi came to the living room and felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Then she looked at Wei Lin and her best friend oddly. You guys, what are you doing? Feeling weird. There is. Luo Xian'er's heart tightened, must not let Xiaoxi find out, or his own image can be ruined. You look at their own sister-in-law mourning. Wei Lin tacitly changed the topic, and the two of them were so cooperative Yan Ruoxi didn't think much about it. Good morning. Yan Ruoxi was feeling a little hungry, so she got up and got ready to eat. Well. Also at this time, a touch of soup noodle aroma from the kitchen came over. Guliolu. Smelling the fragrance, Yan Ruoxi taste buds wide open, small abdomen is fierce protest called, then surprised to look toward the kitchen. That guy do what soup noodles so fragrant? Oh. Wei Lin see here, eyes flooded bright on, I drop good boy, the boss this cooking is too not simple it. Just sniffing a mouthful of it will give you a full appetite. If you were to eat a mouthful of it, how wonderful it would be. Chapter 47, Boss, if I were a woman, I'd marry you if I had to. Well. On the dining table, sniffing the soup noodle flavor, Luo Xian'er swallowed the mouth-fragrant Jean. Yixian, I'm not polite. Eat while it's hot. Yixian smiled faintly and prepared bowls and chopsticks for Yan Ruoxi by hand, which made the maids really envious. The young master is also too careful to spoil the point. Yixian smiled faintly and smoothly prepared the chopsticks for Yan Ruoxi. Yan Ruoxi took the chopsticks, the demonic eyes flickered, but now there is no longer the demonic aura lingering. Obviously the Phoenix Jade pendant has played a small role. Baird. A mouthful of soup noodles down, Wei Lin eyes wide, thumbs up, boss, too delicious. This soup noodle is simply. Undoubtedly a bowl of soup noodles had successfully captured this imperial capital's great young man, who had never eaten such delicious soup noodles before and couldn't wait to finish a large bowl of soup noodles in one bite. Yeah. After Luo Xian'er finished eating, she commented, this soup noodle has nothing to say. Xiaoxi, you are too happy. You can eat such a delicious meal every day. For a while, the envy on Luo Xian'er's face was not hidden at all, and Wei Lin was even nodding his head in a shocking manner. Him, seriously boss. If I were a woman, I'd fight to the death to marry you. Yixian glanced at Wei Lin. This goods blindly together what lively, he spared his life to marry himself, he still do not want it. Yan Ruoxi wanted to say something, but finally sighed. After all, she also ate it for the first time. Okay. It's not expected that guy's cooking skills are so great. Right. Yan Ruoxi thought of something at a certain moment and looked at her best friend, Xian'er. This time, we won't go back to Jiangnan, right? This? Hearing her best friend's words, Luo Xian'er sighed. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to leave today. After all, the old man pushed me too hard. However, I won't marry someone I don't like no matter what. When these words came out, Wei Lin's heart tightened. She was actually being forced to marry by her family. What era is this? Boss, this. Wei Lin was anxious at that moment, hating to immediately light up his identity and then say that he will protect you, but he knew that in that case it's hard to operate, everything is lost. I'm sorry. Yixian comfortably patted his arm, and at this time Yan Ruoxi frowned and said, there is no other way to solve it? Other methods? Luo Xian'er paused her voice, and then looked into the distance. There is, but the hope is too remote. Unless, there is a way to make the old man's identity scrupulous, such as. Speaking here, Luo Xian'er sighed, TAAI Group, that mysterious company, is a key position, otherwise there is no other way. But. The TAAI Group is a mysterious company that can easily hold a key position. Speaking of which, Luo Xian'er doubled the blow, when the operation of the Matian liquor building is also no way in the way, at least than being nothing to do strong. TAAI Group? Hearing this, Yixian froze. Isn't that his own company? Ding. The host triggered a mission to arrange for Luo Xin to become the TAAI Group's financial director, rewarding ownership of 3 gold mines in the Middle Sea. The 3 gold mines in Zhonghai, the auction price is nearly $20 billion, the biggest fat meat of the forces in Zhonghai, the amount of gold extracted is incalculable. 200 million. Yi Xian's heart was shocked when he heard this, so the 3 gold mines were even more precious than Lot 1. This mission is worth doing. Boss. Wei Lin thought of something and looked at his boss. You don't have someone in the TAAI Group, you introduced my cousin to the cooperative business in the first place. Why don't you help Sister Xin? Can't wait for Wei Lin to pop out. After all, the girl he fell in love with at first sight was being coerced like this, he naturally couldn't look at it. HM. Yan Ruoxi heard this, her demonic eyes condensed. Yeah, Yi Xian, why don't you step in and try? Hearing the words of the two, Yi Xian went along with it. Also good. After a pause in his voice, he went on to say, some time ago, I heard through the grapevine that TAAI Group had a vacancy for a financial director. As for whether or not I can apply for the job successfully, I can't guarantee it. After all, Yi Xian can't expose the identity of the chairman of TAAI Group now. Once known by others, it will cause a lot of trouble. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it. Luo Xin heard a happy Yi Xian, no matter whether it is successful or not. Thank you very much. Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled unconcernedly. You are Ruoxi's best friend, naturally you are also my friend. Boss, thank you. Wei Lin was grateful, and this statement made Luo Xin's face faintly blush for a minute. How could she not see that guy's nervousness just now? TAAI Group, headquarters. Go. After arriving at the hall, the receptionist lady trembled and bent over to Yi Xian without a trace. After all, that was the chairman of the family. Ms. Luo, is it? Please follow me. The receptionist didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, the person in front of her was the person brought by the chairman himself, although not the chairman's wife, but certainly his important friend. Good, thank you. Luo Xin took a deep breath. If she can really apply for the position of TAAI Group financial director, then her right to say a few more points. Until Luo Xin entered the application room, not far away Wang Zhanghai came over. Yi Dong. Coming close, Wang Zhanghai greeted respectfully. Aha! Afterwards, the two of them entered the elevator and came to his office. It's all been arranged. After arriving at the office, Yi Xian looked out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the beautiful outdoor scenery. Don't worry, Yi Dong. Wang Zhanghai bowed, guaranteed that nothing will go wrong. I've already had them simulated hundreds of times. That's good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Yi Dong compliments, this is the subordinates part. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhanghai modestly, and then reported, this period of time TAAI Group and Yan Group and Shangguan Group cooperation, all 3 parties are not a small harvest, but the Lin Group seems to be recently stupid move. Right. Yi Xian thought of something, then said, this time, you set up a team to go to Zhonghai to open TAAI Group branch. At that time, I will purchase some industries for the foundation. As for the candidates, let Luo Xin take full responsibility. With Yi Xian's orders going down, Wang Zhanghai listened to the clouds, but thought of Zhonghai worried. Yi Dong, after all, Zhonghai is not close to Jiangnan. I'm afraid that if you move in so hastily, you'll cause a lot of trouble. No obstacle. Yi Xian looked at Wang Zhanghai in front of him, and then said, you only need to stabilize Jiangnan, I will let others cooperate in Zhonghai. Yes, Yi Dong. Deep breath, Wang Zhanghai see the chairman has decided also no longer say, however, he did not know this Zhonghai trip has caused the entire Zhonghai business community what drastic changes. The source of the sensation is the 3 gold mines in Zhonghai. Chapter 48. The master has ordered Lin Xiaoyang to die. A little bit. Yi Dong, subordinate, went down first. In the hall, Wang Zhanghai bowed and said, after all, later Luo Xiner will be interviewed out. Yi Xian nodded, Wang Zhanghai said. Yi Xian nodded, Wang Zhanghai then retreated. Yi Xian nodded, Wang Zhanghai then retired. The surrounding TAAI Group employees all greeted respectfully, and so soon the interview room opened, and the employees who originally wanted to greet each other stayed away. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Seeing Luo Xiner, Yi Xian smiled and asked, how is it? This. I don't know. Although Luo Xiner is very confident in her own MIT Finance and Trade double masters, the TAAI Group is not an ordinary enterprise after all. It is worthy of being the TAAI Group, the selection of the director of the high specifications. I'm just barely qualified. Just now some experience really let his eyes wide open, and she did not know that his TAAI Group interviewer perfunctory hundreds of times to hold up, in order not to reveal. They let me wait for the news, it seems to report to the top. While talking, the two came into the supercar. Ding bell. Not long after leaving TAAI Group, Luo received a phone call. Hello, is this Ms. Luo? It's me, you are. With a hint of apprehension, Luo asked hesitantly. The other party paused for a moment for fear of revealing a break before saying, Hello, I am the TAAI Group's personnel department, you have passed the interview. Will you have time to go through the entry procedures tomorrow? This. Really? Luo face was filled with excitement and joy when she heard that she had passed the interview. Yes, I'll go for it tomorrow. Yes, Ms. Luo. Opposite then, continued, the president looked at your resume, specially let you lead the team responsible for the Shanghai Group branch project matters. Specific projects, the president will personally discuss with you. Simply chat a few sentences, is hung up the phone. I passed. Seeing Luo expression, Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian, thank you. Luo sincerely thanked, but her heart was incomparably curious. Her own best friend let herself have the interview qualification with a single phone call, and also let herself go to Shanghai to do the project. In this, if she said that there was no relationship with Yi Xian, she would not believe it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of arranging Luo to be the financial director of TAAI Group, rewarding the ownership of 3 gold mines in Shanghai. Listening to the rewards coming from his ears, Yi Xian faintly smiled as 3 gold mines arrived. System, send the 3 gold mine equity contracts to Wang Zhanghai. Okay, host. The system was very fast and sent the contract as well as the things that Luo was told to head to do. This was something that Yi Xian was quite satisfied with. On the other hand, the TAAI Group president's office. Ding dong. Accompanied by the sound of a message, Wang Zhanghai looked to his cell phone, and seeing that it was from the chairman of the board, he clicked on it at the first opportunity. However, at this look, he was instantly unsettled. This is. Looking at the equity contract, Wang Zhanghai is full of shocked incredulity, the equity contract of the 3 gold mines in Shanghai. Good guy. After looking at the layout of Shanghai sent by Yi Xian, cannot help but inhale a breath of cool air. Luo is responsible for the development of the gold mine plant project, which if passed into Shanghai will cause an unprecedented sensation. Just. Wang Zhanghai sip his mouth. I did not expect that the forces of the 3 gold mines coveted, actually by Yi Dong shot. At the same time, Jiangnan's suburban manor. What? Lin Xiaoyang heard the report from his men and his face was icy cold, that Yi Xian didn't die. Yes, young master. The late Shen level expert narrowed his eyes. The wild wolves and all of them are lost, I'm afraid they have been poisoned. Rubbish. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang's complexion was ironic. Obviously he didn't expect this result. However, the late Shen level henchman pondered for a little while. Young master, this is too fishy. The wild wolves in their group, although they are not too strong, they are not unusual people who can make them disappear silently. Unless. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoyang naturally realized, you mean the Yin family shadow guards are secretly protecting. Click. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang's hand antique was pinched to smithereens. A brat, really think it is this young opponent? Bring people with me. After saying this, Lin Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with murderous aura. This time this young man will personally take action and will definitely kill this son. Yan Ruoxi is mine, and the Yin family is also this young master's. Yes, young master. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoyang looked at the hundreds of Lin family experts gathered in front of the villa. Swish. At a certain moment, several figures appeared not far away, and the sudden change caused the late Shen level henchmen's faces to change. Who? Subsequently, more than 100 Lin family experts surrounded 7 or 8 people in the field. The master has ordered that Lin Xiaoyang die. The person who spoke out was no other than Shani, and beside him were the top 10 Shin guards. The purpose of this trip is to kill Lin Xiaoyang. Whoever stands in the way will die. I'm sorry. When the voice fell, a Shen level expert was furious and struck out decisively towards Shani. Dare to be disrespectful to the young master. This person's speed was extremely fast, instantly arrived in front of Shani. The corner of his mouth was full of sarcasm. With this strength, you dare to provoke my young master. Thumb. The blade flashed, and before he could come back to his senses, he was cut through the neck by Godwon, and blood gurgled out. I'm going to kill him, not a single one. An icy cold voice came out, not even looking at the corpse of that Shen level expert. Yes, Godwon. With a swish, the divine guard stepped out as death to open a one-sided massacre. which made Lin Xiaoyang's face full of gravity. These people. Impossible. Indeed, the strength of these people in the field exceeded his cognizance. When did such a powerful existence appear in Jiangnan? Young master is not good. The late Xian level powerhouse beside him had a big change in color. Xian level, all of them are Xian level and the weakest is a mid Xian level. I'll break the back. The late Xian level henchman's face turned blue, and he went toward Shani to kill him. Lin Xiaoyang was terrified at the moment. 7 or 8 of them were at least mid Xian level. Bastard! Lin Xiaoyang's face was cold, turned around and quickly left just to be able to leave. Arrogant! Not waiting for God a hand, God 5 dagger in the hand with the Lin family late Xian level experts crossed the body, blood splattered out. Ho ho! Touching the blood between his neck, the Lin family's late Xian level master's face was filled with horror. The same late Xian level, how could you possibly kill me in seconds? Puff! After saying that, that person was transformed into a corpse and smashed into the ground. Ah! Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with horror at the sight. Devil! Don't come over, I'm the youngest member of the Lin family. Bullshit! The blade flashed and Lin Xiaoyan's neck was chopped straight out, which caused the surviving Lin family experts to turn pale. The young master has been killed. This. Run away! The Lin family's experts were immediately scared out of their wits. How could they dare to stay a moment longer? If they wanted to run now, it was too late. The body transformed into a black aura. In a few moments the blade flashes, blood flying across the field like this more than 100 corpses. Hey, God a big man, these people are so weak. God 5 looked at the field and frowned slightly. He had not even begun to warm up before it was over, a capable fighter or not. Retreat! Looked at the eyes of 5, God I left with the crowd, and then fell into silence within the manor. Only the rich smell of blood rises up to the sky. About a few minutes later. This is... Several figures appeared in the field. The leader is not someone else as the Shadow Uncle. Mr. Shadow, Lin Xiaoyang is dead. Uncle Shadow heard this and sought his eyes to see the tragic dead body. What a ruthless tactic, Lin Xiaoyang died tragically. Late Xian level powerhouse. Actually killed in seconds. Voodoo. Seeing this, Uncle Shadow swallowed hard. Quickly withdraw. What we saw today must not be leaked by anyone. Yes, my lord. A group of shadow guards left. Shadow 1 is looking at the miserable field. Zhengnan sky, this is going to collapse. Chapter 49. You see. How nice your little man is, I really envy you. Imperial Abyss Villa. How is it? Coming to the living room, Yan Ruoxi Wei Lin 2 people asked with concern. Recruited. With a sigh of relief, Luo Xian said, feeling much more relaxed. Really, I'm glad to hear it. Wei Lin was overjoyed when he heard, great, congratulations to Sister Xian. Thank you, Luo Xian nodded. Luo Xin'er nodded her head, her heart had a different feeling that was wonderful. Little man, Yan Ruoxi's demonic eyes fell on Yi Xian. The TAAI Group's financial director is not that easy to hire. Boss, thanks. Wei Lin was grateful, the boss had saved his happiness for the rest of his life. Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mouth curved up when he saw that the oldest was even happier than Luo Xian. Xian, look and still say that people are not interested in you. Luo Xian heard her best friend making fun of her, and her face turned red. Xiaoxi, you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of killing Lin Xiaoyang, rewarding 20 years of cultivation. Just then, a system voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Buzz. At a certain moment, surging oceanic energy surged within Yi Xian's body, and his realm broke through. Early heaven rank. Mid-heaven rank. Late heaven level. I don't know how much time passed, but Yi Xian's strength increased to the peak of the heaven rank before stopping. Deeply relieved, Yi Xian felt the breath in his body, felt the surging energy. Is this strength the peak of the heaven level? Yi Xian, is this strength at the peak of the celestial level? The invisible aura was gone in an instant. Yan Ruoxi suspiciously looked at Yi Xian. Are you alright? It feels like it's become different. Yi Xian said with a smile. Yi Xian laughed and said, then joked, is not more like me. You. Pfft, the little man's guts are getting bigger and bigger. Yan Ruoxi listening to Yi Xian snickering, demonic eyes flashed. It seems that the sister to give you a lesson is not enough. Cough. Wei Lin listened to his sister-in-law's words of tiger and wolf, and the corners of his mouth twitched. My goodness, the boss is too happy a little bit. Sure enough, it is still the same Xiaoxi that he knows.
Luo Xian'er's mouth curved as she listened to her best friend's words. You guys chat, I'm going to see the Black Emperor. After saying that, Yi Xian is toward the villa outside, Luo Xian'er unscrupulous to come to the girlfriend's ear whispering, Xiaoxi, you are going to how to teach your family little man, share it. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. Yan Ruoxi rolled her eyes, and then looked at Wei Lin, I have nothing to do, flirt with your little Lin Lin. Ahem, what are you talking about? Luo Xian'er looked at Wei Lin and then moved away like a lightning bolt, but this statement made Wei Lin excited, Mama Ya's sister-in-law is too powerful. Woof. Came to the manor somewhere, the Black Emperor fart scampered out of the intimate rubbing call. Yi Xian rubbed the Black Emperor's head. Yi Xian rubbed the Black Emperor's head, then said, I'm not sure I can definitely unseal your second spell seal. When the Black Emperor heard this, he nodded his head humanely. This scene, if people saw it, they would be shocked. Then, let's begin. Then, Yi Xian flipped his right hand to reveal dozens of golden needles in his hand, which then entered the Black Emperor's various acupoints with a subtle technique. Pardon. As Yi Xian's peak heaven-level aura opened up, he controlled the golden needles to break the second seal. Click. The ground was unable to bear the burden and made a sound, then the cracks spread out, and the thick pressure aftermath of the peak Xian level was going to seriously injure him. What a terrifying spell seal. After several attempts, Yi Xian frowned and looked at the Black Emperor in front of him, under the peak of the heavenly grade plus the lightning-controlled divine art, actually only the spell seal appeared to be cracked. Ow. However, just when Yi Xian thought that he had failed, the Black Emperor suddenly tilted the sky and wolf whistled, forcing a breakthrough to the heaven rank. Good guy. Looking at the Black Emperor's actions, Yi Xian was stunned. This bastard was able to enter the celestial level by virtue of the cracks in the seal? Obviously, this scene was out of its expectation. Black Emperor, it's possible. Rao Yi Xian cannot help but be staggered. The Black Emperor heard this head look toward the sky arrogant. This guy. Seeing the smelly Black Emperor, Yi Xian laughed and cursed, go on. When my strength rises again, I will help you unseal it. The Black Emperor heard, to Yi Xian turned twice and then ran away. Yi Xian this bitterly shook his head really do not know what the future of this goods will be like. Returning to the villa, the two women were whispering about something. Wei Lin was resting his chin, staring at Luo Xian'er like she was the landlord's stupid son. Lao San, does it look good? Yi Xian laughed and joked as he came closer, while Wei Lin was still immersed in it. Good looking. I want to have a kiss or not? Yi Xian's voice sounded again. Wei Lin nodded, good. Boss, you're back. Returning to his senses, Wei Lin Tang's face reddened, and on the other side Yan Ruoxi snickered at her best friend. Xian'er, did you hear that? Your little Lin Lin wants to kiss you? Yan Ruoxi smiles and says, while Luo Xian'er blanks her bestie, don't talk nonsense, what little Lin Lin? It's hard to hear. After a few moments of bickering, night has already fallen. Gulu. At a certain moment, Yan Ruoxi's small abdomen protested and called out. Little she, is the little one hungry? Luo Xian'er touches Yan Ruoxi's belly and wonders. Yan Ruoxi slapped away her best friend's hand, not in a good mood. What are you talking about? Ding. The host triggers the mission, cooking show dinner, rewarding 100% of the shares of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in Zhanghai. Oh. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was stunned that this could even trigger a mission. However, what the hell is the 10,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce? I'm hungry. I'll go make dinner. Yi Xian looked at Yan Ruoxi and slightly nodded his head towards the kitchen. You see. How nice your little man is, I really envy you. Luo Xian'er saw the busy figure in the kitchen and her eyes were full of envy. Che. Your little Lin Lin is also good Yan Ruoxi bad smile snickering, which makes Luo Xian'er face red, so want to strangle her how to do, this niece is too hateful. Ha! Right at this moment, Wei Lin saw the TV playing, the triennial auction of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in Zhanghai, it's about to start. 10,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce, is it great? Yan Ruoxi suspiciously looked at her best friend, while Luo Xian'er looked at the TV, of course. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is the leader of the business community in Zhanghai, with a status comparable to that of the TAAI Group. So powerful. When Wei Lin heard this, he was stunned, but Yi Xian in the kitchen had a strange look on his face, and the system seemed to be quite interesting. Well. Not long, the tantalizing aroma of the dishes came to their noses, the three eyes were attracted over. The system seems to be quite generous.
The maid's voice rang out in the room. Look, that's the dragon flying phoenix dance carving. Young master, it's awesome. The maids were really stunned. The soaring dragon and the winged phoenix were so lifelike that even a 5-star chef might not be able to do this scene. That little man. Yan Ruoxi looked toward the kitchen, the beautiful eyes of the demonic flickering. The cooking is so powerful, he picked up the treasure. Chapter 50. Small man, today's performance is good. Well. Eat a mouthful of squirrel mandarin fish. Luoxi eyes slightly narrowed, feel the palate have become picky. Xiaoxi, I'm afraid this life cannot leave your man. You can't stop eating. Yan Ruoxi blankly eyed her best friend, but really the flavor is not to speak of. Jingling. It didn't take long for Luoxi cell phone to ring. Hello. The phone call learned the identity of the other side. Luo Shiner face solemn, Wang total. Full responsibility for the gold mine program, this. Good, I know. After hanging up the phone, Luoxi froze in place. Really, she did not expect TAAI Group actually photographed the 3 gold mines in the Middle Sea, but also let her take full responsibility for the gold mine plan project. Could it be Yi Xian? Luoxi thought of something. At this time some understanding to her qualification can become TAAI Group financial director is already good, now also let it responsible for the gold mine plan. Yi Xian, thank you. Looking towards Yi Xian, Luoxi was grateful. What's wrong? Seeing her best friend suddenly so solemn, Yan Ruoxi asked suspiciously. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Luoxi continued, Little Shi, you may not believe me when I tell you. The TAAI Group auctioned off 3 gold mines in Shanghai, and it also let me. Luoxi told the story once more, and the maids were filled with incredulity as they listened, and their eyes changed as they looked at the young master. Little man, what kind of connections do you have in the TAAI Group? Yan Ruoxi was a bit surprised that this guy had this much influence in the TAAI Group. This statement came out. Wei Lin and Luoxi also looked over in curiosity. They were also curious to know. You guess. As the crowd looked forward, Yi Xian joked. Put. Luoxi laughed out loud at the sudden words, and Wei Lin looked at the laughing girl, looking dumbfounded for a moment. You. Yan Ruoxi stalled, and all of a sudden, she had the urge to knife someone. That little man, so infuriating. Actually dare to so poking fun at sister, good ah. Goal one really more and more big, see the night do not teach him a good lesson, against the sky also. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the culinary show dinner mission, rewarding you with 100% of the shares of the Zhenhai Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. In the middle of the joke, the system sound rang in his ears, to which Yi Xian smiled heartily. He then looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18 years old. Realm, peak heavenly. Abilities, divine car skills, divine massage, medical sage, thunder control magic, culinary grandmaster. Items, 30% shares of Yen's Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card no upper limit, Emperor Abyss 1 Manor X1, 100% shares of TAAI Group, 10 times consumption rebate, Unlimited Spirit Liquid, 100% shares of Dragon Domain Real Estate, Jiangnan No. 1 Land, 100% shares of Modian Liquor Mansion, ownership of 3 gold mines, 100% shares of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Wealth, 15.93 billion. Oh. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian didn't realize that he already possessed such sizable abilities in industries without realizing it. But at this moment, Yi Xian's cell phone rang. Just after connecting the phone, Lu Zihan's voice came from the opposite side. It didn't disturb you and your sister-in-law, did it? You're a kid. Yi Xian looked at Yan Ruoxi. Now is not but later will not necessarily. What's the matter? Lu Zihan heatedly smiled, and then said, This is the case, tomorrow's commencement ceremony. Counselor, let me ask you to participate in the opening ceremony? Yi Xian then remembered that the opening ceremony of Jiangnan University would not start until after the military training. Military training is over, time is fast. Ding! The host triggered a random mission to go to the school and spend 2 billion, rewarding a tenfold increase in spending rebates. What the hell? Listening to the system's mission reward, consumption rebate boosted tenfold. Doesn't that mean? At that time, the consumption rebate will become 100 times. I'll go. Thinking of this, Yi Xian agreed without further hesitation. Really? Lu Zihan couldn't help but rejoice when he heard it. Great, the girls at school will go crazy if they know. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow then, boss. Lu Zihang is very eye-catching he smile. After all, this point in time the boss is afraid that is about to go to bed with his sister-in-law. He naturally will not delay the boss a moment of the night. Going to school? After hanging up the phone, Wei Lin suspiciously looked at Yi Xian. With the boss you are worth, you still need to participate in the opening ceremony. Oh, the emphasis is on participation? Just then, Yan Ruoxi received a message. It was. When it saw the content, its eyes shook in disbelief and stood up. How is it possible? What's going on? Luo Xaner saw the girlfriend so, curious to ask, after all, can let the always stable girlfriend so must be happened is not small things. Phew. Slowed down for a moment, Yan Ruoxi complex color, Lin Xiaoyang died, including the Lin family Shen level late master also died. What? Luo Xaner's eyebrows furrowed when she heard, Lin Xiaoyang, that young master of the Jiangnan Lin family. It was no wonder she was like this. The Jiangnan Lin family was in existence on par with their Luo family, and the late Shen level was killed, which meant that the person who made the move had the strength to destroy the Luo family. The good guy. Wei Lin was also startled to hear this. Lin Xiaoyang's death, doesn't it mean that the sky is falling in Jiangnan? I don't know which kind brother, to say the least, is doing us a great favor. If Lin Xiaoyang is dead, the Lin family will be left to fend for themselves, and they will naturally have less trouble. Xiao Shi, it is better to keep a low profile during this period of time. Luo Xaner said worriedly, and then said, after all, can kill the late Shen stage each other's strength is not we can fight. Yan Ruoxi nodded heavily. She was naturally clear about this. After dinner, back to the room. Clatter. With the bathroom door open, Yan Ruoxi wearing thin as cicada wing pajamas out, in the warm yellow light reflection extraordinarily charming 1 point. Gudu. Seeing Yan Ruoxi, who still can't hide her proud figure, especially the scent that comes to her face, this niece is really a demon. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. The little man, today's performance is not bad. Speaking, Yan Ruoxi delicate fingers hooked up Yi Xian chin provocative. Do you want a sister and then treat you? Nay, you are playing with fire. Yi Xian wrapped its slender waist, fun, do not regret. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm not going to be able to do that. Yan Ruoxi laughed, then blew a mouthful of aroma in its ears, eyes narrowed at a certain moment, words, heard Lin Xiaoyang was killed you do not seem surprised. Could it be that it has something to do with you? When these words came out, Yi Xian's heart froze, this nymphette turned out to be waiting here. Boo. Kissed the mouth near at hand Yan Ruoxi lips, taste points Su flat, nay, I have to say Lin Xiaoyang is I kill you believe? Chapter 51 That little man. How to find out. I'm not sure if you're the one who's going to be the one who's not. Yan Ruoxi looked at the man beside her, white glance, believe you only strange. Originally, she wanted to try something, but when she heard the little man say it so freely, she immediately felt that it was unlikely. After all, Lin Xiaoyang that is not an ordinary person, and even the late Shen level experts who protected him died, this guy has that strength? At least, in her opinion it's not. You don't believe me, there's nothing I can do? Yi Xian smiled faintly, and then snickered, what do you care about that scum, we have more important things to do right now. Yi Xian, you The next day, early morning. The golden sunrise poured into the room through the window, reflecting on the handsome side of Yi Xian's face. Struggling with his eyes, Yi Xian woke up, and then saw a beautiful face that made the light dim, and couldn't help but smile. Jingling. Just at this moment, a cell phone rang, and the caller ID was none other than Yi Mother. Looking at the caller ID, Yi Xian was a bit confused. However, before he could think about it, the system sound came along with it. Ding. The host triggered a random task, Showdown with the mother to get pregnant, rewarded 100% of the shares of Jiangnan Hospital. Listening to the system voice, Yi Xian froze for a moment. This can trigger a task, but Jiangnan Hospital. It's said to be a huge piece of fat meat. Hello, Mom. Answering the phone, Yi Xian warmly addressed. You brat. Opposite Yi Mother face-to-face reprimand, now developed bold fat so long do not pick up the old lady phone. The skin itchy. A wave of love from the mom came, really let Yi Xian mouth slightly pumped, but this he has long been accustomed to. Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Xian sighed, then laughed, right, Mom. I have good news and bad news. Good news? Bad news? Yi Mother was a bit confused when she heard it, and then asked suspiciously, what kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Let's start with the good news first, let my mom be happy. Listening to his mom's words, Yi Xian didn't nag.
Yi Xian did not complain. Yi Xian paused, then said, "The good news is that your son I got a license to get married."
Pooh cough cough. The words out, obviously will opposite Yi mother shocked not light, you married? Male female.
Yi mother took a deep breath and corrected, I mean really fake.
Of course really.
Yi Xian looked at the niece beside him and then said, it is the girl you videoed last time, when we got married.
You. Yi mother for a moment actually do not know what to say, wait for me under, let me run through. What time is it?
Slowed down for a while, Yi mother pressed the heart shock asked.
This?
Yi Xian coughed dryly, Mom said out you may not believe, my first day of school.
What happened was this.
Then, Yi Xian roughly described what happened on the first day of school, making Yi mother listen to her in a daze.
Why do people favor you? As expected.
Yi mother asked the key to the problem, although the son is very handsome, but not to let a beautiful girl so, obviously there is something she does not know.
This well is?
Yi Xian paused his voice, sighed, involved in what I call bad news.
You kid. Yi mother heard here, more confused, said what cloudy, how this with the bad news involved? Mom, the bad news I said is actually.
Dry cough, Yi Xian Showdown, you become a grandmother, a month before the start of the school that girl is pregnant.
Yi Xian said, you're a grandma, the girl got pregnant a month before school started.
At this statement, Yi mother was like a thunderbolt, her brain froze and went down.
You guys, really? How dare you?
Yi mother heard here, really don't know whether to be happy or angry, the son of the license is naturally a good thing, but even the girl is pregnant, which is really beyond her expectations.
He himself is going to be. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, but I was so happy to see you. Just, why does this feel strange? Right.
Yi mother then asked her son, can be sure that it is your child, right, don't be a receiver at that time.
Mom, what are you talking about?
Yi Xian then told him about the plum blossom mark, and only after hearing this did Yi mother feel relieved.
That's good.
Yi mother was relieved that her beautiful daughter-in-law was pregnant again. When I'm done with this bout, I'll go to Jiangnan to look for you.
And don't suffer my precious grandchildren, or my mother will fight with you. Tut tut tut.
Said, Yi mother is hung up the phone, really too much information she has to digest a lot. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lot of relief in his heart, it's good to talk about it.
The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her.
At this time, Yan Ruoxi opened her eyes and woke up, like a waterfall of green silk leaning in someone's arms. Hua!
No one, my mom.
Oh. Yan Ruoxi nodded, casually asked, Chat what's so long, but also good news bad news. In a daze, she heard something that she didn't hear. It's not much, it's just that I said I got a license, and then there's the whole pregnancy thing.
You.
Yan Ruoxi heard here, realized what suddenly sleepy, said what, crazy. Little man, now the guts can be more and more big. Demure eyes staring at someone, delicate fingers brushed its handsome face, it seems that the lesson that sister gave you yesterday is not enough
This bitch. Yi Xian dry cough, along with the kneesy physique becomes stronger its combat power is exponential growth. I'm going to make breakfast for you. I am going to make you breakfast, when I cannot see still hard to hold on.
After saying that, Yi Xian knocked her head. Under the pain Yan Ruoxi covered her head, staring wide-eyed at the person who left the room. How did that little man find out?
How did that little man find out?
He actually saw that he was holding up hard, damn it, he found out. On the other side, the villa kitchen.
Lao San, do you want to go to school together today?
Yi Xian asked Wei Lin who was in a good mood. I don't know what kind of nerve he had to dress up quite like that.
School? I'm not going.
Wei Lin grinned and said, Boss, I'm sending Sister Xin to report to school today, and by the way, I have a date.
Oh?
Hearing the words of the oldest, Yi Xian was surprised to look at it. When did you guys? Congratulations
Hey, thank you boss.
Wei Lin cannot help but enjoy, recalling yesterday's confession of success picture, the goddess kiss really soft off feels so marvelous.
Chapter 52 This strength, also learn others to kill. Sister-in-law, morning.
A little bit, Wei Lin saw his sister-in-law arrive and greeted her warmly.
Good morning. Yan Ruoxi saw Wei Lin's happy appearance, suspiciously asked, what happy, so happy?
Yi Xian put the egg fried rice on the table. Yi Xian put the egg fried rice on the table. You may not believe me when I tell you, Lao San is getting along with Xin.
What? Hearing this, Yan Ruoxi's eyes lit up. Apparently she actually didn't notice the slightest sign. Shaoxi, early. Before Luo Xaner could finish her sentence, Yan Ruoxi pulled her aside to interrogate her. Xaner, when did you fall in love with your family's little Lin Lin? I actually didn't know anything about it. That little Lindsay. Luo Xaner's eyes looked towards the guy giggling not far away. Really can't hide a little thing, really still a little boy. Yesterday just determined the relationship. Luo Xaner's face blushed a point and said, she actually ate young grass with the same old cow as her girlfriends. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the showdown with mom to get a license to get pregnant task, rewarding Jiangnan Hospital with 100% shares. Between the two women's whispers, Yi Xian's ears heard the sound of the system rewards arriving. Just like that. Yi Xian has once again gained an additional property, Jiangnan Hospital. Boss, you don't have to wait for us to eat at night. Wei Lin hemmed and hawed, then the two of them drove away from the estate in their supercar. Little man, don't miss me when I go to the office. As she spoke, Yan Ruoxi booped and kissed Yi Xian on the lips. She has always been so spontaneous and frank. This niece. Felt the residual fragrant lips. Yi Xian looked at the girl in the distance, but this feeling is quite good. Just after leaving the manor, Yi Xian realized that a danger was coming, and there was a commercial car following behind. This is the first time I saw the car. 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 Looking at the following car, recently this period of time looking for death can be really many people. Young master, the fish is in the net. The tattooed youth in the commercial car hooked up a ferocious arc to look at the distant supercar. Very good. Then came the voice from the opposite side, give me to follow, this time that kid must die. After hanging up the phone, the tattooed youth narrowed his eyes, kid, offend should not offend people. This time the King of Heaven will not be able to save you. Z. Not long after, Yi Xian was blocked by a van, straddling the field. Swish. Shadows flashed, dozens of henchmen intercepted all of Yi Xian's retreating paths, and the weakest of them were all at the peak of the yellow level, with no less than 20 Xian level experts. Snap. An applause came, then a youth came to the field. The person was precisely Yumegawa Saburo. Kid, when the day so to this less shot can ever think of today. The first thing you need to do is to look at the scene. In its view, Yi Xian is just a fish on the chopping board. I see who else can save you today. Cold smile, Yumegawa Saburo full of fierce eyes, do not worry, later this young will not be so easy to let you die. Give me on, waste him. Yumegawa Saburo knows that this guy is not simple, directly ordered his men to strike, and now there are two Shin level late masters beside him, he is naturally emboldened. Is it? See surrounded by more than 20 peak yellow level henchmen, for silent kill just when. Z-La. More than 20 golden awns wrapped in thunder burst out, around the peak yellow level experts before they get close to be golden awns were pierced through. Immediately after, a bizarre scene appeared. Under the dense thunder, more than 20 of Meituan Chamber of Commerce's men directly became flying ash and scattered on the ground. What is this? The sudden scene really shocked Yumegawa Saburo and the dozens of Xian-ranked men. How could this be possible? The crowd looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. That kid had actually killed more than 20 peak Huang rank experts with a single move. Moreover, that kid, he was actually able to control the thunder and even turned the corpses into flying ash. Voodoo. Unable to help themselves, the Xian-ranked henchmen's faces stared in disbelief. Pretending to be a god. Yumegawa Saburo narrowed his eyes, his killing aura intensified. It's just a demonic art. Kill him. Yes, young master. The eyes of the dozens of Xian-ranked masters glowed with a stern aura. So what if they killed those peak yellow-ranked wastes? They were Xian-ranked masters. Die. With fierce eyes, dozens of people moved in unison, madly killing Yi Xian, not daring to stay the slightest bit. Is that so? Seeing the crazy attacking and killing henchmen, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth arched up, the peak of the heaven-level pressure was fully opened. Boom! Terrifying pressure instantly shrouded the field. The distant Yumegawa Saburo did not pay attention to a poof of blood sprayed, the whole person's face pale. Thud! Before the 10 or so Shen-level experts could even get close, they all fell to one knee in unison, intense fear surging to their hearts. Damn! Surprisingly, they were unable to move the slightest bit. What a terrifying pressure! Clicking their knees, blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Bastard, what kind of strength is this? Looking at the kneeling field, Yi Xian a ringing finger fell. This strength, also learn others to kill. Snap! The sound fell, piercing the sky from the air of dozens of thunder-ons pierced the spiritual cover. Ah! Miserable screams resounded all over the field, just like this dozens of Xian-level experts all body death into flying ash, including several Xian-level middle. Gudu. Yumegawa Saburo beside two late Xian-level henchmen face gloomy, such strength is afraid that the peak of Xian level is not as good as Heaven-level powerhouse. The two men looked at each other and realized a frightening thing, although they didn't know how this kid, who was clearly not even 20 years old, possessed such terrifying strength. Young master, quickly go. Taking a deep breath, the two men's eyes were filled with determination. This person is a heaven-level expert, it's not something we can fight against. Snort. After saying this, the two turned into black ons on the left and right and attacked towards Yixuan. What? Yumegawa Saburo heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. That kid, unexpectedly, is a heaven-level expert. Damn. Thinking about the previous scene, he had already believed 89% of it, an 18-year-old heaven-level expert, how could that be? However, even if the heaven-level expert, so what, to inform his father, at that time will let the clan experts to kill him. Ho ho. The eyes of the two late Xian-level experts widened as they stared at Yi Xian across the street. The might of a heaven-level expert was as terrifying as this. Puff. The two corpses fell to the ground, has fled not far from the Yumegawa Saburo to see the situation, gulp, swallow saliva. Bastard, kid, next time this young will kill you. See, its driving supercar will leave, but at this time, the blade flashed. Hera Yumegawa Saburo body at some time appeared beside a figure, and its neck blood gushed out, and then fell to the ground. Master, my subordinate is late to save. The person who came was none other than God One, and then 7 or 8 figures appeared in the field, each of which was notably strong. Get up. Yi Xian nodded slightly, looked at the body of Yumegawa Saburo, snorting. 3 thunderbolts did not enter the body, and then just like this and the God One and other people shocked into flying ash. Gudu. Looking at this scene, got a person pupil shrink full of incredible, good guy master good terrible means. Chapter 53 Yi Xian students, you really acquired Jiangnan University? Harnessing thunder, destroying corpses. Got a moment to the master's strength only have a deeper understanding, a time the eyes more fervent. Right. Thinking of something, Yi Xian took out a copy of the spirit liquid. Take this, by the way, enhance your strength. This. Yes, master. Gotta look at the hands of the spirit liquid, just sniffing a mouthful of it makes his power strong points. Bubbling. Just like this, God One will drink the spirit liquid without the slightest hesitation, not to mention the spirit liquid at the moment is to let God One die, it will not hesitate for a moment. Then, Yi Xian's right hand flipped, dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand, and then into his various acupoints. Buzz. The next moment, God One's body trembled and his breath changed. This was God One's strength becoming stronger. The crowd of divine guards looked at Chen Yi with unbelievable gazes, realizing that his strength was already at the peak of the Xian level. Phew. A few moments later, God One took a deep breath and opened his eyes, feeling the surging power surging within his body. I'm early stage of the heavenly level. Indeed, this strength was several times stronger than earlier. It's not a level at all. Thank you, master. With a thud, God One knelt down on one knee. That medicinal liquid from earlier must have been extremely powerful. I'm sure that the medicinal liquid must have been extremely powerful. Yi Xian smiled unconcernedly and waved his hand. This is what you deserve. Then, he took out dozens of medicinal liquids and threw them to God One. These are for the divine guards to take, and I will personally give you a boost tonight. What? At these words, the hearts of the surrounding divine guards were shaken, they too had this treatment. Thank you, master. The crowd of divine guards did not dare to be careless, and neatly knelt on one knee. Yi Xian looked at the messy field. Yi Xian looked at the messy scene, then drove away in his supercar. I'm going to take care of it, I'm going to take care of it first. The gods and others saw this, bowed and sent Yi Xian away, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Jiangnan University, Principal's office. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. The principal, who was talking with Lin Qingqing, said, "Enter." The door to the room opened, and then a figure came in. It turned out to be Yi Xian. Oh no, Yi Dong. When he saw Yi Xian, Zhao Zicheng hurriedly got up. After all, now Yi Xian is the chairman of the board of directors of Jiangnan University, so naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. The principal called me Yi Xian is fine. Yi Xian saw this and smiled. This. Lin Qingqing froze when she saw this scene, completely different from the two faces just now. The principal was a little too respectful to Yi Xian. This attitude, it's not right. How can that be? The principal hurriedly said, after all, you bought Jiangnan University, should have the respect or should have. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Qingqing face full of disbelief. What he heard, his own students actually acquired Jiangnan University. Good guy. Such terrible news, one will not be killed to silence it. Right. Principal thought of something respectfully. Yi Dong, you came to the school is to participate in the opening ceremony, right? Aha! Yi Xian nodded slightly, sort of. However, there is one more thing. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out a black card and placed it on the table. Yi Dong, what is this? Seeing a black card, Zhao Ziqiang was a bit confused and obviously didn't know what this meant. Yi Xian thought about the system mission. Yi Xian thought about the system mission and then said, here is 2 billion, when the school research and development. Boom. The words, Zhao Ziqiang heart-shocked, sh. What? 2 billion. Truly, Zhao Ziqiang was shocked by this handful of money. Although the school is now lacking quite a lot of money, but 2 billion is too much. Yi Dong, isn't this too much? Zhao Ziqiang coughed dryly. It was the first time he had seen so much money. It's not a problem. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, then said, in the future, the school will still rely on the principal to manage it. This guy. Lin Qingqing listened to a stunned look at Yi Xian. Really, his own students? Originally, she thought that this term was the beginning of her taking students, but she didn't expect it to be the pinnacle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion, triggering a tenfold rebate, gaining 20 billion in wealth. Also at this moment, a system sound suddenly came to his ears, which caused Yi Xian to slightly narrow his eyes. Unsurprisingly, 20 billion arrived. Yi Dong, goodbye. After chatting for a while, the principal respectfully sent Yi Xian, then looked at Lin Qingqing. Teacher Lin, help me send down Yi Dong. Yes, principal. Lin Qingqing heard a confused, really identity change caught her off guard. Phew. Until she left the principal's office not far away, Lin Qingqing was relieved. With a complex expression, she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, did you really acquire Jiangnan University? HM. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at the counselor in front of him. Right, Ms. Lin, are you still happy in school? If you're not happy, I'll help you get a new job. Cough cough, this is not necessary. Lin Qingqing waved her hand and refused. I quite like this job. Besides, I don't want to go to the hospital if your bossy girlfriend doesn't tell me. That niece. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly, not realizing that niece's words were quite useful even now. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the dormitory. Yi Xian came to the dormitory. Seeing the boss return to the dormitory, Lu Zihan and the two hurriedly surrounded him. Boss, you're here. Lu Zihan greeted enthusiastically, while Lin Xiao on the side passed water. These days, you've missed us. Hey, I heard that you introduced a girlfriend to Lao San. The two gossiped and asked. Yi Xian saw this secretly, that the old three quite dejected. Sort of, your sister-in-law's best friend. What? Hearing this, the two were not calm. The face of envy is not the slightest concealment. Old three, shameless. Lu Zihan, two people resentful. If Wei Lin here, more or less have to whack him. Ding bell. Just at this time, Yi Xian placed on the table cell phone rang. Boss, you rest, I'll answer it. Lu Zihan, attentive performance. It is unlikely that sister-in-law has other girlfriends. Hello, Chairman Yi. Answer the phone. The opposite side of the voice. Hello, I am the president of Jiangnan Hospital. Do you have time to see? The hospital has some documents that need to be signed by you personally in order to be implemented. Lu Zihang and the two of them listened to the voice coming from the opposite side, which made the two of them froze. Chairman Yi? Jiangnan Hospital? Nice guy. At a certain moment, the two realized something and looked at their own boss with incredible gazes. Got it. Yi Xian nodded and said a few words before hanging up the phone. Boss, Jiangnan Hospital. Is it really yours? Dry cough. Really, this information to their impact is too big. The two people a little confused to ask. Chapter 54. Know who the old man is. My father is the director of the Dragon Real Estate. HM. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He did not expect it to be Jiangnan Hospital calling. Misty grass. The two men's hearts were shaken. Jiangnan Hospital, that is the best hospital in Jiangnan. The market capitalization is almost less even if there is no $10 billion. Boss, bull. Lu Zihan took a deep breath. It is true that the boss's happiness this kind of mortal cannot experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion, obtaining a tenfold rebate, and seizing 20 billion in wealth. Between the two of them lamenting, Yi Xian's ears rang with a system sound. No surprise. Small earned 20 billion to account. This if let the two roommates do not know how to react. Ding. Congratulations to the host to complete the task of going to the school to spend 2 billion, reward consumption rebate to enhance 10 times. Immediately after, not much time, another voice sounded. Oh. Yi Xian listened to the voice, the corner of his mouth hooked up, 1,000 times consumption rebate to hand. Ding bell. Just at this time, Lin Zhao's cell phone rang. Hey, Mom. C is the mother phone. Lin Zhao connected, but the opposite immediately came anxious sound. Xiao, your father in the construction site accident seriously injured, is now to Jiangnan Hospital to rush it. The situation is very critical. The situation is very critical. Listening to the words of the mother, Lin Zhao flopped down in the seat, face swish white, feeling the sky has collapsed, the mind blank. Mom, I will go to the hospital immediately. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhao said with strong support. Lao Si, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zihan took a deep breath. Jiangnan Hospital is the boss's, and will definitely use the best doctors to save her. Aha! Boss, must save my dad. Lin Zhao stared at the boss, his eyes full of uneasy fear. Don't worry. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian directly dialed a phone to Jiangnan Hospital. Director Chen, I have a classmate whose father had an accident at the construction site and has now been sent to Jiangnan Hospital. Make sure to get the best doctors to save him. What? Hearing Yidong's phone call, Chen Minqiu took a deep breath and solemnly said, Okay Yidong, I will definitely do my best to save the treatment. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian then looked at the two. Go to the hospital. Boss, thank you. In the supercar, Lin Zhao thankfully said, her eyes full of worry, looking in the direction of Jiangnan Hospital. As for Lu Zihan, he went to find his father and wanted to visit together. The words are out of place. Yi Xian looked at Lin Zhao. At first, you did not hesitate for me. Don't worry, uncle will be fine. Comforting said, after all, even if the hospital does not work, he still has the spirit liquid and the ability to heal, as long as there is a breath. Want to have an accident or difficult. Tick tick. In front of Jiangnan Hospital, the ambulance sped up. Dean, this is the one. The hospital's chief of surgery said to Chen Minqiu, while Dean Chen nodded heavily. Arrange for manpower, make sure to be more careful. The director of the hospital's surgical department said to Chen Minqiu, while Dean Chen nodded heavily. Arrange manpower, be careful. The dean personally led the team, and a middle-aged woman came down from the ambulance. Was none other than Lin Zhao's mother. Save him. Don't worry. The dean held Lin's mother and comforted. You are Lin Zhao's mother, right? I am. How do you know? The dean arranged for his men to take Lin's father straight to the intensive care resuscitation room, while saying, Don't worry, Yidong has already explained. Lin Zhao's father, we will do our best to save him. Thank you. Lin mother heard the dean's words and 2 lines of tears fell. Right. Thinking of something, Lin mother said, my husband a steel bar pierced the chest position. The operation should cost quite a lot of money. I will go to raise money now. Lin mother didn't want to delay Lin father's surgery and treatment because of the money. It's okay. Money is not a problem. Yidong is friends with your son, all expenses are reimbursed by the hospital. The dean waved his hand and said, jokingly, if he dares to accept a penny, this dean will do to the end. Besides, now is not a matter of money, but to Lin Zhao's father to save treatment. This is good. Lin mother, who is worried about her husband, naturally won't think too much about it. Piss off. Right at this moment, not far from the front of the intensive care unit, there was a stretcher blocking the way. You guys? The attending doctor saw the second generation blocking the way, his brows knit tightly. Can't you see that this patient is seriously injured? Fart. Zhao Chuan glanced at the attending doctor, then looked at the dirty Lin father body. This young man is not a cheap life can be compared. What to do? Dean saw this rush forward. Lin mother saw the face changed. Dean, I. Don't worry. Chen Minqiu face cold. Son director, you take people in to rescue here to me. Yes, Dean. Son director glanced at Zhao Chuan is into the intensive care unit. One Lin father injury is too serious, the second is the father of Yidong's friends. Whichever of the two cannot be delayed in the slightest. How dare you? Zhao Chuan saw this face's green. To the dean cursed, Chen Minxiu, how dare you to this young? Know who I am, my father is the director of Dragon Real Estate. Believe it or not, I'll make you lose your job as a dean with one word. You. Chen Minxiu heard the face of the heavy. He naturally knows what the director of the Dragon Real Estate represents. That kind of big man is not he can offend. Humph. Zhao Chuan coldly smiled, contemptuous. How, no afraid. For a cheap life to offend this young, I let you in Jiangnan inch. To high and scornful look at Chen Minxiu, and Lin mother see this complex color. How can you do this? My husband is obviously seriously injured. Martyr, here you have the right to speak. Zhao Chuan said, directly slapped to Lin mother. Stop it. At this time, Yi Xian and Lin Xiao came to the scene. Lin Xiao saw his mother being bullied, directly kicked out. You are a thing, dare to touch my mother. Puffing. Under the huge impulse, that second generation was directly kicked out more than 2 meters. Xiao, you. Seeing her son arrive, Lin mother's face was horrified. How can you hit someone? Of course she could see that the other party's identity was not simple. Chen Minxiu saw Yi Xian arrive and hurriedly went forward. Yi Dong, you are here. HM. Looking at the scene, Yi Xian frowned. What's going on? The thing is like this. Chen Minxiu proceeded to tell the matter once, and Yi Xian, who heard the experience, nodded. You've done a good job. Next, just leave it to me. Yes, Yi Dong. Taking a deep breath, Chen Minxiu answered, after all, Dragon Real Estate is not something he can mess with. Young master. 2 of Zhao Chuan's henchmen saw their young master being beaten, their faces changed drastically, then they looked at Lin Xiao. Kid, you seek death. Snorting. As the voice fell, 2 early yellow-level experts pounced towards Lin Xiao, but before they could strike, they were directly slapped to the ground by Yi Xian. Pooh. 2 mouths of blood sprayed, face white, the 2 living ghosts looked toward Yi Xian. Worry that kid. So strong. Voodoo. Dean Chen Minxiu saw this for a moment, and then looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Yi Dong, good powerful hands. Just hit the son of the director of the Dragon Real Estate, this is bad. Chapter 55 Boss, what exactly is your relationship with Dragon Real Estate? Good guts. Zhao Chuan full of cold look at Yi Xian. Want to strike? Very good. Yi Dong, his father is a director of Dragon Domain Real Estate. Chen Minxiu pondered for a moment, but still voiced a reminder. Yi Xian, I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. Hearing Chen Minxiu's words, Yi Xian froze. Dragon Domain Real Estate? Aha! Chen Minxiu nodded his head, and opposite Zhao Chuan saw Yi Xian's silence, the corner of his mouth sarcastic. What, afraid? Zhao Chuan snorted coldly. Now kneel down and apologize to me, I may consider that I can forgive you. Is it? Looking at the opposite Zhao Chuan, and then to Wang Zetian dialed the phone over. Yi Dong, what are your orders? Just connected the phone, the opposite side came Wang Zetian respectful voice. HM. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Zhao Chuan. Right. Your name? Seeing this, Zhao Chuan indifferently smiled, not self-conscious. Zhao Chuan. Speaking here, the corner of his mouth was sarcastic. This young man sees that you have a few abilities. Obviously, it's is shaking people. Heard. HM. Wang Zetian took a deep breath. Zhao Chuan I have seen, is the son of the previous board of directors Zhao Dong, did not expect to offend you. I immediately contacted his father. After hanging up the phone, opposite Zhao Chuan impatient. How is it? Let me see who you have called. No need to rush. See the death of Zhao Chuan, now popping more happy later on how wretched. Ding bell. Not long, waiting Zhao Chuan received his father Zhao Qiming phone. Hello, Dad. Answer the phone, Zhao Chuan greeted. Humph. Opposite Zhao Qiming heard his son's voice, his face was full of iron. Rebellious son, where are you? This. Zhao Chuan heard his father's tone was not good, his heart felt bad. Dad, I'm in Jiangnan Hospital. Bastard. Did you have a conflict with a young man? Zhao Chuan's heart sank when he heard that. How did you know? Sins. Zhao Qiming's lungs exploded with anger, splitting his head and cursing. Do you know who that person is? He's the one who acquired all the shares of Dragon Domain Real Estate. I bowed to it too late, you offended the horse. Martyr, immediately give Yi Dong kneel down and apologize. Beep beep beep. Furious Zhao Qiming hung up the phone. Zhao Chuan directly listened to the stupid the brain boomed. Puff. Without hesitation, Zhao Chuan kneeled on the spot. Yi Dong, I'm sorry. It is my dog's eyes, please let me off the hook. Thud. After saying that, his head knocked hard on the ground, stepping on all the shares of Dragon Domain real estate. That was something his old man didn't even dare to think about. Based on this alone, he knew that this person in front of him was definitely an existence that he could not afford to offend no matter what. Roll it. Glancing at Zhao Chuan, Yi Xian since will not waste time with such a person, there will be another time, the consequences are clear to you. Yes. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. Under the consternation of the crowd, the incomparable Zhao Chuan left in such a state of disarray. This is? Looking at this scene, really Dean looked stunned, then complex color fell on Yi Xian. How can, just like this end? Just now the Zhao Chuan shocked look, Yi Dong exactly what is the person? Too incredible, it seems that this acquisition of the hospital Yi Dong is more mysterious than imagined. Boss, thanks. Lin Xiao saw this and breathed a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately the boss calmed down that guy or he would never forgive himself in his life. Mom, let me introduce you. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then said, this is my roommate, Yi Xian. Boss, this is my mom. Auntie, good day. Yi Xian nodded his head with a slight smile, and Lin mother slowed down. Hello. Earlier, I heard Xiao Xiao say that you took good care of him at school. I didn't expect you to be so good. Auntie overpraised. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then said, Lin Xiao is the fourth oldest in our dormitory, taking care of him is rightful. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Lin mother then thought of something. Xiao Xiao's father's medical expenses this time, I will pay you back. No, Auntie. How can that be? Just then, Lu Zihan's family came over. I'll pay you back for Xiao Xiao's father's medical expenses. Lu Zihan asked with concern, followed by Lu Zihan's father and mother. Mom, this is my roommate Lu Zihan. After some pleasantries, Lu mother took out a bank card. Sister, there is some money in this card to save for medical expenses. This is not necessary. Lin mother saw her son's roommate's parents come up to give money, which made her doubly touched. It can be seen that her son has a good relationship with his roommate. Take it. Lu's father looked at Lin Xiao and then said, during this time, Lin Xiao didn't help us much. Dad, Mom. Lu Zihan smiled helplessly when he saw his mom and dad's behavior. There's no need to be like this. You guys don't know it yet. Lu Zihan looked at Yi Xian and laughed. It's the boss, he is the chairman of Jiangnan Hospital. What? The words out, Lu father and mother froze, then surprised to look at Yi Xian. Xiao Xiao, is this true? Lin mother also froze after hearing, Jiangnan Hospital chairman. Ahem. HM. Lin Xiao dryly coughed and continued, just forgot to tell you. Moreover, not only Jiangnan Hospital, our school next to the Red Leaf Avenue, the entire street stores are the boss. In addition, the boss also lives in a $1 billion Imperial Abyss manor, and drives an $80 million supercar. Listening to her son's explanation, Lin's mother felt like she was dreaming. Lu father and mother looked at each other, which didn't continue to insist, but they didn't expect that Xiao Yi to be so powerful. Click. Just then, the door to the intensive care resuscitation room opened. Doctor, how is it? Lin Xiao supported Lin mother and asked with concern. Everyone was concerned. Don't worry, the surgery was a success. However, the patient's body is a little weak. Recently eat some nutritious tonic. Thank you. I'm very happy for you. Lin's mother bowed and sincerely thanked. The attending doctor naturally did not dare to take credit. Dry cough. You are Yi Dong's friends, naturally, is also the hospital's honored guests. Moreover, as a doctor this is what I should do. Yi Dong is present, he naturally have to perform well. Right. Chen Minxiu thought of something and suggested, Yi Dong, in order to ensure that in case of emergency, I would like to convene a consultation with experts from various departments. In order to rule out the possibility of hidden dangers after the patient's surgery. Well, go ahead. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Chen Minxiu passed a glance to the attending doctor and left, leaving the scene to Yi Dong and his friends. Not much longer. After Lu Zihan learned the ins and outs of the matter, he then pulled his boss aside. Boss, you are awesome. After a pause in his voice, he continued, honestly, what exactly is your relationship with Dragon Real Estate? Surprisingly, a phone call scared the second generation on their knees. This looked at the curious second generation. Yi Xian did not care to say, it is nothing, the Dragon Domain Real Estate is actually also mine. Chapter 56 Motherfucker, boss, you wouldn't have bought the entire Jiangnan. What? Lu Zihong heard said, could not help but froze, a time did not react. Ahem, boss you say. Dry cough, Lu Zihong looked at the four silent no one surprised, Dragon Domain real estate is yours? Well. Yishan nodded slightly, while Lu Zihong thought of the previous Zhao Chuan scared kneeling thing, could not help but inhale a mouthful of cool air. Gudu. After slowing down for a while, Lu Zihong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, good guy, boss you this. No wonder. At this moment, Lu Zihong figured out some things, no wonder previously heard Lao Si say that after receiving the phone like a changed person Zhao Chuan. The mother of all. I am afraid that the kid knows the identity of the boss, as to why he also understands some Dragon Domain real estate. Even if you do not pay attention to this aspect of him are very clear, that is the existence of Jiangnan proper giant. The bullishness. Want to say and stop. Finally Lu Zihong said two words of emotion, first Red Leaf Avenue, then Jiangnan Hospital, and now is the Dragon real estate. Boss, you honestly explain, what else is I do not know? This well. Seeing the oldest two in front of me, Yi Xian thought for a moment, I'm going to say TAAI Group is mine, do you believe it? When Lu Zihong heard this, his eyes jumped wildly. The first time I heard this, my eyes jumped wildly. The actual here Lu Zihong not calm down, to his understanding of the boss will not lie to him, because there is no need. Motherfucker, boss you won't buy the whole Jiangnan. Could have swallowed saliva, in fact, the impact of this information on him is too great, originally thought he understood the boss, did not expect just the tip of the iceberg. TAAI Group, the leading boss of Jiangnan's business community. This before the start of the school he knew, and even once thought that after graduation, he dreamed of entering the work. But he never thought that the boss would be the chairman of TAAI Group. The boss is the chairman of TAAI Group. Boss, I don't want to work hard anymore. Lu Zihong is truly kneeling, envious, after graduation, the work of the matter, trouble you. Oh, small matter. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, as long as you are interested, you can report to the group at any time. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can do it. Lu Zihong excited, mom and dad to know will be proud of themselves. Phew. A few moments later, calm Lu Zihong looked to the boss's eyes have changed, unfortunately, I'm not a woman, or must marry the boss. I'm sorry, I'll marry the boss. Blanking out the strange-eyed oldest two, Yi Xian almost couldn't hold back a kick out. Hey, the boss is settled. Lu Zihong hee smile, suddenly feel the future is bright, damn boss so bullish he still go to a hairline school. Uncle, auntie I have to go beforehand. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian said goodbye to Lin's father, who woke up, and Lin's father was grateful, Xiaoya, thank you. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled and said, then looked at Lin Xiao, old four, take care of uncle. If there's anything you need to do, look for the dean directly. Aha. Lin Xiao nodded heavily and took a deep breath, boss, goodbye. Looking at boss's departing back, Lin Xiao was grateful. If it wasn't for boss today, he really didn't know what to do. Second brother, what are you thinking about? Lin Xiao saw Lu Zihong who was beside him in a daze of longing, and asked suspiciously. No, nothing. Lu Zihong came back to his senses, originally wanted to say something, but Lin Xiao's father just woke up or not to stimulate him good. Is that so? Lin Xiao looked at Lu Zihong and felt strange. Ding. The host triggers a mission to palm smack Xintiani, rewarding a 10,000-man mercenary group. Note, this mercenary group is 100% loyal to the host. Yi Xian, who was driving away from the hospital in a supercar, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. 10,000 mercenaries? What the hell, this is the rhythm of letting yourself fight the world. But Xintiani, who is that person? Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his thoughts, was interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone, and looked to the phone to see that it was Xiaoying calling. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure it's a good idea. The first time I saw her, she was in the middle of a conversation with her husband, and she said, I don't know what to say. What's going on? What's going on? Hearing the news, Yi Xian face sullen, opposite Xiaoying want to speak and stop, this. Said. From Xiao Ying's reaction, I'm afraid that this time the matter is not small. Who? Xiaoying took a deep breath, then said, misordered, do not let me tell you. However, the matter is beyond my ability, so. Agitated, Smalling then said, a few minutes ago, Miss received a phone call Small Chen young master was kidnapped, and threatened Miss must go to the Jiangnan suburb of the Qingyue garden alone. I'm not sure how much I can afford it, so I'm not sure how much I can afford to lose. I've got it. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed after hearing this. Originally he sent people to protect Yan Ruoxi and Yan's father and mother, but he missed his brother-in-law. I hope nothing happens. Although that girl is already at the peak of the Xian level, coupled with a natural fury body that is invincible under the heaven level, but after all, she is still pregnant and the other party's strength is unknown. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. At the first time, Yi Xian dialed God 1, immediately rushed to the Jiangnan suburb of Qingyue Garden. There is no room for error. Yes, master. After hearing this, Shinyi answered solemnly and then led the people to rush towards the suburb. Jiangnan, Qingyue Garden. Inside the garden, a boy's eyes are blackened and he is unconscious on the ground. This boy is Yan Shaoqian. Squeak. At a certain moment, a red supercar suddenly appeared in the monitor in front of him. The first thing I want to do is to get a good deal of money from the company, and I want to make sure that I get it. The next man, the corners of his mouth arched, while Lin Tiannan coldly smiled. This little girl grows more and more watery. Later on, I will definitely taste the flavor of this Jiangnan's #1 beauty. Hey, the second master is lucky tonight. The men fawned and complimented on the side, while Lin Tiannan nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I eat meat, you will have soup. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that, but I'm sure you'll be able to. The surrounding dozens of Lin family experts are bright eyes, and at this time an old man nodded. Tiannan, it is said that the girl's strength is not bad, cannot be careless. Don't worry, Tam Confessor. Lin Tiannan waved his hand and smiled. This time I have brought 10 Xian level experts, and there are also you, Mr. Tan, to sit in the town. Even if that girl's strength is not bad, she won't be able to make waves. Boom. But at this moment, the door of the court was kicked through, and 2 peak yellow level experts fell to the courtyard ground in a sorry state, their heads tilting as they died. Lin Tiannan, it's you. Yan Ruoxi saw that the person coming was surrounded by a fierce aura, and the scarlet aura flashed between his gloomy eyes. Yell. Lin Tiannan saw the hot and domineering Yan Ruoxi, especially that proud body. TSK, Ruoxi niece is really, I see pity. Later, uncle will let you taste the true meaning of life. Old dog Lin. Listening to Lin Tiannan's unpleasant words, Yan Ruoxi's anger soared. Move this young lady's brother, today you will die. Chapter 57, Yan Ruoxi's overbearing strike. Mysterious man appears. Ha ha ha. I'm going to kill me. Lin Tiannan heard Yan Ruoxi's words and laughed willfully and sarcastically. Just by you. Seriously, I've been coveting your beauty for a long time. Jiangnan first beauty, tisk. Light words came out of his mouth, which made Yan Ruoxi eyes scarlet, killing on more than one point. I'm looking for death. Yan Ruoxi's body into a black mango towards Lin Tiannan is running towards, is to this old bastard slap dead. Do it. Plain voice came out, then dozens of people around swarmed up, in which the Xian level experts also have no reservations all out. At such a young age, they have entered the Xian level. Lin Tiannan looked at Yan Ruoxi, who was dodging and moving in the field, and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. His physique is good, and his fighting strength should be more durable. Longing for the next, a scene that might happen, this made Lin Tiannan's eyes shine 1 point brighter. Kill. Dozens of people swarmed up, especially under the tacit cooperation of the 10 Xian level experts. For a while the two sides were in a stalemate in the field. A bunch of losers. Seeing that Yan Ruoxi had not been able to be injured for a long time, Lin Tiannan's brows furrowed. Tam offering, trouble you. Attack its abdomen regardless of the cost. Meaningful Lin Tiannan stared at Yan Ruoxi's abdomen and said, his eyes flickered, not knowing what to think. Good. Thumbs up. In the next moment, the Tam provider had already thrown a punch at Yan Ruoxi's abdomen. However, the sudden attack caught Yan Ruoxi off guard. After all, she was pregnant right now. Boom. After a dull move sparring, Yan Ruoxi quite a mess backward, flying out several meters, and finally stood after the reverse blood surging. The corner of the mouth seeped out a trace of blood. This is the peak of the Xian level. Yan Ruoxi face is full of gravity to look at the opposite Tam foam. Sure enough, the Lin family bottom card is more terrible than imagined. Oh, niece Daryl. So afraid of being hit in the abdomen, could it be that you are pregnant with some man's wild seed? Wow. When these words came out, the Lin family all looked at Yan Ruoxi with a stunned dismay. This stunningly beautiful girl is actually pregnant? No wonder. Tam provider looked at Yan Ruoxi and nodded his head thoughtfully. In that case, it's a good idea to know the weakness. Lin Tiannan, you're dead. Yan Ruoxi's heart sank. She didn't expect that news that was kept so well secret would be known by Lin Tiannan. This would undoubtedly put her in danger. Oh, is that so? Lin Tianan contemptuously glanced at Yan Ruoxi. I don't know if I'm dead or not, but I'll bet if you're distracted the little wild seed is gone. Boom. However, just at this time Yan Ruoxi haunts the brake more thick, around the body breath vaguely let tan foam or for the heart of the shock. Not good. This girl is a peak Xian level expert. The moment this statement was made by the TAM provider, everyone was shocked, and Lin Tianan stared at the field in a daze as a strong sense of displeasure welled up in his heart. Impossible. That girl was only in her early 20s, how could she be at the peak of the Xian level? In fact, the scene in front of him far exceeded his cognition. In his opinion, Yan Ruoxi had at most just broken through the Xian level. Killing. Lin Tianan knew that there was no way back, and his eyes flared up. Everyone, attack her abdomen at all costs. Anyone who finishes off the little wild seed will be rewarded with 1 billion Chinese coins. Boom. Under the heavy reward, the Lin family's group of powerful men were filled with exuberance, and the way they looked at Yan Ruoxi once again changed. 1 billion. That was a fortune that they wouldn't even be able to earn in their entire lives, and they would definitely be able to be reused by the Lin family at that time. Death. Yan Ruoxi's ferocious aura was so intense that she attacked Lin Tianan, and Lin Tianan, who was only at the middle Xian level, was no match for her. Tianan, be careful. Tam Fong Fong went towards Lin Tianan to rescue him, but just as he was about to approach, he realized. Yan Ruoxi's attack suddenly turned in a different direction, and the sharp dagger came towards him. Not good. Her opponent. It's me. Thumb. The dagger flashed, and blood sprayed from between the neck of the Tam confessor. However, Yan Ruoxi was also smashed in the shoulder by a punch, and flew out 7 or 8 meters backwards with a bang. What a deep heart. Tam confessor's eyes widened, completely not expecting this, and with that Yan Ruoxi exchanging her injuries for her life, he had no time to react at all. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the peak Xian rank Tam confessor became a corpse smashed on the ground just like this. Puff. Yan Ruoxi spat out blood, but it was her slender hand that stroked the severe pain coming from her abdomen, which caused her glossy brain to be covered with fine beads of sweat. Good chance. When Lin Tianan saw Yan Ruoxi seriously injured, his eyes flared up. Kill. Waste her for me. I'd like to see if you'll still be so tough later on. Damn it. Yan Ruoxi's strong body, heart worried, if because of the fight and the little guy accident, then how can I explain to that guy? Pursed lips, then eyes full of determination, the little guy absolutely cannot happen. Even if you put your life on the line. Air Force flew horizontally, blood splattered everywhere. I don't know how long it took. Thud. Yan Ruoxi knelt on one knee, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. She was on the verge of her limit at this moment. This madman. The faces of the Lin family's group of experts were grave, that Yan Ruoxi was obviously seriously injured, but she had hard-killed 5 of their Xian level as well as half of their experts. Together. Kill. The remaining 5 Xian level experts, eyes flooded with cruel aura, all shot obviously want to kill in one blow. More than 20 remaining peak yellow level experts are also all attack. Puff. Before you do it, Yan Ruoxi mouth blood sprayed out again. Small man, sister, I cannot accompany you. Very well. Seeing this, Lin Tianan narrowed his fervent eyes. This kind of a proud girl, in the end, can't escape from the palm of his hand. Stabbing. However, just as the Lin family's group of experts thought they had won, the electric figure instantly appeared in the field. You guys? Seek death. In an instant, 5 Shen level experts as well as more than 20 yellow level experts died on the spot, and a person who had clearly appeared in the field was none other than Godwon. Are you alright? Godwon saw the master's woman was injured so heavily, and could not reveal the master's identity to ask. I'm fine. Yan Ruoxi looked at the mysterious man in front of him. This guy is so strong, instantly killed so many people. Goodoo. Lin Tianan looked at the terrifying guy who suddenly appeared in the field, especially its breath was unknown how much stronger than the TAM provider. Who are you? Your strength can't be that you are a heavenly level expert. Snort. The words just fell. Lin Tianan had already been cut through the neck and died, hot blood gushing out full of disbelief. Swish. The first time I saw him in a flash and he disappeared as if he had never been there. Yourself. I'm sorry. Yan Ruoxi's physical strength overdrawn straight to the ground, but the person is still in the air was caught in an embrace. Seeing the person, Yan Ruoxi hooked up a smile. Little man, sister, sorry. Chapter 58, Overthrowing the Jiangnan Lin family, Seizing the Eye of Perspective. Yi Xian said in a warm voice. Yi Xian said in a warm voice, with the ability of medical skills naturally can see that this girl is not lightly injured. Swish. Then, the right hand flipped, dozens of gold needles appeared and then did not enter its circumference of the various points. Buzz. With the spiritual liquid degree into Yan Ruoxi injuries have been repaired, fetal chi also restored calm, Yi Xian only then breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! Feeling the changes in the body, as well as the abdomen no longer hurts, you actually also understand medical arts. Slightly understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then the two of them came to Yan Xiaoqian's side. Xiao Chen. Seeing his unconscious brother, Yan Ruoxi's pretty face changed greatly. He was poisoned. Yi Xian frowned. This Lin family is ruthless enough. If not encountered him, I'm afraid that my brother-in-law's life is in danger. What? Hearing that he was poisoned, Yan Ruoxi's fetal chi was once again unstable. Yi Xian did not say more than a few golden needles to stabilize the poisonous chi. Well. At some point, Yan Xiaoqian woke up. Sister, you quickly go. Yan Xiaoqian subconsciously said when he saw his elder sister. Yan Xiaoqian said subconsciously, it's okay. Yan Ruoxi comforted her frightened brother, and at that moment, Xiaoying brought someone to the field. This is Lin Tiannan. Seeing the corpse, Xiaoying was incredulous, obviously not expecting the person who struck out to be the Lin family. Xiao Mengyan has moved the fetus, take her back first. Yes, auntie. Xiao Ying's face changed greatly when she heard this. Fortunately nothing serious happened. Soon, only Yi Xian was left in the field. Swish. In the next moment, Xinyi appeared in the field. Master. My subordinate failed to protect Miss Mengyan. Kneeling down on one knee with a thud, God One blamed himself and asked for forgiveness. I don't blame you. Yi Xian looked at the field, the peak heaven-level aura surging out around him, clicking the ground under his feet was overwhelmed, cracking by inches. Jiangnan Lin family, looking for death. Gaze in the direction of the Lin family's manor, take a deep breath. In that case, the Lin family will be removed from the name of Jiangnan. Follow me to kill. The voice falls, Yi Xian together with God One will disappear from the scene. Ding. The host triggers a mission to exterminate the Lin family in Jiangnan, rewarding the ability of the penetrating eye. Note, the eye of perspective can penetrate all things, and is an essential tool for tracking. In his rage, Yi Xian naturally ignored the so-called mission. Right now. He only had one thought, and that was to make the Lin family raise the entire clan. Jiangnan, Lin family manor. Master, something's wrong. With a bang, the sound of the door bursting and then a man came panting. The second master led people to kidnap Yan Xiaoqian, forcing Yan Ruoxi to give in. All of them were completely annihilated by the mysterious person. Boom. The moment these words came out, Lin Tianbei's face changed drastically. Tang stood up from his seat. What? Indeed, this news did not hit him lightly. The second master was killed by a mysterious person? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianbei's heart felt doubly bad. The reason why he didn't take action against the Yan family was afraid of this situation. Good. Lin Tianbei took a deep breath, his eyes then looked into the distance. This day, I didn't expect it to come so quickly. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. To stay until the men left, Lin Tianbei eyes flashing, he is very clear that the other side can easily all destroy the second brother them, naturally will cut off the roots. Going away is the best plan. Thinking of this, Lin Tianbei packed up his important things and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of the Lin family manor. Kill. Yi Xian face icy cold, got a fist smashed out, a horrible force iron door should sound smashed out. What kind of person dared to break into the Lin family? Poof. Poof. A few Lin family experts guarding the gate of the manor were instantly killed by the silent god guards before they could finish their sentences, and Yi Xian then stepped into the Lin family's manor. Today, the Lin family will not leave anyone behind. Ice-cold voice came out, no doubt this time the Lin family has violated his scales. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. Where's the wild boy who dares to spread his wildness in the Lin family's manor? Dozens of figures rushed towards Yi Xian's side, and each one of them was not weak. However, in front of the silent god guards, they were still not good enough. In an instant, dozens of Lin family experts became corpses. After all, the difference between the two was too great. Not good. Soon, more than 100 experts from the Lin family were killed. Following that, Looking at the opposite dozen people, eyes have changed. Really, these people's strength is too strong. Quickly retreat, protect the family head. Seeing the direction of the line of people, the Lin family experts' faces changed greatly. Kill. Yi Xian's ice-cold eyes stared at the field, and the surrounding temperature plummeted by 10 degrees. Good opportunity. Several experts of the Lin family broke through the defense of the Divine One and the others, wanting to kill Yi Xian. Master, be careful. The Divine One and the others didn't expect the Lin family's dead loyalists to be so determined, so they hurriedly warned. Die. The faces of the few who got their way changed greatly, however, before they could think about it. Zila. Terrifying thunder instantly pierced into the body of several people. The next moment, the wisdom of the Lin family experts on the spot became flying ash scattered on the ground. Gudu. God One and others see the situation eyes wide, master in front of the body as if to become a forbidden area, good strong. Rao Shani, all felt the rich danger from within it. Master. Turned out to be so powerful. Hiss. Lin family experts saw the field, all sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Yi Xian eyes full of horror. What did they see? How could that guy have pierced his opponent into flying dust without even striking? Indeed, this image was beyond their knowledge. Flee. Without any hesitation, the remaining Lin family experts all changed their faces greatly. The opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. Humph. Trying to escape. God One narrowed his eyes and looked at the fleeing Lin family experts. It's too late. The voice fell, and the divine guards struck a massacre quietly staged. A quarter of an hour later. Lin family manor fell into silence, all the people all dead, Jiangnan Lin family this extinction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of exterminating the Jiangnan Lin family, rewarded with the Eye of Perspective. Looking at the messy scene, Yi Xian's ears rang with the sound of the system. Master. But at this time, God One came close to frown, did not find Lin Tianbei, afraid to leave the manor. Oh? Listening to Shenyi's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. That old man is quite cunning. That old man is quite cunning. You guys retreat, leave that man to me. Yes, master. God One bowed and responded, then led the divine guards to leave the field. Lin Tianbei, do you really think that you can dodge a bullet by leaving the manor? As he spoke, Yi Xian smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, then cast his newly acquired penetrating eye and quickly spotted Lin Tianbei, who had fled in a sorry state. Lin Tianbei, no one can save you. With a swish sound, he flashed and disappeared in place to chase after Lin Tianbei in the direction where he was. Humph. At the same time, unbeknownst to Lin Tianbei in the distance, he smiled coldly. Yi Xian. Revenge of extermination, not to be shared. Lin Tianbei, full of fierce eyes, really think that a little strength can be so rampant. To be the old man from Jiangbei back is your end. Chapter 59, first time in Tianbei City, killing a Tian-level expert. Swish. Road figure appeared in the Lin family manor. Looking at the devastation in the field, everyone's face changed greatly. This was. Uncle Shadow brought the Yin family shadow guards to the field. His face was grave. The Lin family was actually destroyed. Uncle Shadow, look, this is a peak Xian level expert. One of his men looked at the dead expert of the Lin family with a grave expression, and Uncle Shadow's face was filled with disbelief when he saw it. This, a peak Xian level expert, was actually killed. After checking the wounds, Uncle Shadow's face was filled with shock. Moreover, it was also a one-move second kill. The person who made the move must be a heaven-level powerhouse. However, just then a cell phone rang. Hello, Xiaoying. After answering the phone, Uncle Shadow's face changed dramatically. What did you say? Something happened to the lady. Withdrawal. Looking at the scene, Uncle Shadow led the Yin family experts to leave, and the other side of the other forces did the same. Jiangnan this time completely chaotic. Uncle Shadow side, the Lin family is one of the three great families in Jiangnan. The news that it was wiped out overnight. The news of the overnight destruction will definitely make all the forces reshuffle their cards. Jiangbei, the ferry port. After disembarking, Lin Tianbei traveled all the way, and entered the Yanagi Budokan in Sun Moon Bay, not far from the ferry. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Looking at the martial arts hall in front of him, Yi Xian slightly frowned. Fusan Martial Arts Hall? Looking at the large Yanagi Budokan words, Yi Xian heart, really that Lin Tianbei has a background, and with the immediate martial arts hall has a shallow relationship. Yi Xian's heart is clear. Looking at the martial arts hall in front of him, Yi Xian picked up the steps. this martial arts hall can't protect you. Entering the martial arts center, Yi Xian then came to the training hall. At this moment, the Fusan Martial Arts Center is training, after seeing the stranger is looking sideways. Who are you? The instructor of the martial arts school looked at Yi Xian with an unfavorable expression. Dare to break into my Lusheng martial arts school. Hand over Lin Tianbei. Glancing at the opposite martial arts instructor, Yi Xian's killing intent rose. With these words, dozens of martial arts school elites filled the room came forward in unison. Lin Tianbei was their Lusheng martial arts dojo VIP. It seems that they are in the same gang. Under the eye of perspective, there was no sign of Lin Tianbei in the depths of the martial arts center. Blast him out. The martial arts instructor was not in a good mood and ordered his men to attack. Kid, get lost. A late yellow grade elite threw a punch towards Yi Xuanbi then, wanting to smash him out of the martial arts hall. Slap. However, with a single slap, that late yellow level Fuso man was slapped to death on the spot. Baka. Give me on, waste him. Dozens of people from the Lusheng martial arts hall swarmed up. At this moment, several late Xian rank experts came from the depths. Seeing Yi Xian's strength, they looked at each other and shot out in unison. Snap. Snap. Slap. 3 or 2 dozens of people will be slapped over, including a few Xian level late masters are also so, one by one covering the side of the face wail in pain. Look at Yi Xian, eyes have changed. That guy. Is he a devil? Damn it. Several coaches looked at Yi Xian, eyes full of disbelief. That guy, exactly what strength? To know. Several of them were in the late Xian level, but even so, they couldn't even make a move in that guy's hands. He's at least at the peak of the Xian level. No wonder. That Lin Tianbei is in such a sorry state. It seems that something big has happened in Jiangnan. Lin Tianbei. A little while later, Yi Xian came to the depths of the martial arts hall and saw Lin Tianbei hiding behind a man. Lu Shangjun, this is the kid who destroyed my Lin family. Lin Tianbei looked at Yi Xian with venom. He really didn't expect that guy to be so bold and dare to chase him here. However, at this moment, his heart sneered coldly. After all, Lu Sheng Kueimu's strength he is clear, that is the existence of the early stage of the heaven level. Have its hands, that kid will die. Oh. Hearing Lin Tianbei's words, Lu Sheng Kueimu's gaze looked towards Yi Xian. You're the one who destroyed the Lin family? It's really a good and ruthless means. These years, through the Lin family they martial arts hall but got a lot of wealth and benefits. Now this kid destroyed the Lin family also means to cut off their financial road. Kid, break your arms and I'll spare your life. Lu Sheng Kueimu narrowed his eyes and landed on Yi Xian. His lofty appearance was like looking at an ant. Spare my life. Glancing at Lu Sheng Kueimu, Yi Xian indifferently smiled. You are nothing. Unbridled. 2 peak Xian level experts were furious and attacked decisively towards Yi Xian, while the strength of the two was not far from the existence of the heaven level, and were also the 2 vice masters of the martial arts dojo. The 2 of them are not far away from the heavenly level. 2 people just to the near front. Is Yi Xian a slap down? Horror pressure immediately will 2 people slap down on the ground. Boom, 2 people just like this knocked in front of Yi Xian. Click sound, knee shattered. Bleak miserable screams came out from the mouths of the 2 deputy pavilion masters, which made Lin Tianbei, who was hiding behind Lu Sheng Kueimu, feel horrified. What? That kid. How is it possible? To know. These 2 people are nearly invincible under the heaven level experts. How could they be killed by that kid in a second? Eh? Lu Sheng Kueimu looked at Yi Xian with the same dismay, and said with interest, heaven level expert. That's a bit interesting. At these words, Lin Tianbei's face was filled with disbelief. What? The words really shocked him, and then he looked at Yi Xian with a living hell. This kid is actually a heaven ranked expert at less than 20 years old. How? Thoughtfully. Luckily he came to the Lusheng martial arts hall at the first time he realized that it was bad, otherwise he would have become a corpse at this moment. Do not want to die, get out of the way. Looked at Lu Sheng Kueimu. Yi Xian did not pay attention to, after all, although the strength of this goods is good, but that's all. Oh, good crazy kid. Lu Sheng Kueimu activity under the wrist, then looked to Yi Xian, just this hall master loose muscles. Come on, accompany this pavilion master over a few moves. Boom. The next moment, the foot on the ground turned into a cannonball. Lu Sheng Kueimu towards Yi Xian smashed over, that speed instantaneous. Obviously this Lu Sheng Kueimu is not an ordinary early stage of the Tian level. Humph. Yi Xian's face was cold, the same fist smashed out, the 2 fists collided with each other as air energy flew across the ground. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of bone cracking rang out, followed by a figure flying out backwards at a much faster speed, ruthlessly smashing several meters away. That kid must be seriously injured. Lin Tianbei had not yet had time to be happy. After seeing the figure flying backwards, his face was filled with shock. What, it was actually Lu Sheng Kuei-mu. That kid, is he still human? Voodoo. Lin Tianbei stumbled on the soles of his feet, obviously panicked, wanting to leave low. But. Cough. Lu Sheng Kuei-mu, who was covered in woes, looked across the room with an incredulous gaze. Kid, you. Not the early stage of the heavenly level. At this moment, its organs have been shocked into flesh and mud. Life has been broken. Just. He could not believe that a brat actually has at least the strength of the middle of the Tian level or even stronger, and then his head tilted and died. Chapter 60 New Identity, Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance Master? How could that be? Lin Tianbei's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Sheng Kuei-mu's corpse not far away. This was impossible. Truly, the scene in front of him had impacted him too much. That kid actually killed a heaven-level expert? What a joke. Damn it. What on earth are you? At this moment, he understood very well what kind of existence the Lin family had offended, only that he had never thought that Yan Ruoxi's man would be so strong. If he had known, he wouldn't have made a move against him. But at this moment, Yi Xian stepped on the ground towards Lin Tianbei, which caused his pupils to shrink. What are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm the head of the Lin family. If you dare to touch me, bastard Unagi clan won't let you go. Ho ho. Before he could finish, Yi Xian stomped on his face. Boom. Under the force, Lin Tianbei's head was stepped on to burst open. The bloody picture presented. Ice-cold eyes looked at its corpse. Yanagishing family counts for something. It's best not to mess with me, or else I don't mind letting the Yanagishing family perish. Pap pap pap. Just at this time, a clap came from not far away. Yi Xian saw that it was not hostile and could not help but frown. Ding. The host triggers a randomized mission to create the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance, rewarding, Broken Xian Dan, X 9999. Note, this Dan can enhance the realm below the heavenly ranked experts and can significantly increase the probability of breaking through to the heavenly rank. Oh. Hearing the reward for the mission, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This reward could not be described as less generous. Little friend, good courage. The person who came was an old man. At this moment looked at Yi Xian and said with satisfaction, Lu Sheng Martial Arts Hall has poisoned Jiangbei for a long time, but for my Jiangbei to get rid of a harm. You are? See, in front of the old man, Yi Xian frowned, but the strength of this person is actually the middle of the heaven level. Than the Lu Sheng Kuei-mu is also a little stronger. Oh, is the old man abrupt? The old man smiled faintly and introduced himself. My name is Jun Jianduan, the head of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance? Thinking about the system mission, this Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance is afraid that the system is not a helper in the underworld. I'm afraid that this Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance is not a helper given by the system in the dark. Jun Jianchen nodded heavily, then explained, Martial Arts Alliance for the newly established forces, headquartered in the imperial capital, China now has a total of 10 sub-alliances. The Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance is one of them. In addition, the purpose of the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance, for the Chinese parties to deal with some of the Ministry of the Military is not convenient to do things, and with the Ministry of the Military is not subordinate to each other. Hearing Jun Jianfeng's words, Yi Xian realized that, to put it bluntly, it was equivalent to the existence of the brocade guards in the ancient times, dealing with things that were not seen in the light of day. However, it is also considered to be a great power. Jun Alliance Master, what is it that you are looking for me for? Yi Xian looked at Jun Jianchen in front of him, and then said, is it possible that you want to put me at the disposal of Fusan? How could that be? Jun Jianchen heard this, waved his hand and smiled, little friend, do not misunderstand. Jun Mao really wants to make friends with you, and work together to achieve great things in the Martial Arts Alliance. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance as an envoy. With these words, Yi Xian realized. Oh. Jun Jianchen saw Yi Xian's eyes flickering, secretly said that there is a game, little friend, do not know, become my Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance envoy, then the status with the status of the Great War Department Army Chief equivalent. Moreover, you will have a very high voice. Is that so? Listening to Jun Jianchen's narration, Yi Xian's heart had already made up his mind, this was a good backer. It is not impossible to join the Martial Arts Alliance. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, however, I have a condition. Condition?
Jun Jianchen heard it and froze, then pondered, little friend, say it. It is very simple, that is, I will not be the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance envoy, I want to be the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance leader. When these words came out, Jun Jianchen on the opposite side was stunned.
Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance? At its side that henchman frowned, but Jiangnan does not have a martial arts alliance sub-alliance? Oh.
Jun Jianchen naturally heard the meaning of Yi Xian's words, followed by a bright smile, good. I can report this matter to the higher echelons of the imperial capital on your behalf.
Allied Lord, what are you doing?
The henchman froze, but before he could continue speaking, Jun Jianchen laughed. It seems that the Martial Arts Alliance is going to have an 11th branch alliance. Hiss. The henchman sucked in a breath of cold air, obviously realizing what, and with the strength of the guy in front of him, the imperial capital's senior management was afraid that they would not want to agree to it.
The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the people who have been in the same situation. Jun Jianchen thought of something, and then said, I still do not know the name of the little friend? Yi Xian. Yi Xian said casually. Jun Jianchen nodded, good, no accident in the future you and I are partners.
Yi little friend can first return to Jiangnan, to the imperial capital. Senior agreed. I will send people to assist little friend. After a few words of conversation, Yi Xian left the martial arts hall.
Gudu. Until he left, the man took a deep breath. Lord, do you really want to propose the 11th place martial arts alliance? Naturally.
Jun Jianchen said without a doubt, then glanced at Lu Shengkuimu's corpse. As for the reason, you can go and check that Lu Shengkuimu's corpse.
The corpse?
Hearing the words of his own ally, that peak Xian level henchman frowned as he came to Lu Shengkuimu's corpse.
How is this possible?
After examining the body, the subordinate saw a ghost. Lu Shengkuimu's internal organs had been shattered into mush, and it was only a result of a single move.
That Yi Xian's strength. Quietly, the henchman realized why his ally was like this. This kind of strength is too scary. That Yi Xian is not simple.
Jun Jianchen looked in the direction of Yi Xian's departure. At such a young age, he possesses at least mid-Tian level combat power.
Even if it was me, I am afraid that I would not be able to do so. That henchman's eyelids were jumping wildly. His Excellency, the Alliance Master, couldn't even do that. Doesn't that mean that kid's strength is even greater than the Alliance Master's? Ahem.
In that case, its qualification to serve as a branch Alliance Lord is also enough. Taking a deep breath, that henchman bowed and apologized. Alliance Lord, subordinate knows.
HM.
Jun Jianchen nodded slightly, then looked at the scene. The Fusan side has become more and more excessive over the years. Today's matter is classified as top secret.
If the Fusan side exerts pressure, just say that the enemy killed Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance cannot do anything about it. Yes, Master. Deep breath. That subordinate respectfully responded, for the smooth this set of Lord of the League is very handy. I'm serious. Today, this matter.
If the Fusan side knew about this, they would be so angry that they would spit out blood.